the nature of the human race is that the human race has always believed it's known everything. Even the cavemen thought they had it all figured out, and they knew everything there was to know about everything, because that's where mythology came from. It's constructing some kind of context for the unknown.
It's so dense. Every single image has so many things going on.
It's irresistible. He's certainly the coolest, most rock and roll looking god that I have ever seen.
I would have waited an eternity for this.
Dark greetings.
Dark greetings.
Dark greetings.
Welcome to Superliterary Encounters number 13. Today we'll be covering chapters 67 to 69 of Supernatural Encounters, the Trial and Transformation of Arhul Hextrophon. And next time we'll be starting with Interlude 3. So we kind of end at like a pretty good endpoint here. We're going to be ending, spoilers, with the Cosmic Wars. So the Cosmic Wars end at the end of chapter 69. And you'll see as we go through the material we're here to talk about today that we're starting to enter into much more familiar territory. So why don't we start with some initial thoughts? Max, how did you feel about these 3 chapters?
So first off, let me just say welcome to 2024. This is our first stream of the year.
That's why we have you.
Where we left off, we were last year, so now we are here.
Crazy how time works.
But chapters 67 to 69 are great. There's some stuff in here that was like really unexpected, and some really cool stuff, and just some really like fun things with Nal and Abeloth, and just a lot of really interesting interactions that we see between a couple characters and different revelations to be had. So there's some cool stuff going on in here, and I really enjoyed reading these.
How about you, Alex?
I enjoyed it. Mostly chapter 68. I think chapter 67 deals a bit with stuff I'm unfamiliar with. So, but we'll get into that. And we'll get into 68 more later. So, but that one was my favorite portion of one of my favorite portions of the entire book. So yeah, overall, good 3 chapters.
And Ken, how about you?
This stuff was pretty good. I'll agree with Alex though. 68 is probably the highlight of this section of the book. I do have my issues with some of the stuff, but we'll get to that as we go along. But overall, this section was pretty good.
Al, round us out.
I think Alex is cooking here, to be honest. The problem is I don't really know much about like the Willow EU stuff, so that everything I didn't even know that wasn't from the movie. Whoosh. So 67 was kind of lost on me. But the other 2 were great. There were a few things that I have a lot of questions about, but in the other 2, I should say, still pretty decent stuff, still great stuff. The writing's still on point. So,
Al, I have 2 questions for you. First of all, what does cooking mean? And second of all, what happened to your beard? Where is it gone?
So I made the mistake of remembering that I don't like having a beard, and then I looked in the mirror after shaving, and I was like, oh no. So the beard will return.
Okay.
It's much like Palpatine, a necessary evil.
Okay.
There's a beard now, or they shave now. They shave now.
I wish.
Somehow Al's beard returned.
What was the first question again?
What does cooking mean?
It's when you're on to something.
Damn kids
when you
slang.
have a good point. I'm hip with the youth.
All right, I'm going to get to some of the comments, but I'm just going to briefly say my thoughts on chapters 67 to 69. So a bit divisive for me. There were some things that really, really worked well for me here, and then some things that I'm probably going to complain about. However, I will say that I spoke to Corey about them and read some of the endnotes, and I feel mollified. So without further ado, let's get into some of the comments. Yeah, unironically, me too. Chapter 69 is a highlight
Yeah,
for me.
definitely sounds good.
Take care, man. Good to see you. And I agree with this sentiment in all of its beautiful forms. Hello, Brennan. Too bad you could not join us tonight, but I
Hi,
understand. Hello, Logan.
Brennan.
Completely natural encounters in
Poggers.
Club 1. I feel like every time I read something by like Troy Denning or Michael Stackpole or Barbara Hambly, I get a completely natural encounter. So
What's that guide?
They are very
There's that
atheistic.
universe guide. There's that in-universe guide of animals of the EU. We should go over
Oh
that.
yeah, that'd be cool. Look at all the pictures.
yeah, that's exactly. But then we'll find out they all have supernatural origins. So
Oh yeah, darn too.
they shave now. Yeah,
making bad decisions out here.
I did not know.
I mean,
but
don't look horrible.
Now that I do, and I paid a terrible price for that knowledge because I aged an additional year.
There's so much more yet to learn.
Al, at least you didn't go bald because that would have been scary. It's just
you
a
know,
beard.
let's
And the beard
hey,
can grow
hey,
back.
you know, the future has many possibilities here.
Well, if you go bald, just
my
like
hair,
the beard.
it continues to hang on like the last remnants of my sanity. So
You know, there's.
I think it works out though because the beard. Like if you have that haircut but no beard, I think it'd be a little funky. But the beard, like,
Yeah.
They're always
makes it all
telling me
work.
the Kratos thing to shave this.
Yeah,
At
yeah,
least-
do Kratos.
Like having a beard. I don't like
At least,
I need one,
at
but I
least
don't
none
like
of you look
having
like George Costanza.
excuse me.
Now I'm gonna start thinking I look like George Costanza.
No, you don't look like. I
now
said
you've-
no. I said at least
now you've-
none of you look like George Costanza.
You've spoken it into my mind.
Yeah. So
If
chapter
anything, right now, like, never mind.
chapter 67 starts with basically a whole lore dump of Willow knowledge. I was actually I misrepresented Al. It does cover the movie in the very first part of 67, and then it gets into the Shadow War Chronicles. Yeah, which I've never read. I wanted to buy the hardcovers. Chris Nelson was selling them, and he wouldn't sell them to me for some reason, and apparently now they're not available anymore. So therefore, I shall never read the Shadow War Chronicles in protest. But
Is the movie good? I've never. I meant to watch it in between now and then, but I got
It's a very 80s movie.
I love Willow. I love Mad Mardigan's one of my favorite characters of all time for some reason. I think he's played by,
I grew up with
I want to say
it.
Val Kilmer. Yeah.
I grew
Hello,
up with it
good to
because
see
my
you.
parents,
What's
because
up,
they're
Darth
80s
Sidious?
kids.
Hey,
So I enjoyed it enough.
Closer to the end, we're going to be talking in chapter 69. We're going to be talking about a lot of Sith stuff, King Adus and such. So you may want to tune in then or watch the archive if you're not around.
or as I call him, King Adas.
I say Adus for some reason, but Adas is probably the way you pronounce it.
So yeah, probably gonna call him Adidas. So
Adidas, yeah. So we're told at the beginning of chapter 67, called "The Anguish of the Chosen," in the grim days that came during the reign of the sorceress Magnifique Bavmorda, known as the Time of Whispers, when many were corrupted to her sinister cause. She stood as one made of stone, staring out from her accursed fortress of Nockmar, envisioning the ways in which she'd expand her power from Anduin to the stars. All she needed was to be granted a throne alongside the Ancient Ones. So we're right into it. We're back on Anduin, which, as we know, is the planet where sort of Willow comes from, and it's kind of that fantastical planet where Queen Cherlindrea, the fairy queen, lives. And we're told we're basically like right out the gate, the child Elora Danon. So this is a baby that has some very significant importance. She's a chosen one. Would very nearly go to her death, sacrificed as an infant in the rite of ultimate oblivion by Bavmorda, this evil queen. But instead, with the aid of the Nelwyn wizard Willow Ufgood and other companions, one of them being Mad Mardigan, she brought to an end the tyranny of Queen Bavmorda. So the Time of Whispers came to its close. So that's really just a very brief retelling of the Willow movie itself.
Oh, yeah, cool.
But before, so basically, as I recall from the Willow movie, Willow gets charged with this quest to protect this baby, Elora Danon, who has this great importance, and he has to protect her from the evil Queen Bavmorda, who doesn't end up completing the ritual by the end of the movie, right? So, but as we find out that ritual, at least part of it that she tried to complete, has some dire consequences for Anduin and the galaxy at large. But before we even get into that, we're told we're given some lore about the world of Anduin. We were told about the 3 circles of the world: flesh and spirit. Within those conjoined circles were the realms known as earth, air, water, and fire. And then less understood realms of life, death, dreams, despair, precursors, progeny, humans, and the fallen. So it was a while ago, a long time ago, we talked about these different realms. And I think it was Jesse. Well, actually, I know it was Jesse because I reached out to him earlier today to get the map back from him. But Jesse provided me with the 12 great realms. So shout out to him. Let me just throw it up there so everybody could see. So you see how Alora Danan is kind of like right in the middle of that as the child of prophecy. And then you have the circle of the world, the circle of the flesh, the circle of the spirit. And then within that, you have some more concentric circles. And
it's kind of like Norse mythology with
yeah. Yes.
Like I remember specifically in the Thor movie, they talk about it before it. Yeah. So.
Yeah. The 9 realms, right?
The 9 realms. Yeah.
Very similar.
All connected by Yggdrasil.
I will say, because I know you're going to say a lot of things. So, I've been very positive of this book. One thing I haven't been a particular fan of. Now, a lot of times I've been able to just, in my own head, kind of just take it as, well, it's not explicitly the story, or it's, it's not the same thing. It's something similar, but it's not the same thing, and that's what I can't accept. This section seems to be explicitly.
Are y'all good? There's a lag spike happening?
On me?
No, I can hear Alex fine.
I can hear him. I can hear him all right.
I can hear him just fine, but you guys are lagging out, like your cameras.
It might be my camera. This seems to be explicitly clear that Willow and the the sequels that are novels they are canon to Star Wars explicitly. And that I did have a bit of an issue with. But other than that, I mean, I don't mind it because it's the same thing the Ewoks movies where they have magic, kind of, and you could just chalk that up to it's the Force. They just don't know it. And I mean, I would do that with Willow too. It's just they're using the Force. They just don't realize it. But it is something that I was a little about when I saw this section, just to be honest.
That's fair.
No, that's cool. You know what I would say, though? So Willow, George Lucas wrote Willow. And he also co-wrote, or at least in some capacity, co-wrote the Shadow War Chronicles, the 3 books with Chris Claremont, right? So I guess the way that I envision it is that if it's specifically from the mind of Lucas himself, then we can likely say that it's canon to the Star Wars universe in some fashion. In the same way that American Graffiti and THX 1138 have essentially been recanonized into the Star Wars universe, right? So I have
this one just seems a bit more explicit, just because like I feel like the TSX one was like it's not beat for beat the movie. It's it's the grand essentials are the same, but it's not the same. But this one it retold the movie and it's retelling the books. I mean, I haven't read the books, but from my understanding, it's just the books. So that one was a bit more just because it was like, this is explicitly exactly it happened. So,
yeah. What would you get rid of, this or Howard the Duck, if you had to get rid of one of them?
Yeah, Howard the Duck.
I would.
Though the only thing I accepted from Howard the Duck was the freaking aliens being canon. So
fair enough. There was one thing that I thought was interesting when we're talking about the different realms. It says, but for a time, and what none could eradicate, though they could ignore and work against it, was love. For this was not one of the 12 realms, but a larger circle, invisibly surrounding the 3 circles that were immutably dependent upon it. So, that whole idea that love is the most important element in the universe, right? It deals with the creation of the universe, but also can ignite the stars, as we're told at the end of the episode 3 novelization. And then we get into page 694. We get into a force demon. So we get Wutk comes back onto the scene.
That was pretty cool.
And what's interesting is I think this is so in the novel Shadow Moon, as I understand, because again I haven't read these, so this is going to be a kind of a weird retelling, but Willow, as I think he's known as Thorn Drumheller in that book.
Changes his name.
Changes his name to Thorn Drumheller. Willow comes across a demon in the dungeons or something like that, and so I know that elsewhere we've called Wutk a force demon and stuff like that. So I think what Joe says is that demon was Wutk, and I think it fits.
Yeah,
That's
that part I
so
did
cool.
like. That was
Is
very
that-
cool.
I
Yeah.
believe, was he called that in the comic where he first appeared?
Force
Yeah.
demon.
He might
Might
have been.
Yeah.
He
Yeah.
was.
I was going
He
to say,
was,
you
I
know,
remember that.
despite my earlier grievance with this section, if you're gonna make it canon, then I like how he kind of made was that I can't speak Wutk
Wutk.
Wutk. Frick, I can't speak today. But yeah, making him like an integral part of the novel, or like
That's
something
right.
that connecting that. I like that.
So
Yeah.
I haven't watched Willow. I haven't read these books you guys are talking about.
Yeah.
So most of this just went over my head, except when I recognized Wutk, because I was like, "Ooh, there he is!" And then like that, that's when I was like, "Okay, now I'm getting somewhere." But it's still in the realm of stuff where I'm just like, I only know Wutk here. Like when you're at like a gathering with people you don't know, but like one person, and you're just like latched onto them. That's like me.
Oh
with
yeah,
Yeah.
no,
Wutk.
that's me every time.
I was like,
Unfortunately,
You're
"Who are
latched.
these people?"
You're latched onto Wutk.
Yeah,
it's instead of trying to learn anything about the other party goers, I'm like, hey, Wutk, let's hang out. And
yeah.
he's like, I kind of want to like circulate a
recognize
little
you.
bit. No, you may not.
What's interesting is that we find out that he was inadvertently, or maybe advertently, summoned by Bav Morda during that ritual of oblivion that I talked about before. So some things made it through. And one of the other things that made it through was we're told that this might be on page 695, it tore open all the world gates, including those on Hyperion and Apiron. This is the ritual of oblivion, within each of which was another Anduin and another Alora Danan who had taken another road. And so this is the big reveal in those Shadow War Chronicles, that there's an Alora Danan from a parallel universe who's an adult, so she's older, and she comes through. She's known as the Deceiver, I believe, in the novels, and it's kind of revealed. It might be at the beginning of the third one or during the second one that she basically grew up to be a just and fair queen and helped her people, but then grew disillusioned because she couldn't really make a difference at the end of the day. That might be a very poor retelling. Again, I haven't read these books, but that's essentially the long and short of it. And so she becomes basically a villain and comes to this reality, the Sky River reality, to cause a lot of trouble. And I think specifically it might mention that she came from Apiron, so that's the Infinities galaxy, or universe. But in any event, so this is basically like importing the Shadow War Chronicles into the Star Wars mythology.
Can we
Right,
also just
essentially.
note that after Wutzek's like defeat at Typhagem, he comes back and he like doesn't remember anything like of his previous time in Sky River. And we'll get more into that when he meets his son. But yeah, so Wutk doesn't remember like anything of his past. He died and he came back, and he's just been killing people. He went and killed Gorog, and
And that's probably why it's easy for people to manipulate him, right? Because he doesn't know who he is. Yeah.
That explains a lot, actually, considering the comic.
That's
I'm
what I've
interested
always wondered.
in this bit about Hyperion. What does that mean? Does that mean it just happened again in the other universe, or
in the Disney universe? And maybe that's why we have that Willow show that was canceled and taken off Disney Plus, but that would be a retelling of things in the Disney universe, right? So there's basically now 3 different paths that the Willow story would have gone down, and
that's really clever. I like that a lot, because it's sort of taking the Legends approach to Willow, where the books stay in the Legends universe. The new Disney show goes to the Disney universe,
the TV,
and then some other like garbage goes over there with Splendid Apps world. Splendid Apps like Dr. Manhattan-esque in the New 52. Bad Dr. Manhattan, I should say, in the New 52, destroying everything.
I just wonder what happened to Splendid App. You know, he just kind of ascended, and we haven't seen him since.
Yeah.
Probably hanging out with Dr. Manhattan, ruining
Yeah,
universes. by
he's
the-
chilling.
Definitely don't know anything
He's
there.
vibing. He's vibing. He's
Too
with the
busy doing
Rock Wizard.
too busy doing mathematical equations.
Too
Hey,
busy being
vibing.
funded.
That's a term that I
He's
know.
too
Yeah,
busy.
yeah.
He's viving.
He's too
with the
busy
Rock
cooking.
Wizard.
He's too busy
with the
cooking.
Rock
Yeah, he's cooking.
Chilling.
Yeah, he's vibing with the Rock
Listen
Wizard.
up, Mr. Manhattan.
Oh no!
He's rizzing up
no.
Mr. Manhattan.
So we're
Or he's
told
always
of this.
naked.
We're told of this other Alora Dannon. Excuse you. I guess he is always naked. Splendid app.
No, Dr. Manhattan.
Yeah.
Oh, okay. Well, both of them.
Yeah.
So we're told of this other Alora Dannon that she made her way through the portal to Sky River unseen, scarred, and weary. She had known naught but misery, failure, and devastation. Powerful beyond reckoning, convinced that the ends justify the means, she took the form of Willow Ufgood, which again is what happens in the books. But those who saw through her guise called her the deceiver. Of her true form, none could imagine, for only the Celestials knew of Aperon and its fallen, embittered chosen one.
Oof.
And so the fight to save Anduin begins, right? There's this interesting part on page 695 where we talk about Wutzek's fear. It says, "Fear of impotence impelled your daughter to seek to dominate all. You must let yourself be dominated. Fear of ineptitude impelled your son to know all. You must give away all that you know. Fear of chaos impelled your son to experience all. You must give away all that you are." So it's like all these fears that Wutzek had and demonstrated all led to basically the downfall of his children.
Yeah. And this is Horlus talking to him.
Yes.
He came and visited him.
Thank you. Yeah, Horlus comes to visit him, and that's when we have the whole exchange where he doesn't really know who he is, and Horlus reminds him of who he is.
Yeah. So this, like, that whole thing that you just said, like, that he has to, like, you know, allow himself to be dominated and everything like this, it kind of reminds me in a way, like, this is like a good version of kind of what Plagueis told Sidious. He's like, you know, tell me what you fear so that I can have you confront it, and like, tell me what you want most so that I can take it from you. You
Right.
know, it kind of like that's like a kind of an evil version of this, you know,
Right.
in a way. I don't know. It just reminded me of that.
No, I see that.
Yeah.
What's
That's a great connection
interesting?
you made.
Yeah, for sure. I was gonna say what's interesting in the Shadow War Chronicles is that there are dragons, and Joe builds in star dragons, right?
Ooh.
We're told on page 696 that to save Alora Dannon, the great star dragons led by the liege lord of the Duinagwin, Calendanir, who's an actual character in the Shadow War Chronicles,
Oh, really?
forfeited their lives. These events forced the sacred princess to grow up fast and learn from her companions, Willow, Banifin, the irascible brownies, eagles, and many more who stood beside her in her great trials. But even before that, Horlus helped Wutzek remember who he is. It's like he now recalled who he was, and at last that he was not the cause of death and evil in the galaxy, right? There's more of his offspring, if anything, really. But even then, they were just agents, right? They were conduits. It was the shadows that had really they were going to get in there anyways. And I think that was kind of told at the beginning, right? That eventually they would find their way to Sky River. But as happens in the books, Wutzek, with the aid of Willow, pours out his essence into the preserved body of Corey Banifin, giving his life to hers. So he kind of gives his essence to this character that becomes one of Alora Dannon's protectors throughout her adventures. And then we find out, the conclusion of the Shadow War Chronicles on page 697. Alora obliterated the accursed Nockmar. Remember, that was that kind of fortress citadel area where Bavmorda lived, restoring the realms of Anduin to their great heights. And more amazing still, she brought the star dragons back to life and glory. And then we're told that this is a pattern set. It's set for the entire galaxy as a prophetic prototype. And I guess that's the prophetic prototype, is this idea of a chosen one coming in and saving the day and restoring things, right? We talk about a bit here about the great restoration, and that's kind of this end times prophecy that the Supreme Maker will restore everything to the way it's supposed to be. And we see that play out. We're told, so in microcosm does the macrocosm unfold. The prophecy already fulfilled comes to pass. The secret known to so few, dismissed by so many, is revealed in its endings. Which is cool.
Yeah.
Hello, Harry. with the Shadow War of all
I-
people.
This is how I knew of this book's existence. I heard about that.
You know, I actually I got a digital copy of the first book, and I started to read it, and I was like, this is like unironically so dense, and the prose was kind of dense, and I need a physical copy.
You said
to
it was
actually read.
Claremont, right? Chris Claremont.
Yeah, Claremont and George Lucas were told.
Yeah, Chris Claremont. Yeah, that makes sense. He loves his word count.
And was that the
Yeah.
Yeah, wow.
Yeah, I was seeing a review of it. I sent it to the group chat to kind of get a gist of what those stories were without having read them. And sorry, Maxine's very excited.
No, I'm
What's
just
up?
excited about what we're gonna read next.
Okay. But yeah, when I was reading it, the guy, before he got into the story, kind of talked about like, the second book was a bit more enjoyable to get into. The first book was like really rough in the first couple hundred pages because there's a lot of like descriptions that just kind of go on because he like really wants to like make you, I guess, understand what you're looking at, but it like goes like in detail, like more than he felt necessary. I don't know. I haven't read it, so
as someone who loves 80s X-Men like a lot, I can say that Chris Claremont he is a very wordy comic writer. He's among the wordiest that I read.
So in novel, it could be even worse.
So in novel, he's almost certainly going to go nuts. He's going to go insane. Which,
well, clearly,
fair enough. But
oh god, that's awkward.
Oh,
oh my god.
George is like, what do you mean you didn't take notes?
You didn't take notes. It's like times.
And do you have any thoughts on this area before we move on from the Willow stuff? Anything that jumped out at you or stood out to you?
Just the Wutk and all this other stuff. Just stuff I'll throw from my head.
Yeah, that's fair.
Star Dragons too.
You know what's going on with the footnote at the bottom of 697? I thought I had a save for Korriban in my on my Switch, but apparently I didn't, because I was going to go and look and see if I could find this in the game. But
why don't you read us?
Jedi Academy.
I believe it's from SWTOR, the false tomb of Nagasato. There's a tomb of Nagasato and SWTOR, but why don't you read us the footnote and we can talk about it?
The false tomb of Nagasadao the false tomb of Nagasadao on Korriban, converted from the unused tomb of Kuar Danar, contains bas reliefs that portray the peculiar stars of the Model sector. Kuna's tail, eye, tooth, fist, and horn as the ossified body of an obscene insectoid deity. Excuse me.
Let me Google Nagasato tomb SWTOR.
Yeah, because I could not remember that from the first game, and that's like the climax of Korriban is fighting in his tomb, which I didn't even think of. Yeah, why? That's not his tomb. He would have died on Yavin 4. What am I thinking? I've never thought about that before. It's like, oh, that's a really
cool section that we'll read as well, like right above the footnote.
There's sorry, I was looking at the chlor slugs on in Nagasato's tomb. Here, I just want to throw up a picture real quickly because it's just funny. He's just kind of vibing. See, I can learn words too.
Yeah, he's learning.
We're hip with the youth. I've never been hip with the when I was the youth. I wasn't hip. So
just wait till you learn about the other slang, mogging and stuff.
Excuse me?
Mogging. And
I don't want to know what that is. That sounds weird. Your world frightens and confuses me. Okay, let me see if I can pull it up now. Share screen, window, boom.
The greatest fear is fear of the unknown.
Oh, he's vibing.
What was this?
This is
he's definitely vibing.
Purportedly the body of Nagasato.
Man, it's too small to be him.
Yeah.
Yeah, no, that can't be right.
Oh yeah, I would love to see.
Is that a lightsaber on his chest there?
Yeah.
Man, Nagasato didn't have a lightsaber.
This is why, you know what? But we're gonna get into the SWTOR discussion here soon. But as someone who would defend that game and still does, It doesn't do me any favors. It's never done me any favors.
No, it
whatsoever.
doesn't. It does not.
I feel like this entire area of supernatural encounters is just fixing SWTOR issues, which we can talk
Nether
about. Matt's
Shadow.
yeah, that's right.
Oh.
Matt's favorite Sith. So page 697, then this is where this footnote comes from, is that we get the death of Doretha Soros.
Rip.
Rip, yeah. Wutk peered into what was left of Doretha Soros's mind and heart and found nothing but corrosion and a persistent and overpowering intent to do harm. This was an irrevocable evil that came from the hybrid's will and could not be healed or purged. Upon seeing the towering emissary of lights in the seconds before his death, Soros used his diabolic magic to transfer his spirit into his holocron, but Wutk made what was the equivalent of a shrug and said, a final bad decision. The Knight Herald's acolytes would bury his body and holocron in stone within the ossuary crypts of Sarafur.
Ooh. Can we also just
yeah.
mention the first sentence of this little section?
Sure, go ahead and mention it.
Wutk returned to the Sky River Galaxy no longer weighed down by guilt and shame, but as an avenging angel. Like, that's badass. Like, come on.
That's right.
That's so cool.
I also love the equivalent to a shrug. That's funny.
Yeah, can you imagine his just shiny globular, just kind of, I don't know, shrugging, I guess.
Maybe
Like,
it's,
how
maybe
does
it's
he
like it expands.
and then
Pulse or something.
That's
his,
fun.
his globes.
Globes. That's fun. That's
Globes.
fun.
He's glowing.
He's globular.
Matt's gotta be careful when he says that name, though. It's dangerously close.
Yeah.
And with his southern drawl, it's not
I-
gonna do him any favors.
What
I-
one of his rereads, he said something funny.
So where did you say
The insect thing?
Killick Sith came from? Yeah, where did
Oh.
you say that came from again? I'm trying to.
The Killick Sith himself, Doretha Soros?
Yeah. Yeah, like where
Wait, what?
like where was he mentioned? That was
He
like
was-
that was like a guide or something, right?
Yeah, I think it was Gamer issue 9 or something like that, if I recall.
There's a
correctly.
Killick
That's
Sith.
right.
Yeah.
You didn't know that? We've
that's
been
who just
talking
died.
about it for like
Yeah.
3 weeks.
No, I know you guys mentioned it, but like I keep forgetting, and that's crazy because
right.
I haven't read
Oh,
that
yeah.
Gamer magazine.
Pre-Darth, pre the existence of the title Darth.
Yeah.
Mr. Soros.
I could not locate, for the life of me, I could not locate this boss relief, but I'm going to play SWTOR and just find it later.
You should stream yourself
what I'm
playing
gonna do,
SWTOR. That'd be fun.
I only have 3 classes left. None of them are interesting. I have the Republic Commando, the Bounty Hunter, and the Smuggler.
Here.
I've-
gotta buy the subscription for a month, steal all the expansions, then delete your subscription. So you
I
have-
played through every single one of the expansions as my Jedi Knight,
okay.
so
Okay,
we're
okay.
good.
Okay, so you're all caught up then.
George Soros, yeah, exactly. I mean,
no
Doretha.
idea.
I'm not totally caught up. I think like the last thing I did was Showdown on Ranuk. So whatever came there, I think
Okay.
there was one patch.
But
that
you did all
came
the
after
long
that.
ones because after that they do.
Oh
the
yeah, I
really
did
30-minute things.
the Dragon of Zakul as you're in
Uh,
favor of saying.
I
We
love
also
the Dragon.
mentioned,
Yeah.
At the end, it says Wutk and Horless kind of go around and eliminate any remnants of the old ones that they could find. So any of these, darker entities.
Before departing to oversee events in the vast dimensions of Hyperion and Apiron. So then they leave to go to Disney Canon. As we'll all be doing after this, including
No,
Alan.
wait.
I'm kidding.
Hold on.
I'm kidding. But so yeah, footnote 176 requires a bit of further research on our part, but suffice it to say, we can move on to section 2 of chapter 67 called Outcasts from the Shadow Worlds, and we are going to be talking about the Gentawui and the dream world of Enir.
Ooh, there's some cool.
After Ranuk, there's one called Broken. Yeah, I think that's right. So I haven't played that one yet. The Killick Sith is from Star. Yes, so I was correct.
We had some really interesting discussions.
Thank you.
With this section. In
Yeah,
the
the
group chat.
So we're told that the army of light hunted the Sith operating outside of the Forbidden Regions, routing the wicked wizards that they could from them, so that they were locked back in their numinous prisons. And we're told that the Sith were basically confined to 2 primary pockets. You have the Estrin sector, the Stygian caldera, and that would be, of course, the area of space that has Droman Kos in it, Korriban, all the Ziost, all the Sith planets, right?
Yes.
And then there's the other place where the Sith have been trapped, the Nihil Retreat in the unknown regions, where the Celestials sealed Rand and the surrounding worlds that had been expelled from the Drayton Nebula and relocated by them. Okay. And we're going to learn, well, spoilers, but I'll say it now, we're going to learn later on that the ones sealed off in the Nihil Retreat, they begin to refer to themselves as the true Sith. And we're going to see in chapter 69 why that's the case. But we're told, and Sith worlds are far from monoculture, right? There are some, like Gentui, had evolved into strange experimental societies that barely resembled the Sith of old. And those were content to continue on their singular paths. So it's like Knight Errant, which I know Max and I are big fans of, but you have different types of Sith cultures, right? You have like the diarchy and the Arcadianate, I think that was what it was called, and so there's just different types of Sith cultures, and we see that play out in supernatural encounters as well as these two Sith societies get segregated.
Remember the
On Matt's stream, not whatever 2-3 days ago, with Joe, Joe brought up that he was inspired by Knight Errant with the different Sith cultures. I thought that was really interesting. Then immediately next day I read that, I was like, oh, okay, sick.
Hello,
Rutro, Ruperational and Rounders. I almost did it. I can almost do it. Close.
Good to see you guys, Granny and Nazo. Two gentlemen that I had the pleasure of meeting at Legends Con. Well, I knew them beforehand, but I mean in person. So, this Gentui we did have a lot of interesting discussions. We're introduced to what, 3 women. Shaylee, a young and spirited woman from the underclass, found herself on an unexpected adventure alongside Liam of the Vil clan and Lisi, a defiant elder warrior of the Nuva tribe. Actually, I'm not sure if they're 3 women, but I almost suspected that they were because of the 3 tribes that they later create, Maiden, Warrior, Crone. But I don't know if that's the case. Anyways, 3 adventurers. And basically what they want to do is they want to overthrow these tyrants called the Gentarajas. And they want to use the Codex of Hidden Pitham. Basically, a codex was a living revelation in its infancy, and one of the few fragmented crystal remnants of Hidden Pitham. Lisi informed the Codex that 13 of their evil rulers, again, these are the Gentaraja, had to be thwarted on Gentawui, else they would begin to ritually murder children. So they basically want to stop child murders here. So they're the good guys, suffice it to say. Drawn to these 3 and their plight, the Codex informed the youthful renegades of a realm, this is the Anir, which grew an abundance of crystals that would augment their inherent powers and allow them to overthrow the hateful Gentarajas. And so what do they do with that knowledge? They journey to Anir. And I assume it's something like Yellow Submarine, where they just go through this really weird... Probably none of you have ever seen the movie Yellow Submarine.
I've seen it.
I thought you were talking about the Beatles thing.
I am.
It is.
They go through this, just the wildest realm you've ever seen in this Yellow Submarine. Right?
Thank you, Marcel. You see, now we've got Paw Patrol and the Beatles canon to Star Wars.
That's right.
So much.
That's right. Ken was so enraged by this that he just.
He's like, the Beatles are so overrated. I am not going to participate in this discussion anymore.
I don't think the Beatles are overrated at all. I think they're do all the accolades.
I love the Beatles.
Okay.
Apparently, he's what's that movie with Jack Black where he's like, "Yo, you like the Beatles? Why don't you like Air or whatever?"
School of Rock.
Yeah. Was that Paw Patrol the movie?
Yeah.
Oh, there we go.
Here, I'm gonna share screen. This might be a little small, but we're told that the journey to Anir was bizarre, but nowhere near as outlandish as the place itself. So I imagine the journey there was kind of like in that time in Willy Wonka the Chocolate Factory, where they're just going through the light tunnel.
Can you see Quill? Yeah.
Yes. That's false. But it seems like there's consensus in the chat. So they go to Anir and they find these crystals that were products of Kadevra, which Coldan decided earlier taken from Arbra for Anir. they felt an infusion of power immediately upon taking these crystals, and then they returned to Gentawui. The Codex says that the gems can be utilized by anyone, including your adversary, so guard them well. Their true effectiveness is based on the developing skills of each individual. So, I mean, there you go. They have their power crystals, but I think the problem is that things might have returned with them, or they kind of opened the door, and we're going to get to that. But before we do, we can talk a bit about the interesting discussion that we had about this specific area, because on page 699 to 700, we're told that the tide of war changed, that they overthrow the Genta Rajas. No longer would male Rajas dominate over subservient and feuding female tribes. They'd be ruled by a triumvirate of the elect, made up of powerful members from 3 different houses: the Maiden, Warrior, and Crone. And I guess Shaylee and Lisi would be women, and then Warrior would be Liam. So Shaylee, Liam, and Lisi, who'd forever change lives on Gentui, were appointed the head position of each. Okay, so this is the discussion. Max, go ahead.
All right, so if any of you have watched Game of Thrones, you would know about this pantheon of gods called the Seven. And, they say, like, the light of the Seven and things like that. And then there are 3 gods within that pantheon called the Maiden, the Warrior, and the Crone. And then they're like, oh, like, may the Mother grant you mercy and things like this. So it's just like, it's really, I don't know. Like, I looked up Maiden, Warrior, and Crone on Google, and the first thing that came up was Westerosi lore. And I was like, this sounds really familiar. I'm pretty sure it's Game of Thrones, and there's a couple other things.
So then I was gonna say I reinforced your madness when I was like, Lisi is short for Khaleesi.
I know,
and I said Liam is the first name of the actor who plays Davos Seaworth, and Shaylee is short for Shay, who's a character. And then I looked in the end notes, and it's like Joe. I think he says he names those 3 people after family members, cousins or something like that. I was like, dang. So maybe it's not Game of Thrones, or maybe he's trying to hide his tracks. I don't know.
It could be. I mean,
Q X-Files theme. I should have that actually on.
It works.
Next time.
It works. I mean, Khaleesi, and I mean, of all the characters though, like, why would you use like Shay? Like, I mean, like, there's so many other female characters you could have used from Game of Thrones. You could have used like Sansa or like Brienne or something. But
this is called synchronicity right here in practice. It works.
I don't know. It all kind of, I don't know, fell together a little too well, unless I'm like going insane. Like, I remember I put it in the group chat. I was like, I think I might be tripping, but I'm pretty sure there's a Game of Thrones reference in here.
If it is, this might be an example of like an actual just a reference instead of like actually supposed to be like in Star Wars.
Yeah, and there's a couple things in here that, like, will also, like, be Game of Thrones related or sound very Game of Thrones-esque.
We need Tyrion in Star Wars. That'd be a good time.
Yeah.
I mean, I don't know. I mean, potentially, right? Potentially, those are some compelling arguments that we've made. Joe's going to tell us.
One of the editors, or
he might not tell us anything, but
no, he won't, because he won't ever tell me if I'm wrong or not.
Well, okay,
like, just interesting.
Give me peace of mind. You don't have to tell me if I'm right or wrong. Just give me some peace of mind.
He's a wise sage. He just he's like, well, what do you think?
You go to him and you're like, great wise one, tell me, am I right? And he just says, death of the author. No.
Weeks and riddles.
Yeah.
He says something even like vaguer, like, look to the hills and you will find your answer.
He's even said like he wants people to like take it however they want to take it, and he's like, if somebody reads something in my book that I didn't mean to be in there, I mean, that's awesome. So you can never know.
Hey, look to the east, right? You can say something like
that. So we're told of these entities that sort of were imprisoned in Aenir, like these doppelgangers and other dark creatures that basically attack, right? Other dark critters. The Mother, Maiden, and Crone, the triple goddess, of course, and they're also in Wicca, and the three
The slam
fates.
tripping.
They also pop up, you could say, in Macbeth potentially as well, and Neil Gaiman's works, and they're pretty popular archetypes. But we didn't see anything about Mother here. We saw Warrior Maiden of Crone. So in any event, yeah, no, they're fairly popular fantasy archetypes. I appreciate that. We're probably reading too much into it. Maybe all this is telling us that George R.R. Martin is derivative. I'm just kidding.
I mean, even I like
It's probably like me with the green and the red all the way back.
Hey, I really enjoyed Storm of Swords. That was a fantastic fantasy book.
I'll just quickly make one little joke from Epic Rap Battles of History: J.R.R. Tolkien versus George R.R. Martin, where J.R.R. Tolkien during his rap goes, "You're a pirate. They even stole my RR." So
That's
I
good.
know the Epic Rap.
That's one of my favorites of those.
The Doc Brown versus Doctor Who is really good.
Oh, I gotta watch that one.
That was
They're
really
all
good.
really good.
I keep watching like weird political ones of those rap battles, but I'm gonna start watching fictional characters.
The best one was Obama versus
Mitt Romney.
Yes, because that was the least
really good.
that was actually equal.
With a Mr. Fantastic.
Everything they made after
That's-
was a bit with a Mr. Fantastic face.
I love that line. I've used that in real life.
Republicans, they can't
There's-
get their hands so
what's
far
the,
up here and call you Mitt.
Alfred Hitchcock versus Steven Spielberg is one of my favorites. That was
All right,
so
now
amazing.
I have to watch all these ones now. I'm way behind. But I was gonna say to Nazo, I haven't seen anything. I haven't seen anything about It's Always Sunny in Philadelphia yet, but maybe we'll see references to the day man and the night man.
I mean, if you really think about it,
and the troll toll later on.
If you really think about it, aren't the immortal gods of the Sith a little bit like Dee, Dennis, Frank, etc., etc.?
Maybe.
Obviously, Danny DeVito is the Lord of Shadows, of course.
Superliterary rap battles.
Oh my god, let's go. Wutk versus Horus.
Oh my god.
I'll be like, Al, you used to have a beard, but now you don't. Actually, I have nothing to say about that.
Al,
neither do I.
Now you don't.
I can't rap,
like,
so I'd lose.
My one friend was telling me this story. He went in to do tech support for one of the guys in his department, and they had the same last name, but one letter was different. And he says, "Hey, you and I should have a rap battle. If you win, I have to change my name to yours. I have to drop the T. If I win, you have to get the T." And he just says, "Please help me with my forms." He's been talking about this for months. These people are now mortal enemies. I'm so here for it.
I want to see Splendid App do a rap battle. Splendid Rap.
That'd be
Splendid
amazing.
rap.
Yes.
Splendid
Oh
rap.
my god.
Abeloth rap battle. The
Al's,
one.
I want to make like a lyric where like Al's beard left his face, like Horus leaves the rest of the architects.
Your beard
Let
left
me-
your face like
let me,
Horus left a
Leaves
band.
no space.
And
Let it cook. Did I use that right? Probably not.
Leaves no space.
I need it to cook.
there you go.
Let it simmer and then cook.
So these doppelgangers, they actually get driven back to Anir through, I believe, the sunstones, the crystals that were harvested in abundance on Anir. And after that, there's a restructuring of the political organization. It says that the political structure within the castle was reorganized into a caste system under an emperor-empress. As told in other chronicles, this led to the escape of the doppelganger Sharakur and the coming of the Ice-Carl warrior Milla and a young gentlefolk named Tal, who would go on many adventures to rid the dark world of the servants of evil. If that's a reference to something, right over my head. So, and that's on page 701. And then we're given a bit more context about the creatures from Anir that eventually escaped into the galaxy. So we're told that there's the Halkra, the Cha Wenhei, on page 701, the Quarf, the Ee, and others. Some passed into the Dreamlands or Narrakor, for they were creatures of dream, though some belonged to the outer darkness, such as the Croak, which we will talk about very soon. Actually, in the next down the page, we talk about the Dark City of the Croak.
So also, it's like they mention here. It's like the elect merged their gifts with the most powerful of the gentlefolk and erected a magical barrier to Gentue's sun, a veil to cover their world that left only the topmost peaks of their colossal towers extending beyond it, putting the inhabitants of Gentue in a truly dark world of perpetual night and cold. And if that doesn't sound like the Night King, you know, and his shenanigans, I don't know what does, because like the long night and everything, and then you know the world goes dark and cold, and there's forever winter, and I don't know. I'm tripping. I've been watching too much Game of Thrones.
Joe's gonna message Maxine later and be like, "Oh, child of the long summer."
Perhaps you've been watching too much Cutthroat Kitchen, because I think you might be Alton Brown cooking something up here.
I might be onto something. I'm telling you, I have to be.
Oh man.
So now I struck a king. Did my hand fall from my wrist?
I don't know. It all just kind of.
Fair. I enjoyed Game of Thrones except for the last 3 seasons, but I also enjoyed House of the Dragon. I thought it was pretty good.
House of the Dragon is
amazing.
So good. All right.
I've not watched any of this.
It might be a hot take, but I didn't mind season 7. I hated season 8, but the rest of it's fine.
It's just okay. We're not gonna get off topic, but it's just a massive dip after season 4. Like you go top tier writing, and then you just go. But if you enjoy it, you enjoy it, and that's completely fine. My mom loved all of it, even though she said that 8 was the weakest. But I was like, after season 4, I checked out. But
I still remember how like the battle at Winterfell. I think it's in Winterfell.
See anything?
Yeah, I could not see a single thing.
Can't see nothing in that.
Just...
And then how Daenerys' whole character arc gets thrown out the window.
I feel like that was gonna. I have nothing to prove this, but I feel like that was always going to be the case. That he was always building into.
I think he would have, but it would have been done much better.
The golden, in a series of books, for sure. Exactly. I love these. It's Always Sunny references. I love that show.
If George ever finishes
references in Supernatural Encounters,
if George ever finishes them, we can do streams on them. But he never will. So
there's 2 things going on. If George finishes what?
Oh, his books. Then we could do a stream on it. But
George R. Martin? No, I don't think it's gonna happen.
I was talking about Bluey.
Oh, Bluey.
Nazo mentioned it. I was like, "Is there Bluey references in Supernatural Encounters?"
No. I tried to get my daughter to watch Bluey because I wanted to watch some of it, and she's like, "No, this is stupid." And I was like, "How dare you?"
Wow. Awesome. Where was this attitude when my niece and nephew were like, "Oh, let's watch Paw Patrol," and I had to sit down here and watch them.
I don't know.
It's because it was Star Wars related, and they love Star Wars, right?
My daughter's very base. She would rather watch like Teenage Mutant Ninja Turtles from the 80s or
or 2003 one though.
That's a real one.
Marcel, I think I meant to tell you this before stream. But I think there's a really your daughter loves Pokemon, right?
Oh, she's obsessed.
So on Netflix, there's this really cute series that just
Pokemon
came out.
Concierge. She watched it like the day it came out.
Really? So
it's like a 5-year-old. She watched it like the day it came out.
That's awesome.
I loved it. It was so cute.
I watched a bit of it with her.
It's adorable.
I know, right? I am as well.
Gotta catch
where did I go wrong? So on page 701, we talk about the Dark City of the Croak, and I don't know how. I know Alex knows about the Croak. Al, Ken, Max, you know anything about Croak?
Are they frog people?
No.
That would be funny.
They sound it. Like frogs croak and stuff.
This is like a huge spoiler for the Lando Calrissian books, but Roker Gepta, who is the main villain in all 3 books.
That's him.
There we go.
Oh, I didn't catch that.
Now it comes to me.
And they live for thousands upon thousands of years. Roker Gepta has he's been alive for like 25,000 years, we find out. Yeah.
And Lando takes him down.
Because Lando is a smooth operator. Yeah.
I love Lando.
Yeah, it's not like it's Croke, not like croak like a frog, but yeah.
That's what I'm saying. They're like
it's
like when I see croak, I'm like frog.
Like the froppy.
That was one of my favorite moments in that book. I can't believe I forgot that's what they were called, because that's such a funny joke too. Oh, they're called the croak. It's kind of like the Mon Calamari.
Mon Cala. Yeah. Choppa
Oh, yeah.
Chowa.
Would you eat
Chop
sushi in
shower.
front of Akbar?
Sorry,
There's
what?
that Robot Chicken sketch that I watched the other day, and it's so funny. It doesn't matter. You know what? Robot Chicken, yeah, it sucks, but you know what? That was funny. That was really.
I highlighted this some elusive animus existed in the human soul, and I just kind of like, or rather like they couldn't find the soul because they wanted to know more about humans, the Croak, but some elusive animus existed. And I'm like, yeah, that seems to be the case here in Supernatural Encounters. There's something about humans that separates them from other species, right?
Yeah.
There's this reference to the Black Lodge, and I think I referenced this in a previous stream, but every time I see that Black Lodge, I think of Twin Peaks. I just can't help but think of Twin Peaks, and I really wish that it was a Twin Peaks reference. I don't think it is, but
No,
anyways,
that's such
I
a
don't know.
hard show to watch. It's so bizarre, but it was good. But it's so weird. Such a weird way to film something.
I actually just recently acquired season 3 on Blu-ray, and so now I have the entire series on Blu-ray, and I'm very happy. So the Croak want the telepathic Croak were at the peak of their power during this time, and they want to and could cast invidious illusions, as we know, right? They can look like different people. And so, but they're like these slugs, essentially, the Croak. That's what they are. Yeah. But so we're told that they're fascinated with humans. And that they want to basically find out what makes them tick and experiment on them.
Yeah.
And then at the end of this section on page 702, we're told, becoming favorites of their hideous masters, the Croak would later be sent to infiltrate the jealously guarded sanctorium of mages on Ibon, where the warlocks of Ika had arrogantly grown distant from the gods they were supposed to serve. The Krakul mages took on their shapes. Those would be the Croak, right? Learned their secrets and slaughtered them one sorcerer at a time until all the warlocks of Ika were Croak. I think the warlocks of Ika. So is this how? Because we're told in the Lando Calrissian trilogy, or maybe in a supplementary source, that the Croak wiped, or at least Roker get to wipe out the sorcerers of Tund. He wipes them out, and he pretends to be a sorcerer of Tund. He like assumes their identity.
Right.
So the sorcerers of Tund, yeah, they've been wiped out. So I'm wondering if this is maybe a reference to that, but I don't know. Equaz,
I just
throwing me off.
I threw it in the Google machine, and it's coming out something about H.P. Lovecraft's Dreamlands.
Okay, maybe it's not a reference to this then.
With the warlocks of Ika, that is.
Frog and Toad lore here. Well, stick around. There might be.
I love Frog and Toad.
Are those like those Beatrix Potter characters or something like that? Frog and Toad.
They're
Or
just
is that like
I don't know if I forgot, but they're just I see
more
them-
a case of history repeating itself. Okay, thank you for.
I don't know if y'all are on my Twitter. You know I like a bunch of Frog and Toad stuff. So
clearly, there's precedence here for Croak wiping out a lodge of sorcerers and assuming their identities.
They don't like sorcerers, I guess.
No, they definitely don't. And then, so starting on page 702, we get a very interesting segue into the sinister statue of Corman Lao, and we're told like right off the bat that there's these two races, the Monger and the Valtalu.
The Monger.
Yeah, the Monger had earlier been exiled to the unknown regions along with the Valtalu by Horlus. To the victors went the prize, and the Monger became slaves to the Valtalu. And we're told this planet-wide temple of Corman Lao was spreading on Valtalu, the planet itself. And I'm like, what is a planet-wide temple? Is this like a giant temple that circumnavigates the planet? Like, what's this? I don't understand. I would love to see this. Definitely visible from space.
Yeah.
I'm sorry, I don't recognize that character. Is this like an Ahsoka character?
Wait, go to the one above it. Yeah. I love Frog and Toad.
I'm going to say KYS, keep yourself safe. Please don't kill yourself.
Wow. Riding the line over here.
Oh, you are, yeah. Sure, yeah. You have the link, so feel free to. But what's interesting is that We're told that there's this giant statue that was built. A Sith missionary from Rand who'd visited Valtalu to ensure their allegiance to the Ancient Ones. The face, we're told, had visited. So the face of the statue that hypnotically stares out at the stars bore no resemblance to the features of Corman Lao, but rather to an ancient depiction of Bogan himself, a lion-headed deity from darkest antiquity. One arm held up a key, the other wielded a sword. A serpent lay coiled around his muscular, human-like body, with its ghastly head raised atop the malevolent leonine crown. We're told that Aiden, this is the Sith missionary from Rand who visited, his text, the Canticles of Aiden, claimed that this very spirit had come to dwell within the statue itself, for which reason a fiery glow could be seen within its orbs on some nights, though no flame had been alit.
Freaky. And
then we're told that the first, much gossip has kind of grown up around the statue, and that the first is that a duplicate planet-wide temple and statue was seen and reported by Ifa on one of the charnel worlds that was called the Temple of Ion, or Aeon.
Isn't that another name for the...
It is indeed, yeah. I'm going to try and pull up a picture so I can share it with y'all. This part, I'm curious, like, what is a planet-wide temple? I guess it's what it sounds like. It's a temple that takes up the entire planet.
It also says that all who dwelt beneath the shadow of the gigantic abomination, the Monger, and the lower classes of Valtalu society came to be slowly and horribly drained of life. That's crazy.
The demiurge of Gnosticism. Very cool. Here, I'm going to share screen.
That's a really cool picture.
It reminds me, it looks so much like the statue of Pazuzu you see at the beginning of The Exorcist.
Yes.
With like the wings and whatever. It's really cool. I don't know if that's specifically what the artist is going for.
Well, you know what? It's like a fallen angel, right? And I'm gonna, Alex, forgive me. You're like, you hypocrite. I'm gonna make I'm gonna make a Lucifer allegory here, because Lucifer is a fallen angel, and the Father of Shadows is essentially like Satan in the Star Wars universe. Alex is calling me a hypocrite right now. I know.
No.
Anyways, because I earlier chastised him for making allegories, but look at the four wings. Look at those four wings.
No, I see what you're getting at.
No. In previous picture, let me see if I can pull it up.
No, I know what you're getting at. I can see it. I see the vision. Marcel, you are cooking.
Oh my
God. He is cooking. He's finally learning.
Oh my God.
He's
Marcel, you're cooking.
He's becoming sentient.
You're like that character from the holiday special. Stir, whip, stir, whip, 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 stir.
Gormanda?
We love Gormanda.
Okay. I will take your word for it.
As soon as you said look at the four wings, I knew exactly what you were going for.
So because the Celestials also have wings.
Vamp, somebody vamp. Oh, there we go. Perfect.
Oh my god. Oh.
Right?
Oh my god. Yeah. I see it. That's
right there.
And then we're going to go back to the Father of Shadows, the Sinister statue of Corman Lao, which is not at all Corman Lao, but the very personification of Bogan himself. I guess you can see, like, look behind him. There looks to be like spires everywhere. So maybe the entire planet is one giant temple. Rick Ole's like, the entire planet is one big temple. As he's, flying Anakin to this.
I love it.
Dark planet, Valtalu.
They put up all these.
Oh wow, there's a lot of comments here. I'm gonna try and catch up. Scrapped Alien 3 concept, the entirely wooden planet run by monks.
I've heard that before. That's wild. That's crazy. I can't believe they thought that was a good idea and then made a worse idea.
Yeah.
The Rick Ole impersonation, Brennan.
The entire planet is one big temple.
I'm gonna cry.
To my dark god, Rick Ole is a Sethan, so it makes sense.
No.
Yeah, he's like, Starcrow is my god, and
so me and Starcrow and Uru were hanging out, talking about how this is one giant temple.
I'm trying to eat goldfish.
The demiurge, the sponsored snack of Superliterary Encounters.
You see, Anakin, let me tell you about my time in the jungle.
Yeah, the demiurge is usually depicted as a lion with a worm's body, and it's an entity according to Gnosticism that created the physical world, but it's not its true creator. Interesting.
Shield generator than hit.
Did you say AI just dropped the name? Oh, Al. Sorry. Never mind.
You know, I could go back to Alex, but that provides new problems.
The Celestials born of the wings. That's right. Yeah, I did indeed. Master of Exposition. Captain Obvious, we used to call him on the Force.net message boards back in the day.
Big city.
It's all about the physical world being flawed and sinful compared to the spiritual, which is pure and good. It references Yoda's quote in episode 5 about luminous beings. We are not, yes, not the screwed matter. Master of Ceremonies. Rick Oley is a priest, high priest of the Father of Shadows. That's now canon.
I'm gonna track down that story from him about him from the Game or the Inside or whatever.
Derethra.
I always wanted to.
Holy.
Yeah.
I'm pretty sure he dies in New Canon. I'm pretty sure like Darth Vader kills him.
Who?
For the best.
Rick Oley.
Oh, what a terrible fate.
I'm pretty sure Darth Vader kills him.
He's like, but I told you things on my ship.
That
little droid did it.
Was to you.
I complimented your droid.
Why am I
Are we
talking
talking about
like a
that
weird
one
radio
guy?
announcer?
Are we talking about that episode 1 guy?
Yeah.
I recall that. Oh my god, yeah, I remember that short story. It was I got it illegally. So
You sure want to announce that on the live
I
stream?
lied. It was all well. It's not my fault. It's whoever published it online. They're the ones that got in trouble on me. So
Can we
right.
get this guy on stream?
Rick Oley, let's all reach out to him. Chancellor of Valorum Shuttle and look, Senator Palpatine's waiting for yeah.
Yeah, I'll be honest. You kept saying Rick Oley. I'm like, what are you talking about? It took me. It's like
There's
the
the blockade.
droid thing. I see what you're talking about.
There's the blockade.
The
Now
alarm
that you
is
say
going
that,
on in his-
at first I thought you guys were just being mean to him. Now that you say that, I think maybe he is.
He's in the hangar bay. He's like, look, there's Darth Maul, the hidden Sith Lord.
Qui-Gon just turns like, have you been reading the script again?
Yeah. He read the episode 1 novelization by Terry
Isn't he in the
Terry Brooks.
Starfighter video game?
He might be.
I hope not.
He lives in my heart.
He's great.
Anyway.
That little droid did it.
So I have to say that that little droid did it. I have to say that part about the Sinister statue of the Corman Lao, I thought was really, really cool and really well written. And we're just not doing it justice here. So people really need to go and read it for themselves.
It's
I'm sorry,
awesome.
I'm
I
it's
really
free.
I didn't make the connection at first until we started talking about it. Until I started looking at it more, I was like, that looks exactly like Pazuzu. And then we did all this stuff with the Celestials or whatever. Now that's really interesting. I like that a lot. That actually improves my opinion of this chapter quite a bit.
Okay, well there you go. Yeah, that's great. I'm glad to hear that. I enjoyed this chapter.
I didn't make that
There's a
connection
lot
either.
going on in this chapter. Yeah, this is we're still on chapter 67. There's a lot going on here. It's also interesting because we're going to be talking about Star Forges. Are you okay, Max? You want a minute? That's we're going to be talking about Star Forges.
We've made her lose her mind.
In chapter 68, I believe, but we're told that the Star Forge of the Gadinga Gap and the Monger slaves were put to work erecting this titanic statue that ends up being the statue of the Father of Shadows, and also helped construct this planet-wide temple. Crazy that there's an analogous Charnel world that has the exact same thing.
I'm sorry. It was the comments and like Nazo just saying, "There's the blockade."
There's the blockade. The Father of Shadows. Yeah. No.
And then going to like, "There's the Sith Lord."
There's the Sith Lord.
He really is just narrating the scene to tell the audience, to give the audience information they can see with their eyes. That's so funny.
He read the novelization.
Bro read the script. There's a script.
Here, can I just point out something? Maybe I'm off my hinges, but doesn't he kind of look a bit like Palpatine? Like he's
No,
like,
I've always thought that. I thought he was his brother
he
when I was a
does.
kid.
like like right over
What
here.
if?
He's like it's like
Okay.
no.
Here's
He's
my
like ready
theory.
to say that, is he?
Here's my theory: Rick Oley is just a young clone of Palpatine that he created.
Right? Paul, maybe Rick Oley is.
Yeah. He's a
Yeah.
clone of
First
Palpatine.
clone. First practice
Oh my
clone
god.
before
What if
Dark
clones
Empire.
of Palpatine, the Dark Empire, they're all Rick Oley clones. They're not.
This
It's
is
Palpatine.
bringing
guy.
back Tom Selleck.
Rick Oley. Now when you read Dark Empire, think instead of
Naked Rick
Greek
Oley.
garment,
Think about it.
Yeah, there you go.
Exactly.
That's why
So
that's
is
why
that
he
better or worse?
he takes on like a teacher role for Anakin and starts telling him things, right?
Oh, you know what? Though? This guy was George Lucas's insurance on Ian McDermott. He was like, Ian, if you don't come through, I got this guy. He looks just like you. He can't act, but that's all right.
Oh my god.
Or he can't act, but that's all right. Sorry, George. I didn't mean to make you
This
sad.
is giving me Tom Selleck flashbacks. It's just
That little droid
Rick,
did it.
Rick
though.
Oley. That little droid did it. Okay, so we're also given the origins of the Sorcerers of Rand, which is kind of cool because it's tied. You good? No? Yeah.
I'm just thinking when they pull up to Tatooine, do you think he said the entire planet's one big desert?
Probably.
I think he did. No, he did.
Did he?
I think he
No
did.
way.
I think so.
I don't.
No, wait. I don't remember.
Yeah,
I
exactly.
feel like that's something he said though. That
Oh
feels
my
right.
god.
Yeah.
All right, it's good.
No.
Naked Oley. Oh no! What have I done?
Palpatine clone stating the
I'm
obvious.
naked.
What have I done?
There's the rebels.
It's swinging around. It's all
So
out there.
R2 just blew up my whole planet.
Oh, I thought you were
That,
just
that
gonna-
droid should have been charged for that.
And that's a statue of the Father of Shadows right there.
All I can think of is that meme with that guy pointing, and it's just Rick Oley instead of like the bearded like Wojak.
This is my
Oh, the
target.
Wojak
Here's what to
meme.
work out for.
Here's the Wojak is the entire city's one big planet. The entire city's one big planet. Oh my god.
We may have to call him Mulligan on this whole episode.
Let's start again. So the origins of the Sorcerers of Rand is cool because it ties back to the heavy metal stuff. The Tarakian defenders, we're told. There's the ones who kind of sided with the Sith, the warriors of Umla, realizing that they could not win against the Tarakian defenders. They took their people to Darknell and thereafter appropriated the Warriors of Shadow name for themselves. So that Jirel of Jondare that we talked about, I believe was last stream.
Yep.
She was part of the Warriors of Shadow, but they took this name for themselves for their own perverted purposes. And then we're told from the union of these wicked forces. Actually, Ken, can you read that from the union of these wicked forces? That paragraph on page 703.
Let's see. Oh, there we go. From the union of the wicked forces.
No, you can't do the voice.
Yeah.
You can't do the voice.
Okay, I'll kill
read,
you.
Read,
yeah.
read it straight. Yeah.
All right, no, I'll play it straight. From the union of these wicked forces came the most malevolent of those who openly worship the gods of death and darkness.
You got this.
You got this, man.
We believe
They
in you.
were
Rick Oley
today-
believes in you.
Yeah.
No more Rick Oley. They were today known as the Sorcerers of Rand, spiraling madness and agonizing dread of the Lich Lord.
Who rule over the Sorcerers of Rand as they chant the abjuration of light and frantically plumb the iniquitous scrolls.
Anxious for the release of the ancient and immortal gods, the Sith, and the awakening of the great old ones. All must be summoned, croaked the skeleton thing. Oh, he's a skeleton? Okay, do that again. All must be summoned.
That's
Croaked
good.
You're good. You're
the
good.
skeleton thing. That was the Imperator Eldin Isold. Eldin Isold. Kind of sounds like Python.
Isolder.
Isolder.
It did.
Oh.
That's what I was thinking when I saw it. I was like, oh, it sounds like a soldier.
Who ruled at this time? All must be released, for together they will bring forth the end of all things.
So I find it very interesting that the Sorcerers of Rand, who are essentially these true Sith, are ruled by Lich Lords, basically undead kings, which was the case on Droman Kos, rather, as it was then known, for quite a while, right? Before they got deposed by Doretha Soros.
Right.
So I wonder now, is like Doretha Soros now responsible for the degeneration of Sith morality in the in the Stygian caldera. We go back that far because he kind of got rid of all those Lich Lords that ruled there. May they not have kept some kind of connection with these dark Lich Lords that rule in the Nihil retreat? I don't know. I'm just throwing questions out. I'm just asking questions.
Marcel's
Okay?
cooking.
Adventure
Right,
Time and World of Warcraft now can.
Yeah.
We had the Game of
Lich
Thrones
King.
discussion, so I feel like anything's possible.
And then we're told
Is
oh, sorry, go ahead.
Oh no, just to sort of I guess this is a little bit more of a broader discussion. I don't know if anyone remembers 2015. If you do, I'm very sorry.
Yeah.
The discussion around Kylo Ren and what's the difference between a Sith and just a Darksider. Because I fell firmly on the side of if he's a Darksider, then he's a Sith. It doesn't really matter that much. But I think if you're injecting like a specific ideology into the Sith, if the Sith are an ideology that exists for the replication of itself or whatever, that's really interesting. I'd much rather have that than it's just Sith dark side of it. And I think that's one of the things that Supernatural Encounters has given us that I really appreciate is like there is an ideology, there is a moving force behind the Sith, and it's not just the bad guys with lightsabers.
I mean, I think it's always kind of had that, but it definitely helps with Supernatural Encounters to kind of add more weight to that. But I mean, I think it's always been that way, especially with like Darth Bane and everything, where it's very clearly there's an ideology that, especially with Bane, that he's trying to enforce upon all the following people that would come after him. Though you could argue with the stuff beforehand. But yeah, I definitely think that this book helps make that explicitly clear that Darksider and Sith are not the same thing, because you can be Darkside without adhering to the ideology of the Sith.
True.
It's unfortunate that the term. Oh, sorry.
I'm sorry. No, I kind of just jumped in there. But Set Hearth is kind of, he's like a Darksider, and he like doesn't really like follow. Like he joins Xana for a bit, but like he's never in it. Like he's just like, yeah, I'll be your apprentice, and then like first chance he gets, he just slips away and leaves with Darth Andedu's holocron. Like he's like, and he uses the dark side, but like he just doesn't. He's not a Sith, so
he doesn't care about it.
It's unfortunate that we don't have a better term than Dark Jedi, because for one, I just don't like that term. For two, it just doesn't quite fit all of the
the nuances.
Sith dark side.
Yeah, it's not very nuanced at all. Oh my god, it keeps going. Look, there's the Tuskens murdered Anakin's mother.
Oh no.
So on page 705, we get back to Belot, as we spoke about.
Ooh,
Abeloth
yeah.
Belot. From afar, she heard the revolting whispers of the sorcerers of Rand. Soon enough, she'd discover if they were as clever as they thought themselves to be and worthy to serve her alongside the army she would now gather. There were yet others vying for power in this vast expanse, and upon them she would keep vigilant watch. So she's scheming on Vitae. She wants... She's trying to figure out, a way to escape, essentially, right? And I think it's also interesting that the sorcerers of Rand are seemingly ruled by an imperator, which is, of course, Latin for emperor, right? In any event, then also on page 75, we get an unfortunate scuffle breaks out between the Gree and the Qua. We're told that they declare war on each other. Unbeknownst to any at this time, the governance of the Gree and Qua had been infiltrated by an umbra of imposters who killed the embittered originals and shuffled into their bodies. Like Invasion of the Body Snatchers.
Can I also just say, I'm super excited about this kind of stuff because I've always wondered, like, because they say in like the Jedi, war and stuff and changing the current of the Force, like, it releases Abeloth, and like, I've always wondered, I'm like, what was the first ever instance where this happened?
Right.
And we get it here, and it was the Twilight Wars, where it's like for the first time it weakens her prison and allows her to escape, which is really cool. And I loved it.
It's really amazing to know that this that Fate of the Jedi, it's not like, oh, this is the first time ever, because that's kind of like cliche. So the idea that this has happened several times and we didn't realize it is kind of awesome. And this is before Centerpoint Station, right? This hasn't happened yet.
No,
well, I know it was still in place, but I thought it was the Sorcerers of Rand who helped her escape.
Well, yeah, they do. They like summon her, but like the Twilight Wars like weakened the prison for that to happen.
Okay, sure, yeah. So the Gree and the Gree and the Qua are basically being manipulated. We're told by the Dread Mother, who's that? I think she's like that prime witch, like the mother of Star Weirds or whatever that we talked about before. A long time ago, that got exiled off of Droman Kos back in the day.
Like so long ago.
Yeah, she had a name, Harla maybe or something like that.
I think it was Horla.
Horla, okay.
Because Harla is like Yun Harla from. Like,
yeah, okay. That's why I got confused. And she basically is manipulating the two of them to destroy each other's leaders. And so we're told on page 706, the Gree groaned as they looked to the sky to see the speck growing larger as destruction approached. Besides the one on Eartha, the Qua had only used infinity gates with destructive capabilities. The Qua had the only infinity gates with destructive capabilities left, so the Qua used the infinity gate to kind of destroy these Gree elders. You vowed never to use them, and then the Qua are like, and you vowed never to bring harm to your friends. Betrayers are we all. So you could see how like this cycle of violence and betrayal has just brought both of these races down. And then the Empress is who's the Dread Mother in disguise. She calls herself the Celestial Empress to kind of fool both of them. Kind of like takes on almost like a Talatni type of role. She says, "It seems only I was true to my word, revealing her true form before vanishing. Only then did the Qua and the Gree see through the ruse and piece together the events, realizing that they'd been manipulated from the start. The Dread Mother, who'd long coveted Dathomir, now returned to it, pleased to know that this firstborn world would solely belong to her and her offspring. Distraught by their actions, the Gree went into isolation. The Qua went a step further, opening a passage and inviting the noble, force-sensitive humans from Kaldar 1, there's that reference to the Edmund Hamilton stuff again, Kaldar, to serve on Dathomir as keepers of the Tho Yor. So was the Dread Mother thwarted for a time. In penance, and to ensure they'd never again harm another sapient being, the Qua biologically and psychologically altered themselves into the simple, semi-sapient, lizard-like beings known as the Qui, hopeful that their return would come at the galaxy's end in the restoration of all things." I love how that ends, by the way, but it's cool to see the Qui again because you see them. I mean, I remember like most prevalently seeing them in the Republic comics. There's that Quinlan Voss 4-issue arc where he goes to Dathomir and he fights the witches there, and the Qui are there, and they're basically almost like beasts of burden. Like they're barely sentient. And it's interesting to see that like another race has kind of debased themselves and done this to themselves, because we talked about the Sharu did the same thing, although in the Sharu it was born out of fear, right? They primatized themselves to hide from the Rafa and that kind of thing, right? But with the Qui or the Qua, they went to the Qui because they wanted to or felt as though, I guess they were, it was not out of fear. I feel like it was out of shame for their actions, right? Yeah. Infinity's End. I always forget what that arc is called. Thank you. It's called Infinity's End because they I think there's the Infinity Gates and stuff like that.
Yes.
Yeah.
So also,
hello,
hey, Ben.
welcome.
Speaking of Quinlan Voss.
Hello.
Also, I just wanted to mention how the Gree accused the Qua of aiding Starkrow in the Imperium Wars when they've been like staunchly on the side of like the Supreme Maker and like nonviolence and things, which is it makes their kind of
that's cool
dissent in this to like it makes it even more like such a shame because the Gree and the Qua were like always the ones who were like, you know, like we have to follow the Supreme Maker's doctrine and everything, and then even they fell from grace. So it's a shame.
Indeed. So I love like this lore about Infinity Gates kind of just used throughout the expanded universe. It's so cool to see it again represented here, right? Where it makes sense to be represented in these ancient days.
So there's been a lot of stuff with that in the previous books in SE.
And we see why they were destroyed, right? In supernatural encounters and why they moved to hyperdrives. So yes, that's very consistent with supernatural encounters. Oh yeah, no worries, Brendan. I just saw your private message. So
Ooh.
we finally get to chapter 68, and what's it entitled? Belot, Bringer of Chaos.
Yes, it is.
So the sorcerers of Rand, as we alluded to, help her break out of her prison on Vitae. And then she basically asks, it looks like she wants to build an army. So,
Wait. So there's something really cool here that happens
Yeah.
when she materializes. It says materializing in an eerie blaze of fire and death, in which several of the sorcerers were stripped of whatever unnatural life they'd clung to. Belot hovered like a giant specter before Imperator Isolde, who stood his ground without trembling. Great goddess, welcome. We hope you have sated your hunger. But it's just crazy how she appears and then just like several people just die, just like
immolated.
Yeah, this seems to be a trend with some of these characters, like Gorog.
Or type of gem. Every time he utters a word, someone commits
just
suicide
dies
or something like that.
It's like, that's crazy. Like, these people just show up and people die. It's like, good jeez.
Well, because what are these mortals to these celestial
fair.
beings, right? They're like but ants essentially to them.
Imagine
right?
Abeloth showed up on Coruscant. Can you imagine how many people died? Well, she
I
killed
don't
a
think
lot of
she was as powerful in that, but
yeah, but
she'd been diminished, right?
I think so. Is that your dog?
I think Brennan's growling at us.
Yeah, he's upset with us.
She was also like putting her consciousness into like 3 different people around the galaxy.
Right. Mm-hmm. Probably strained her a bit. That's why I'm saying we need another series with Abeloth, because she wasn't like the most she could have been.
There's a
nice
whole book
bookshelf.
on it. It's not this one,
Thank
but
you.
it's the one before this.
So she with the advice of the Imperator from the Sorcerers of Rand, she's like, who else can I call on here to help me out? And he gives her three different races to call on. It's the Rakata, the Korkadine, and the Kodai. And so she visits each of them, and we're told that the Korkadine. Well, we already know the Rakata from the expanded universe because they're quite well represented in the lore. But we're told the Korkadine Confederation was a potent crocodilian empire whose members, having mingled with some of the Gariel clans, were strong, agile, well-trained, and led now by the cunning Pasha Rurat Yorn. And then the Kodai, having spent much of the previous wars fighting amongst themselves or local system, they were currently ruled by Rex Be Annihilus.
What
is a cool name.
Cool
yeah.
name.
I don't know if that's a reference to something, because I'm not perfect with my remembering of EU stuff, but there is a classic Star Wars issue where there is a crocodile-looking thing that is a part of the Empire, and he has a Hitler mustache for some reason. And no joke, he has a Hitler mustache, and he's like the only alien that you see in those comics that's with the Empire.
He's a member of the Getkul species.
Oh, okay. So not the same.
But probably related.
See, this is why we have Brendan, because he knows everything.
I know Brennan's memory is just a beautiful
immaculate.
thing.
This is why I love him so much. It's great.
So Belot now needs to provide these 3 races after she's co-opted them into her services with we're told with the means by which they could construct weapons that match the engines of defense. Those are those big massive things that we talked about that the ones built, father, the son, and the daughter, in order to move solar systems around and fight against the forces of the ancient ones. So she helps them construct these things known as the Star Forges.
Ooh.
Which is very interesting to me, because we only really know about one Star Forge in which was first introduced in Knights of the Old Republic. I should have been wearing my Star Forge shirt for this. What am I doing?
Oh, that would have been perfect.
Yeah.
I should have bought
the
Revan mask that Christopher Nelson's still selling.
Oh yeah, that's right. Relating to the Yinkori, that's true.
So,
and each of the 3 Star Forges has a different function.
Yeah.
It's crazy to know that Abeloth's the one that helped make that a thing.
Yeah, and she also like infused like her essence like into them as well.
That's right. The first one, tethered to the Star of Abo, which drew energy, was overseen by the Corkadine and Black Rakata. In the Black Rakata, the warrior caste. It transmuted stellar matter into metals and synthetic polymers for the manufacturing of droids and spaceships. I'm pretty sure this first Starforge is the one that we see in KOTOR.
Yeah, it is.
Yeah. Okay.
That's the Starforge.
That's
Okay.
what makes the Starforge so dangerous in the game is the fact that basically whoever has control, they can just keep pumping out like it basically an unlimited supply of soldiers and stuff and ships. So.
With the statue from the original Marvel run, I think we talked about that statue before. I'm not entirely sure, but I feel like we did.
That was from one of the annuals, right?
I think so.
If it was Nazo, it we might have talked about it in a previous stream, but I can't recall it specifically at this point in time. And then the second Starforge, tethered to the Star Tulpa, was governed by the Sith and the Red Rakata, who were made up of the Elders and the priestly caste, transmuted stellar matter into biomolecules, which were from which were built the sapient mother machine called Asha and the mother station called Isha. And we're told that the mother machine and mother station xenophoring procedures brought forth the Flesh Raiders, which are enemies you can fight in SWTOR, from hybrids of Rakatan and Masasi warriors, Zabrak from Sith and Deveronian genetic materials, from which later came the Eloman, the terrifying Zandozan from the Mon Calamari and Rakata, who served as bounty hunters and extermination emissaries, and the Twi'leks from the Pachek and human genetic materials. That's interesting. I want to look up what the Pachek look like, if there is a picture of them.
So, like, they basically, Abeloth and the Starforges and the Rakata just create these species that are well known throughout the galaxy by basically just combining different genes. And we kind of saw something a little like similar, like where Gorog would combine two people, and like whichever spirit like won out, they would be like the dominated like mind in there. And that's how like Dorethrosauros came to be as well.
Yeah. So here it says about the Pachek, they were ancient species from the moon of the same name. They were said to be similar to the Twi'leks, judging by the age of the ruins they left behind. Pachek civilization was at its height over 1 billion years before the Imperial period. Well, okay.
Interesting.
And this comes from West End Games, Goroth, Slave of the Empire.
Okay, right.
Interesting.
I was literally reading that today. That exact volume. Yeah.
Wow.
What a coincidence. Now, correct me if I'm wrong, but the Twi'lek thing, that came from SWTOR again. That came from... That was first established in SWTOR, where Twi'leks were genetically engineered. I think Twi'leks.
Yeah, that I asked Corey about that because I wasn't super keen on that, and it came from SWTOR. It's at least suggested in SWTOR. Is the Zandozan spelling a Last Starfighter reference? Potentially Zandozan. It looks like it could be. Yeah. From the Mon Calamari and the Rakata. I mean, like, look at this thing. This looks like a cross between here. I'm going to throw up a picture. It's kind of small, but it looks like a cross between Mon Cal and Rakata.
Wow.
Yeah, a little small. Sorry. That's just the picture that I could find. Statue of Vol, Stynaxes. Yeah, Statue of Vol. So I think we did talk about that. That was a statue of Telotny.
Yeah.
We talked about that a while ago.
Oh, yeah.
I remember that now. So this is kind of backtracking a little bit, but is there, Brennan, you would probably know, is there any evidence that there are Star Forges outside of the ones in KOTOR?
Outside of the one in KOTOR?
Aside from the one we see?
I don't know that there is. I kind of think this is the first place that we're getting information that there's multiple.
No, yeah. I think so.
Yeah.
Okay.
So the thing with that is, like, I know, like, some of y'all weren't, like, too keen on it, but, like, I've never played KOTOR. I know, like, the basic premise of the story and everything, and I know about the Starforge and whatnot, but I have always been under this impression that that was like the last Starforge, that there's been Starforges, that there's been more, but they're all destroyed except this one that was just lost.
Same.
And like they found it. So I was always under the impression that there was more, but there, obviously there was only one left. That's what I've just always thought.
You thought that
Yeah.
it was
Yeah,
like
that's
the
the vibe
last
I got.
one that was left.
Yeah, like
Okay.
it was one that was like
Okay.
lost to time, and then like
Because otherwise, why haven't other people found it? So
Yeah.
that's
Well,
why
if
I
you
was,
take if you take that with credence, then that would suggest obviously that there was originally several. That's an
Yeah,
interesting way to
that's
look
just
at
what
it.
I
Yeah.
thought.
I'll say why I slightly disagree with that, but it still works that there's more than one. But I just want to address this question first. It does not jump around. It may jump around in terms of like some of the Earthworld dates and stuff like that, but it's a clear narrative straight through from the creation of the galaxy to the 3 cosmic wars. And from there, we're now getting into more familiar territory, Dawn of the Jedi, and then on. So it, in my opinion, does not jump around. Okay, maybe it was.
Once again, I am always.
I thought that there was only one.
shocked.
The reason why I thought that there was only one was because the star map seemed like it was like a very,
Yeah.
you wouldn't have a star map for like 3 different star forges.
Yeah.
But maybe it was created after the fact, so that's why I think it still works. So
I don't. As long as there was an explanation outside of just there are 3, I was willing to take it.
Oh.
I trust Darth Sidious to give us the.
okay.
Oh, there's 2. Okay, there's 2 different.
This
all right,
I just got to read through this entire thing because there's obviously a ton of stuff in there that's going to inform the next few sections.
Yeah,
That's
because
cool.
I didn't. Because that makes up a lot of the ground. Because I didn't like the idea that there are 3 Starforge because you don't get that impression. At least I didn't get that impression talking to the Rakatan elders
Yeah.
in KOTOR. But if there's like if SWOTOR did it as usual, or if it's in an
SWOTOR
RPG,
suggested a lot of things.
Yeah, I did want to talk about Mother Machine and Mother Station because there's one appears in the Paul Kemp duology with Jaden.
Yeah, that's
Korr.
what I was going to mention.
Yeah.
And I don't know which one it is, Mother Machine or Mother Station. I feel like it's Mother Station.
That sounds right. I don't remember.
That sounds like what it was. Yeah.
Didn't Matt just do a reread on this?
Yeah, he did.
That's right.
Yeah,
But
you just
yeah.
did.
Yeah, I love those books. So underrated, both of them.
Oh.
Read those.
But it's my voice is failing. It said that of all the bioengineered races of xenoforming machines have produced, it was the Eshka who were regarded as their greatest success. And I just want to throw up a picture of the Eshka.
Red Sky. I'll say to what does the
Red
EU
Sky
story
is
reference?
Maxwell.
Maxwell. Oh, hey Maxwell.
Yeah.
But it's basically any stories that we already know about don't get like they're not a big part of it. It's stuff that happens long before Dawn of the Jedi. So I mean, you'll have references to stuff that appears later on, but that's like an evolution of something from the past.
We're getting into more Tales of the Jedi era references.
Or we're still before that, but we're getting closer to familiar territory now.
Yeah.
I would really like a physical copy of this book, and it's just so cost prohibitive. Here, I'm going to share this picture of the Eshka because they are this race was essentially bioengineered by the second Starforge. And they're enemies on Bel Savis and in SWOTOR, and they are just an incredibly violent race as we learn in the lore.
They look cool though.
This area of the book is very influenced by SWOTOR, I would say. And then we find out that the third Starforge, tethered to the black hole of the Ganinga Gap, and this was the one that was referenced earlier, was initially overseen by the Kodai with the aid of the mutated Flesh Raiders. And what did it do? It drew on to forge metal and biomatter, as well as to achieve large-scale terraforming, cosmic engineering, and the creation of vast space habitats, including the legendary ring world of Omicron Dawn. That's a great name.
I was going to mention Royce's. Royce.
Yeah, go ahead.
I was going to say this when Al brought up, but well, this is not what I got from the Rakatan elders, but it's worth noting that by the time of KOTOR, the Rakata have collapsed into primitivism. When you factor in things from SWOTOR and TOR, it's clear a lot of knowledge of their past was lost, and that's completely
sure. That's fair. It's just I figured if there was going to be so I should probably explain what my problem was with that. Is if there's like a justification for that, I think that's very fair. If it was just there are 3 Star Forges, I thought that was a little bit like that to me would have been a very strange decision. That was my issue.
Yeah.
However, if there's justification, then that's totally fine. That's you should do that.
Sounds like it.
You can read the Wizards of the Coast source book on Internet Archive.
Okay.
The free library. There's a PDF.
I will say that like the 3 Star Forges, like granted, like I didn't know. I haven't played KOTOR, so I didn't know that it was intended that there was only one. I was like, oh,
It's
that's cool.
implied, I guess.
Well, I think what it was proven that there was intended to be more. So
yeah,
I was wrong.
I mean, I thought it was cool. Like I know, like some of us had like, so rightful problems with it, but like I was just like, ooh, cool,
Yeah, those Wizards of the Coast source books are super expensive. I spent over $200 on the KOTOR one.
Yeah.
Anyways, so 2 other things of the Starforge section that stood out to me was the 3rd Starforge allowed the Sorcerers of Rand and the Kodai access out of the Red Nebula, the Forbidden Zones, the Nile Retreat, so they could actually pierce that celestial veil. And then we're told that the Starforges drew energy not only from celestial objects, but from the midi-chlorians of living things around them, just as a stone temple, which we talked about previously with what Hender had done long before.
Mm-hmm.
And when we're told that the Korkadine kind of saw the Starforges as perversions of nature and a force of evil that repulsed them. So they were like a violent race, but not necessarily evil, just violent, right? And then the Rakata, they thought that the Starforges were the culmination of their greatest desires, not merely because they were the most powerful of weapons and technology, but because they heightened their own force abilities, making them feel greater than the Sith. This is on page 709. And then for the Kodai, the Starforge altered their genetic structure, giving them near invulnerable bodies. This would have been a great boon to them, but with it came mental languor and ennui, which was a fortunate development for the galaxy because it basically neutered this race.
Ennui. That's ennui. That's
That's cool.
Ennui is a term I learned in Gilmore Girls.
Oh, is it? Yeah, it sounds like something that Rory would say.
No, it's you know the Frenchman at the inn, like at the guest desk.
Yeah, Michel.
Yeah, Michel. He says ennui in one of the episodes, and that's where I heard it from.
Man, I love that show. I'm just gonna say it.
My
I don't care.
favorite
Now it's public. I just do.
It's okay. I like Dawson's Creek, so
it's my favorite.
We all have our vices.
yeah, and the OC,
guilty little pleasures,
and Pretty Little Liars, and Gossip Girl,
Bluey.
and stuff.
Bluey. What's interesting here? We're about to get into the Tatooine section, but we're told that Belot, her doing all this, kind of reignited the Twilight Wars. It was dying down, and then because she escaped and she marshaled all these forces and gave them the tools of destruction, it reignited all the Twilight Wars.
Another thing,
she gave them the instruments of destruction. And there's my Transformers reference for the night.
And then the Celestials are in other realms,
And
the ones were weak and unbalanced, so like they're ineffective against these forces. Sorry, Max, I cut you off. You said the other thing. Oh, is she lagging out for anyone else, or just me?
No, it's okay.
I think she's been evaded. There we go.
Nope.
I love Beast Wars.
I also love Beast. I love
all
Transformers, to be fair. Except
one thing we kind of glanced over was this. It says to create chaos and divert the attention of the ones, Belot set loose an offspring of the kindred, Athla-Giroth, dubbed the World Raiser, whom the Celestials had years earlier imprisoned. So that's cool.
The World Raiser is it's like a SWTOR thing, right? Is that
I think so.
Here.
Oh god.
Look it up, World Raiser.
I'm pretty sure.
That sounds like SWTOR.
It is. It's a entity that dwelled in the core of the prison world of Belsavis in SWTOR.
To be fair, that sounds pretty dumb. Maybe SWTOR had something.
At least it's not TCW.
Here's some SWTOR Marcel lore for you. When I got to Belsavis, it like melted my graphics card.
Oh man.
Yeah, because the entire planet is one big prison. You enter that planet in the midst of a planet like a citywide prison break, And so there's just like forces fighting each other like all over the map. My poor graphics card couldn't handle it. And just
No.
like Indiana Jones just like melted. He was a real one. I'm gonna pour one out for
Oh,
no bot.
oh, that episode still gets me. It's so sad.
I rewatched Beast Wars actually a couple years ago. Interesting Canadian lore here as well. They used to have to call it Beasties in
I
yeah.
knew that.
yeah, Beasties instead of Beast Wars in Canada because kids programming couldn't have the title Wars in it or something like that.
There's one Canadian exclusive that I know of that I think it's the only Canadian exclusive from Generation 1, and it's an animation accurate slag or slug as he's called now because you can't say that in Britain. Slag figure with the red face, and that's what you guys got. Was that one guy?
Really? Okay. Wow.
Yes.
So if
Anyway,
Beast Wars was called Beasties in Canada, was the Clone Wars called Clonies?
I don't think that it lasted.
Okay.
But like back in the day, yeah.
Makes me think of Twinnies because I had or Twinners.
It actually,
you
know what? I'm not even certain it was Canadian legislation. I think it might have been just a rule of the broadcasting network that would broadcast Beast Wars. It was like a kids network. It's called YTV, and it. I think they, anyways. It even like said like Beasties instead of Beast Wars. Like
So it had a changed logo.
It had a changed logo. I'm gonna look it up right now. Beasties.
Every time I hear
Man,
Beasties,
that would have
I
been
think
awesome if they made that a
X-Men.
Beastie Boy X.
It's like super small, and this is not relevant to anything we're talking about. But if you Google, you can't even see it. But if you Google it, you can probably see it for yourself.
I'm curious because I've heard this before. Not Beastie
Rick
Boys.
Lee. Yeah, is that the script? So now we get into the Tatooine lore on page 709, entering into page 710. I gotta say, this kind of, there are some things here that didn't necessarily sit right with me, but because it's like a bit of a reimagining of what we knew about Tuskens and Jawas. But we can get into it. We're told that the Mother Machine roared into the skies of Tunit, easily defeating the shaken Kumunga challengers. The Kumunga, of course, are that sort of proto race that lives on Tunit, which is Tatooine back in the day. And from the abducted Kumunga, Nikto and humans, the Mother Machine combined their genetic materials to create for the Rakata a servant race termed the Gorfas. So spoilers, the Gorfas are Tusken Raiders, essentially, or what later become Tusken Raiders. Not even like they like morph into a new race. Like they literally just put like wraps around their head and become like Tusken Raiders, right? Like that's the Gorfas are the Tusken Raiders. Asha.
It's like saying the Britons became the British.
That's right. Yeah. We're being hailed by Admiral Dalla. There's a Star Destroyer prototype in there.
What a valuable character.
Rick Lee, yeah.
And then Asha then took the DNA of the Gorfas and the Tintina and mixed them to generate a race of technicians from which came the Jawas. So this part kind of like...
Oh, teeny.
I didn't love it because I just like... I thought both came from the Kumunga, and they do, from a certain point of view, both come from the Kumunga, but it's like the Jawas are almost like a copy of a copy in this sense, like, or a derivation of a derivation. And so I just thought it like kind of complicated things, and I didn't really see the point in that, but
no,
there may be some lore here that I'm missing.
The Gorfas trace their origin back to the Dig magazine, which is praised as a treasure amongst Expanded Universe fans. It was featured in the Lost City of Tatooine short story that was featured there, because the Lost City in question in the title of the short story is called The Lost City of the Gorfas in the story, and it's the lost city that Luke basically does a little archaeological adventure on in that archaeology magazine.
This is pre A New Hope, or is it between like?
It's set before A New Hope. Yeah.
A New Hope.
So he's out in his speeder and stops off for a little archaeology adventure. You can't just be shooting womp rats all the time. You have to go digging around as well.
Or were you talking about womp rats too?
Oh yeah.
So that's like one of how many, like maybe 7, if that, stories about Luke pre A New Hope, and the other and 3 of those other 7 are just him meeting Obi-Wan for the first time.
Yeah.
It was one of those.
There's the
I
Golden Book.
There's the Golden Book adventure in
that's one
Beggar's
of them.
Canyon.
And there's a comic which is basically the same. Like there's basically the same story.
There's a Tales
slightly
comic.
different. Yeah.
There's a Tales comic called Luke Skywalker's Luke Skywalker Detective, where he solves a murder as well.
Right.
Yeah.
Right. But there's 2 stories.
He was very busy. He was very busy.
He was very busy meeting the same person several times in the same day.
Well, like I said, the Golden Book, and there's a comic. It's essentially there's no difference. I think the only thing is how they end up meeting him. But they both need to be both times Luke needs to be saved from a crate dragon. So I just chalked it up to basically being the same story, 2 different mediums, because they're almost beat for beat the same, minus some very minor things. It's like the Labyrinth of Evil novel versus the Clone Wars 2003, where it's basically the same thing. So
they both trace their origin back to the radio drama, of course, which that section of the radio drama gave me chills. I love it. Well, I love the whole thing, but specifically that little bit.
The one that was broadcast by the Syndicate.
Yes, somebody sniped at the last minute. Somebody sniped my copy of my would-be copy of the script the other day.
Oh, you could have gotten them in paperback.
I was so close.
Those are actually really hard to find.
What are we talking about? What's hard to find?
Oh no, we went off on a tangent. To kind of go back to what you were saying, Marcel, I agree with you. I can kind of see the reasoning behind making the Jawas like a derivation of a derivation. I kind of like that they're rat people. That's funny.
Choppa Jawa.
Chop Jawa.
But like when I was reading this section, I was kind of going cross-eyed. I was trying to like figure out because I forgot who the Kumunga were. I had to go and ask you guys like those were the things from the Dawn of the Jedi, right?
Yeah, I'll pull up a picture of the Kumunga.
So I personally didn't mind this stuff.
It didn't bother me necessarily, but I can understand like what the problem is. I can feel that.
I wasn't too big a fan of like the restructuring of something we previously knew, but that's kind of what Supernatural Encounters does.
Yeah,
it restructures what we previously knew, so I'm okay with it. Yeah,
I didn't
from Dawn of the Jedi.
That's the Kumunga. So
I mean, you can see it. You can kind of see where they're
Choppa Jawa.
He's cooking in that sun, or at least he will be.
Marcel, do you have a picture of the Tintina from the holiday special? Can you get the one from the holiday special? There's one in the holiday special, and there's one in the Tales from the Mos Eisley book. There's a short story about one who
tell me
is
if
a traitor.
This might be from the holiday special. It's just like this little
dude.
Yep,
it's this. Yep. That's what the Tintina are.
Love him.
Oh,
so great! Look at that little guy.
Can we have him fight a Scandit?
Cute little dude.
Can we have him fight a Scandit?
Just like 1,000 Scandits versus like 1,000.
It's just that one thing. It's like, well, wait a second, guys. This wasn't the deal. Oh.
So we're told in footnote 177 that Gorfas translate to people of the chamber, and Jawas simply mean indigenous people. And why I like that Lost City of Tatooine dig article is because it basically like tells us even before Supernatural Encounters came out that the Tuscans were not always nomads, that they used to live in cities, right? Yeah. So it's like what drove them to become nomads, and we're about to find out.
What's interesting too about that original story is the author. He was also an archaeologist in real life, the guy who wrote the story, as well as being an avid Star Wars fan. So
what's his name? What's his name?
His name is David West Reynolds.
Okay.
And he actually took the word Gorfa from a real-world archaeological term. Gorfa is I think it's Babylonian. It's an architectural structure that refers to the slanted roof of an ancient Babylonian building, is called a Gorfa. So he took that and put that as, ancient Tuscans.
You are like the Star Wars equivalent of like a Pokedex. You were just
just like he is the encyclopedia. You don't even need to buy them. You just talk to Brennan anytime you have a question. He's gonna
Brennan,
answer you.
that's a video idea right
amazing.
there. Going through the OG 1984 Star Wars Encyclopedia and critiquing it.
Actually, this entry is quite wrong. As later told to us in the Unknown Regions West End Games sourcebook, which is available on the Internet Archive. Anyways, I'm sorry. I'm not making fun of you.
I want to watch it. I want to see it. I want it to happen.
I want to see it too. Go watch his iceberg video if you haven't already.
Oh my god, yeah, it's a great.
Awesome. That's how I found out about those scripts, and then they sniped me. Oh, I'm still mad. I'll never not be mad.
So we're given also some interesting Twi'lek lore here. The now unfettered Deveronians dropped the Twi'lek population off on Ryloth, an out-of-the-way, unpeopled world with its polar axis perpendicular to its orbit. Proving themselves to be a noble people, they would not be forgotten. 5 centuries later, so we're told this was 5 centuries ago, a Thoyor ship would arrive to bring the Force-sensitive amongst them to Tython.
No lore.
Which was depicted in the first Dawn of the Jedi comic.
It was.
Brennan, yeah.
First part.
Brennan, I'm going to call him Brennan, please, from now on.
Oh my gosh, he'll be the YouTube in universe.
That's interesting.
And David
historian.
West.
Sorry,
Go ahead.
I was just making up a fan fiction where we got a Nosteral in the Old Republic era. we got Mandarzuma, okay. we got Brennan, and he's near the end of the timeline, so he can recount the most accurate history. There you go.
You're too kind, Alex.
You're like Odan with all your knowledge and everything,
I look like Odan as well. So
oh my God, Matt's here. And he's yelling at me and Brennan again.
Amen.
Yeah, they did. Hello.
We plan on continuing it in a slightly new format. So
they have a podcast.
But with Darth Sidious's comment, David West Reynolds, who wrote the visual dictionaries for the original trilogy, Phantom Menace and Attack of the Clones, he didn't write the Revenge of the Sith one because they brought in Lucino to do that, because Lucino was coordinating very strongly in Revenge of the Sith related stuff. And so
Dark greetings, Moff Wilkins. That's right.
I was literally just about to ask you,
Darth
Brennan
Wilkins.
or Darth Sidious, like why didn't he write the one for Revenge of the Sith? That's really interesting.
Yeah.
Doretha Wilkins. So
Dog strike again.
That was Brennan's that's deep lore. So according to Matt, Brennan's brother doesn't exist. Even though I've spoken to Brennan's brother before, both like live and also over the phone, I still ascribe to this lore. Yeah, I love it. It's amazing.
But my head canon is he doesn't exist, even though I've talked to him. It's a figment of my imagination.
That's right. That's right.
It does not exist.
Brennan is actually a Shido, like cool Shido. That's right. That's right.
Yeah,
exactly.
You know how Joe Costanu talks to Obi-Wan, it's like he does not exist, right? Brennan's brother does not exist.
Good to see you, man.
That's how I treat all of my friends' siblings. Is like until I see them, they don't exist. So.
Yeah.
Well,
I wouldn't know it. I got 4 siblings.
Yeah,
they don't live here.
That's crazy, though.
Well, I know that Brennan and Alex exist and Ken because I've met all 3 of them in person. So
I'm not real.
Maybe you hallucinated. You never know.
Legends
Hallucino. So we on page 710 we find out how Tatooine starts to come to be the desert that we know it, as Rick O'Lee tells us it is today. And we also know this from Dawn of the Jedi because they show us what happened to Tatooine, but essentially the Kamunga repel Rakatan invaders, and the Rakatans are so angry at them that they carpet bomb the crap out of like their main city, Kumaroon capital. So devastating was the barrage unleashed from the terrible Darta Gensis that it began to transform Tunit into a sandy wasteland. So it caused major ecological disaster. For some reason, I was under the impression that the Rakata drained Tatooine of its water. I suspect that there might have been still some of that going on, but essentially they bombed it and created an ecological disaster that ends up
I thought that's
eventually.
what Dawn of the Jedi said.
That's what I was saying.
It did. It did. I looked it up later. It says the few Kamunga who survived the orbital bombardment were hunted down and devoured by unleashed Arion, Jowenko, and giant sarlaccs. As Tunit grew ever more desertified in the years that followed, it became referred to instead as Fum Tatooine by the Gorfas, shortened to Tatooine by the Jawas, and the latter is the name that endured. Other survivors included colonists far enough away from the epicenter of the blast, along with various fauna, though many were of mutated strains. And this is where we get into Wamp rat lore. So I did meet you, Nazo, and we never took a picture together, which sucks.
Next year, or next time.
Next time, yeah. Tatooine is dry. It's a very dry planet.
You gotta moisturize when you're on Tatooine.
Moisturize me. That's a Doctor Who reference.
No worries. And so that maybe this is why I thought that they stole the water, because on I believe it's page 710, it says, although it is told in the history books that the Gorfas turned savage and nomadic due to the human settlers stealing their water, and there had been minor skirmishes with the settlers over water rights before boundaries were drawn and treaties signed, the truth doesn't even begin to scratch the surface of what really happened. So we're told on footnote 178 that Tunit means homestead and garden, while Fam Tatooine means the smoking hard shell, which seems very appropriate to what Tatooine became.
Yeah, because it got all nasty.
Yeah. And then we're introduced to this like king of the Wamp rats named Iton, which seems more like a children's boogeyman at one point, but it says children would have nightmares of a horrible creature calling itself Iton. The foul-smelling mutant would come to their windows at night, promising to return again one day to eat their parents while they slept before coming for them. And we're told that it has it's like the body of a Wamp rat, but like the face of like a human or something like that.
That's either horrifying or very funny.
The God Emperor. Yeah.
Imagine a little mousy, but with like a person's head, like your dad's head.
It's like a rated R Mickey Mouse. Yeah.
Oh, we're gonna see that soon.
Excuse me?
With Steamboat Willie.
Oh yeah,
I've already seen stuff on Facebook that is just completely inappropriate. It's like, guys, the copyright seated doesn't mean that you can.
They did that with Winnie the Pooh. They already made the horror movie.
And then
that was the worst thing like ever.
That's
it
too
was
bad.
like drooling all the time. It was crazy. It was awesome though. It was funny.
Yeah, that's right. We were seeing the transformation occur. That's why he had to.
It's like the thing where.
Yeah, you're not you when you're hungry. Brendan just needed a Snickers bar so that he could turn back into a. There was like all those ads where it was like, I think it was like not Darkseid. Who's the guy that kills Superman? Doomsday.
Yeah, I was just about to bring that up. In every comic from 2015, it's Superman as Doomsday.
Right. He's just like attacking, and then like they give him like a Snickers bar, and he turns back to like, I don't know, it was like someone else. It was like the Flash or something like that.
Yeah, it was like the most overused joke ever.
Yeah, I'm not. I wasn't. What was the story behind the Wamp rat with the human?
You mean Rick Oley, Matt?
Oh God, no!
I'm naked.
Good to see you, Vaughn. Take care.
Oh my God.
I never really paid much mind to the Wamp rats until I think it was Jen Sarai one of the people who do those versus videos, who pointed out a 2-meter rat is terrifying. That's horrifying. If you saw a 2-meter rat, you'd be like, I'm not living here ever again. You'd be in Australia.
We're told that they're. Where's that from, Max?
Where's what from?
I don't know. Whatever I just heard.
It was Rick Oley.
It was. Oh my God.
Guess who's going to Toronto?
Shield generators been hit, and then he goes,
shield generators. So we're told that the Wamp rats were based on the Gorfa word for revulsion, which also seems to fit because they're dirty, disease-ridden rats.
Ew.
Oh.
And they keep like snatching children and small animals, such that I think in what is this, the city of Metamora, which is where the Gorfas live, and this might be actually the lost city of Tatooine itself. But they organize a search party to go and hunt and kill the Wamp rats. This is like right out of a Stephen King novel,
Yeah.
or short story.
It's
But
very tricky.
they find these like catacombs beneath the city that the Wamp rats have essentially carved out for themselves. Sorry, I just got this. What I don't know what ROUS is, and I'm scared to Google it. So Rick Oli, maybe something or other.
I'll take one of the.
We're eating you.
So they go. So the basically the men in this city, all the Gorfa men, all gather together, and they go down into these catacombs.
Not just the men.
But the
It's a
but,
Princess
well,
Bride
actually,
reference.
Just the men. Oh, Princess
It is
Bride.
just the-
Yeah, rats of unusual size.
Yeah.
I should know
Rick
that actually. I love
Oli.
that movie.
Rick
Um,
Oli Ultimate something.
And can you read us the two paragraphs on page 712, I think, days later, and then the one right after it as well?
Days later, the desperate, terrified mothers and children who anxiously awaited their return watched as what crawled up the tunnel to greet them was not the brave men who'd gone down, but a shuffling, stinking mass of pulsing bodies and sharp teeth with gleaming eyes. They roiled forth the blood and awful matted fur that squirmed and pushed their way up the entrance until the final sanity-shattering thing emerged, a great brown nightmare the size of a galloop, its mouth dripping with the blood and gore of husbands and fathers. But worse than even that was its grin, for it bore the face of a man.
Oh, it's so freaky and nasty and gross.
Disgusting.
And then the next paragraph, if you don't mind.
With only the clothes on their backs and children gripped tightly to their sides. The Gorfa woman leapt upon their banthas like a bantha and fled in terror into the desert. Not until the suns fell and they traveled a long distance did they feel safe enough to dismount. Digging into their few supplies, they gathered together to make a decision as to who amongst them was wisest and hardiest enough to be declared leader. She who was chosen is remembered only in stories as the matriarch.
So, I mean, there you go. That's why they became nomads, because these rats drove them out of the city, these giant Wamp rats. Also, oh my God, I almost spit out my drink when I read this.
Oh.
The entire city is one big rat nest.
There's the Ratcade.
Also, I just wanted to mention, Matt texted me while he was reading, and he just looked disgusted because I was here. It was really funny, so I thought I mentioned it. He was like, he took a picture of himself going like, so it was fun.
I
just thought I'd call him out. You know,
now that Matt and I can text one another, we both found out that it doesn't cost any money for us to text. I've been texting him every now and then. It's been very fun.
Shields are gone.
So the matriarch, this essentially proto-Tuscan leader, she says the builders came. Their machines irradiated, and the builders would be, of course, the Rakata. Their machines irradiated our lands and dried up our oceans. And she gives this like riveting speech, essentially, like, we will basically live off the land, and we'll spread out until we cover the face of it when we are strong and plentiful once more. Sounds like in those thousands of years since that time, they didn't really make much headway, but
No.
But so from the survivors of horror, both above and below, came the hundreds of tribes of sand people, or Tuscan raiders, as the humans called them, that now range across the face of Tatooine. And we're told out that it is because of the sand people that the accursed line of Iton was finally wiped out. And now he's only known in stories of the past, but ever and anon, there will arise whispers from foreign Tuscans living far out on the edges of the Western Dune Sea, or south beyond Wayfar, of a vast network of underground burrows that bear the scent of death, and within which could be heard rumbling voices. Then, once again, whispers would come on the wind of mutant wamp rats, and nightmares would awaken the young, and tales would be told of unholy things in the shape of rats with great teeth, red eyes, and the horrible faces of men.
Ugh.
Oh.
So freaky.
Yeah, that's.
Oh, thank you. Welcome, and thank you for your support. Yeah, I mean, so there you go. The Wamp rats are now, the stuff of nightmares. And I never really thought they were, because watching A New Hope, you're like, oh yeah, bullseyed them with this T16.
Now we know that's pretty impressive. And good on Luke. He should shoot.
And now
more.
we know that, he was like exterminating vermin. He was doing a service.
Yeah, even though he was just doing it for fun.
The bullseye Wamp rats in my T16 back home, they're no bigger than 2 meters.
No bigger than 2 meters. That's terrifying. Again, I never realized.
Ew.
And so very briefly on page 713, we just get a bit more lore on the Mother Machine. So Mother Machine's the one that is in Belsavis, and then I guess Mother Station was the one featured in Riptide, which is cool because now when you read Riptide again, you're like, oh wow, that was created by that second Starforge and infused with sapience from Beloth's personality matrix. So which is why they're called Mother, right? So Abeloth is
that's actually amazing.
Directly responsible for these two,
cool.
for something that appears in SWTOR as well as something that appears in Paul Kemp's Riptide novel.
Are those good?
I love
Abeloth. I haven't read those yet.
Yeah,
I love them. I think they're incredible. Not like incredible, but they're just very underrated.
Yeah, they're not talked about enough. They're definitely above average for sure. And it's the only 2 stories in the actual novels where you get to see Jaden Core. So,
he appears in Fate of the Jedi as well, Jaden.
Oh,
Core.
you're right.
But in very minor role. Yeah.
Yeah, he's the main character then.
I see. Fate of the Jedi. Wait, no,
I meant the duology.
You play as Jaden in obviously Jedi Academy.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah,
cool.
and some, there's some very interesting stuff in Riptide, but like with the clones, which I won't get into, but also Cross Current has direct ties to Tales of the Jedi, right?
Yeah,
because basically the premise is, or part of the premise is like Sith from Nega Sadow's era travel forward in time 5,000 years, and Jaden Core has to help stop them. It also ties into the Lost Tribe. Yeah, also ties into the Lost Tribe of the Sith stuff. If I don't.
Yeah, they didn't do it purposely. It was an accident with the hyperspace. They were trying to get away, and then they accidentally travel forward in time. So it's not like something that people are just able to do. So it was like a one-time thing. It was an accident. So
it's sort of like how what's her name gets transported all the way to modern day, Celeste Morn, because she fell asleep.
Very much like that, yeah. Although I mean, I feel like she was in that oubliette or whatever, right?
She was like frozen in time more so than traveling.
Yeah.
Also, one of the Jedi exiles, Remulus Drapa, was also traveled forward in time, so to speak, because he was also stuck in that. If you read, what was it, Lost Tribe of the Sith Spiral, the comic series?
Right. Yeah, I did. That's right.
So we get that just a bit more lore on them on page 713. And also directly the Mother Machine ties into SWTOR, would eventually be rediscovered during the Cold War. That's the Cold War that happens in the SWTOR base game by Sith Inquisitor Lord Calig, the future Darth Nox. Let's throw up a picture of Darth Nox.
And descendant of Aloysius Calig. And if I'm not mistaken, that's the apprentice of Tulak Hord.
That might be the case, actually.
He was either an apprentice or his successor or both.
I did want to say he does have a minor role, but it's actually not like just a mention. Like he does do things in both of these series.
Every time I think of Kyle in Legacy of the Force, I think of that one scene.
Oh yeah, I know.
Y'all know what scene.
Yeah, of course. I was like, no. It's fine. It's fine. It's all good. Yeah.
He's vibing though. He's got like a turn. He's vibing.
He's cooking.
So Belot visits the Ganinga Gap, which is this area of space where the dark entities have been trapped in. So deciding that she would have no traffic with and then she runs into these dark entities and she tries to flee, but only to find herself. That section? Sure, you want to read it, Alex?
Sure.
Wait.
Yeah. I just really think you can be Belot. Of course.
Yeah, and then dark entity.
I just think it's important to share this part. Sorry.
Yeah, the artwork is just
That and it's like one of my favorite parts of the.
Here, I'll throw up the artwork while we read it, because she runs into some things there, and man, that's grim. This is, I think, Chris Cold did this.
I like how they're suggesting the
Look
headdress.
how cool that is.
That Marco Ragnos is wearing.
Wow,
that's true. That's true.
When he shows up as a ghost, right?
Yeah.
In Tales of the Jedi.
See, when you're online, you get a more full picture than you do with the in-person book.
Yeah.
Look at them; they're so evil.
So,
Marcel,
okay, I'll just
read repulse the hordes. Oh.
Yeah, they're all reader. Wait, did someone put that in the comments?
Yeah.
Oh no! Yeah, I'm free.
Time to conquer Earth.
Okay, I'll read the preamble part, and then Max, you're gonna be
Mm-hmm.
Belot. Who's gonna be the shadows?
I can do it.
You all can be shadows.
Okay. When at
There's
last
more
she
there.
arrived within the roiling mass of interred malignancy, she paused, reconsidering her course. These were not like the foul Rakata, nor the terrible gas that were the Star Weirds, nor even the evil and tyrannous Lich Kings. Those which inhabited the unyielding darkness were like no others, older and considerably more sinister, and far better at dissimulation and manipulation. Deciding that she should have no traffic with such things, she turned to flee, only to find herself within an enclosed sphere of absolute and unrelenting malice, ringed by 6 shifting forms of blackish shadow. So all-consuming was their foulness that it penetrated her very core. Belot knew rage and pain, but never before has she felt so thoroughly soiled and contaminated, and she despaired at ever being free of it. Does anyone want to start us off?
Sorry, I thought you were going to put on the screen, so I got my book out. But where?
Oh yeah, I can put it on the screen. Yeah. Hold on.
No, I have the book now, but
Matt Wilkins has requested that Alex sing the next paragraph.
Yeah, exactly. The Sith of that era had Viking horns. That's right. Scott Johnson, Happy New Year. Yes, Happy New Year to all of you. Good to see you, Scott.
Sing
one of my favorite people, Scott Johnson, has joined us.
He is amazing, Scott Johnson.
Yeah. Oh.
I didn't bring up Palpatine. We are on what 7:14 or
yeah.
Yes.
Sorry,
right.
I have the book, but I was confused. I'm sorry. Okay, so all right, I'll read it there. Sorry. So just starting from here.
Yeah.
Okay. All right, man. Actually, for the croaking voice, Ken, do you want to do it? You do a good croaking voice.
I can do it. Yeah. You want me to?
You can do for the croaking one, yeah.
All right. She looks much like her.
A croaking voice uttered.
I'm trying to think what I should do for this one. Actually, you do that one too. I want to do lower voices. I can't do higher.
Beautiful she was beyond.
No, you can't do that one. That was too silly.
All right, no take backsies, said another high-pitched and mocking. That's good.
Monotone.
Clever too.
Drone still another.
Well, so she thought.
Hateful laughter followed.
My mother knew what you were, Belot said. Faint memories now stirring within, as was intense revulsion and rising panic. I know you were going to do that, so I'm sorry, Marcel, but
Go for it.
I will have no dealings with you. Be gone before me. She pushed out, attempting to hurl the eldritch shadows back.
Powerful.
One of them said with admiration.
But still a child.
That voice came from none of the 6, but from the inky void beyond them. So this is interesting. The inky void beyond them. I wonder who said that.
All the better.
Another voice whispered luridly.
Where is the dagger?
With the ones whom none can find.
She does not know. Another shadow revealed. Useless. Like her mother. Another castle. Oh, there you go. Sorry.
I like it that you both did it, though. Yeah.
Yeah, it was
Yeah,
good.
Another
that
voice.
was like the Waru thing we did with Brennan.
Belot slowly started to disintegrate.
With no one to mourn her when she's
She
gone.
is gone.
Cackled the third.
What do you want? She demanded between silent screams as the corruption reached up her extremities to her face and became unbearable like the consumption of fire.
Small favor.
One of the things with burning eyes intoned. Excuse my highlights.
Such as you.
This is still
again.
Yeah.
Sorry. For which you will receive. Wait, what do you? Sorry. I'm just gonna go from there. I'm just gonna go from there. Yeah.
We can just do it again. I'll do the first one. You can do the second sentence.
Okay.
Uncoordinated.
Minor inconvenience for one such as you.
For which you receive a rich reward.
The means by which you will have your revenge.
I cannot break the seals, she responded firmly, refusing to allow them pleasure of seeing her suffer, not even with the aid of the Star Forges.
Together we can.
Join your power to us.
By now, she'd lost track of who she was as she began to feel darkness. By now, she'd lost track of who was who as she began to feel darkness threatening to snuff out her consciousness.
A mere crack of your window.
Or you can let yourself die.
Forevermore.
Unmade.
Right. So they almost kill her at this point. She tells them to reveal themselves. And then she says she rejects them. And she's like, death would be preferable. Right. But
can we read that though? It's pretty cool.
Okay, yeah, read this part and then we're gonna stop the reading for a bit.
Right.
This is not a reading along.
Okay. I reject you, she declared. Death would be preferable to your Marcescent embrace. What are you but horrid stains, corruptions of base and hoary things lower than thallophytes? I reject you, noisome exudations of order. May your interment be everlasting. May your desecrated thrones crumble to dust. I reject you.
Yeah, so I really like this exchange, but this part, noisome exudations of order, I'm like, really? That doesn't sound like something someone would say. But anyways, I'm not trying.
I say that stuff every day.
Okay. I'm gonna
that's
tell
you
you
bring
all
up if you want to dunk on somebody. If you want to make them feel stupid,
right? That's the rap battle. You could see that I just highlighted the entire book, but essentially, she in abandon her wild spirit propelled outwards past the barrier and outstretched talons of the ancient vile gods. So she escapes them. I don't really know who these ancient wild gods are. I don't think they're the immortal gods of the Sith. They're almost like even more ancient than them.
Yeah.
But maybe they are. I don't know. But that voice from the shadows, I think we were talking earlier and we had thought it was the father of shadows, right, Alex?
Yeah.
I think that was,
I was getting really into it because I had been reading that section. So when I started texting you all for like 40 minutes, but no, I definitely think it is the father of shadows. It's interesting that it comes out of nowhere. I think they might be the immortal gods of the Sith. At the very least, it seems like they're less than whatever that one voice that came out was.
Yeah.
But so I've read the entire book. You guys still need to finish it. But the impression I've got from what we've read so far, without spoilers for anything else, is, from like book 3 onward, we've been seeing that dark beings, these immortal gods of the Sith, and especially the father of shadows, who, not too much into other things, but definitely seems like in a sort of similar vibe to a Satan-esque character. And they talk about how humanity has always been a particular interest to them, and that they always kind of go toward humanity as they kind of do the worst of the worst. And to me, it feels like, not that it's necessarily set up, but that everything that you've been reading about for 30 years, everything from Dawn of the Jedi to the legacy comics of Dark Crate to Palpatine, the Vong, all that stuff, Abeloth herself, as we clearly see here, Abeloth is meant to be this scary, super big threat, but they, in this part, and that wasn't even the Father of Shadows, these are people lesser than him, at least in my mind, and there's nothing really in the book to state that, but it definitely seems to be the case. That she's just a child in comparison to what they can do, to what he can do. And so I feel like if the EU were to be continued, like the Father of Shadows, this being really is the truest threat to the Star Wars galaxy and anything else. Like everything that has been evil or has been bad, in some part has to play with the Father of Shadows. And especially because I felt like in this section, here's all these dark beings that are already scary enough talking amongst themselves and to her, telling her how much of a weakling she is in comparison to them. She's scared. This is Abeloth. We know what she looks like. She's scared of them. And he comes in the middle of it and says, still a child. You know, so it's like...
There's always a bigger fish.
Was he a part of it the whole time? Or is he like kind of coming into an important moment to influence certain things? And so that's where I go, like, I feel like he is the threat. You know, like there's always a bigger fish, but he's that big fish. Like there's nothing beyond him in terms of evil.
I'm more evil than the Father of Shadows, and you just got to deal with it. I'm just kidding.
Anyway, so I
make the Father of Shadows look like Rico Lee.
Rico Lee is the Father of Shadows.
Anyway, so I also I know you guys need to talk. I'm sorry. So, you know, last week we had talked about the ones and the sun and everything, and I didn't get a chance to really talk about that because I had to leave. But that too, the sun left right for a time, and he came back unbalanced, full of darkness. What did he interact with that made him that way? Did he interact with these guys? Did he talk to the Father of Shadows? We don't know. But it made me think, you know, and then it brings back to my, you know, my biggest obsession for some reason, which is Jason Solo. You know, and we don't know a lot about that sojourn, but it makes me wonder, you know, like there are such forces that are beyond even Abeloth that could have influenced Jason amongst those years. And, you know, and of course there's the fact too that what I was trying to get at, I had a point.
They leave one soiled and contaminated, is I think.
No, but it's just interesting because in a sense the sun kind of went on this sojourn of his own and came back dark, and corrupted, you know. And we know that Jason learned him on the Angti monks, which thanks to Supernatural Encounters we know is one of the first races. You know, and they teach him the flow walking. So what if he flow walked and saw things like this? You know, so. No. It's just very Lovecraftian and scary, and I like the idea of it.
So, in the interest of time, we do have to move on because
that's fine. I was done.
Not even like halfway through some of the stuff that I want to talk about. So, Belot decides to go to the charnel worlds, and she, like her mother, actually is really interesting. She tries to just destroy them, and that doesn't work. And then she tries to open a portal and cast them out, and that doesn't work because she can't get rid of the charnel worlds in the other space. And so she goes through the 9 hells and searches for the outer gods and just tries to destroy them. Can't do it. But what she does do is she lets forth some shambling horror that tries, its tendrils reach out to touch her. I was like, is this Mungal? But I don't think it is. And then she attracts the massive amounts of energy that she expends, attracts the attention of Wutk.
Mm-hmm.
And he's he scares away the nameless mad thing, which sounds like a Lovecraftian horror. Belot could barely tolerate the light herself, and he speaks to her, this Tower of Light. He says, for a long time I had been in prison and did not know myself or the things I had done. Perhaps that was how I wished it. I do not know, but it was feeble and false. We must accept who we are and choose to do better. Do you know who you are? And then she says, Max, do you want to read this what she says?
Sure. I am called Belot, beloved daughter of the great queen and goddess, eternal grace, wife and mother of the family, betrayed and deceived by one for whom law was more important than love, one who concealed from me my rightful place.
So they have a bit of an exchange with one another, which kind of mirrors his final words with Telotny and his other children. But he basically says to her, come with me, heal from the suffering that has wounded you, join with your brothers and sisters in love. And she gets the sense that he is being honest with her.
Yeah.
But she has no interest in going with him. This is a very wounded, hurt creature. Belot.
I feel bad.
Yeah.
I love Abeloth so much.
He tells her that if her domain is torn open again, it will be because the galaxy has refused to learn from the mistakes of the past and plunged once more into war. If you choose to exploit it to your own advantage, as you had done, the destruction that falls will be on your head. And I think this is almost like a foreshadowing to Fate of the Jedi, and what would have come after it had it been around. And then she basically says, "Yeah, that's a foregone conclusion. For the inhabitants of the cosmos will not be stopped." Right? She's basically accepted her lot.
Yeah.
And he's like, "That's on their heads too, but there is more to them than their deleterious traits. Surely you felt this." And we find out that there was a taint left on her by the Ancient Ones, same taint that has seeped into the galaxy. So she gets sent back to Vitae by Wutk. She's a prisoner once again. So
Grandpa took her in timeout.
Yeah, we find out how she was. I always figured it was going to be the ones that put her back in there, but I guess it's Wutk, and I guess I'm okay with that.
Well, I'm sure once Wutk gets captured, then it will be the ones who do it.
Yeah,
and we kind of get that like as well, like later on in this is, we'll see.
Well, we don't have Center Point Station yet, so we know that this isn't the last time she'll be out.
Center Point was there though.
Yeah, it's already been set up at this point.
Yeah, Sinkhole's not there. Sinkhole Station's
not there.
Yeah. Okay.
So he basically says to her though before he traps her, he's like, "Just call out to me, and I'll come to you and liberate you from this." And she decides to do that after a while, right? But we're told before that she'd like create these playful creatures and have them do things for her, like act as her servants and stuff like that. But when she called out to Wutk, he didn't come, and she starts thinking like, oh, he was just playing around with me, or maybe he was captured and maybe he's not that strong after all. And if he's not that strong after all, then maybe the Supreme Maker is just a lie.
Yeah.
So she sinks even further into darkness and despair, and then can you read this last italicized part? If Wutk cannot come, Max?
If Wutk cannot come, I must find a way to depart on my own. The galaxy was broken by the betrayers. Now I will break them and remake the galaxy with my love.
And that's what she's going to do in Fate of the Jedi.
Love will ignite the stars.
That's exactly right.
I know we need to get moving. I just want to say I like that phrasing.
No, I only meant in like I didn't want to start getting into like Jason Solo.
I wasn't going to. I was, but no, I like how that's phrased. I like that, in Abeloth's mind, she's not trying to be evil. It's interesting that she says she wants to, fix the galaxy with her love, but that's the thing. It's her love, her idea of that, and not true love.
This is
it's exactly like the plot of 0 Hour, where Hal Jordan, Green Lantern, after going insane because the city blew up during Death and Return of Superman, don't ask, decides that he should be the new dictator of all reality and remake the universe so all of his friends have everything they've ever wanted. Eventually the heroes figure out that he doesn't intend to do this once. He intends to keep destroying everything over and over again until he's fixed it forever. So anyway, sorry.
It's like sad to me because she's like, time passed strangely in Vitae, but for the rest of the galaxy, it would be long millennia later when she finally deigned to call upon Wutk, and she was like, who would go to his realm, meet these others. She would take her playful creatures with her, and indeed, they would look forward to the adventure. And then, like, she calls out to them, and she's like finally ready to like let go of her grief and everything. And then nobody answers her call.
Yeah,
and she's essentially ghosted by someone who like offered her this in the first place. And when she finally takes that offer, he's not there. So she's like, oh, well, he was just kind of tricking me just like my family was, because they had told her that they loved her and then they were going to abandon her. And then she, beat the crap out of them and then they left.
Yeah.
So she just like has been like through so much like betrayal, and she's been through so much betrayal and hurt, and I feel so bad for her and I love her. Like obviously she's the villain in a lot of things, but like I can't help but feel bad for her because she just wants she doesn't want to be lonely.
Yeah, that's her biggest thing.
She's just a small being who wants to destroy the universe.
Yeah, and then like when they describe her in Fate of the Jedi, they just like describe her aura as just like a needing presence and just like
it's very needy.
Someone who wants to be close to you.
You know, this reminds me of
what?
It reminds me of like Trioculus's speech to Leia, where he's like, "I may be a murderer and I may be a horrible person." He's like, "I may be all those things, but I still have a heart."
Yeah, I mean, it's just,
at some point, I'm gonna have to get around to reading those, aren't I?
But it's even like these as we see like throughout the book, there's these like grand like entities, but they also feel as well, because like Talatni like felt such regret in what she did, and she didn't learn anything from it, and she didn't gain anything from it. She realizes that at the end, and then even when Talatni dies, they say that like Cole Dandasine and Splendid App like mourned her, and I'm just like, these godlike entities do feel things, and it's like, ugh.
Yeah.
And yes, Nazo, exactly right. It's just like she's lonely. She just wants people to hang out with and like
looking for love in all the wrong places.
Yeah, and like the father's a jerk. Sorry.
No,
I don't think he meant to be, but
I gotta be a girl's girl here. I gotta be on her side.
It's a very big tragedy, which is the worst part about it. And if you look back again, right, like Talatni made her daughter as a means to get revenge, but she, this is the whole thing of, it kind of retcons the fact that she was human, but I think it's the worst because, she forgets that. She forgets what she is, and she goes and lives with them, and it's all fine. This is a chance to go against what her mother wanted and to be something better. But then, kind of selfishness. She doesn't want to be alone, so she gives in.
So you can't hit me with a motion picture reference. This is not okay. You can't do this. You can't do this to me.
Is V'ger? Is that from the Star Trek the motion picture? Yeah. Okay. Voyager.
Yeah, that's the thing at the end. Yeah.
Like
exactly.
She did was everything she did was like for her family. Like in the way like she became Abeloth. She does it because she wants to stop them from fighting and to unite them again. And so she does all of these things because she wants to protect them, and then just doesn't understand the powers she was dealing with. And then, so like reading all of this and like talking about it's like, it's really like cleared a lot of my like my quarrels with things that I had when we talked about it last time. And it digesting it more and like it's absolutely like totally like cleared those, and like now I feel more for her,
and just like the expanded universe always does, I can't think that when I reread Fate of the Jedi I'll dislike it as much, just off the basis of all this context that it's given me to appreciate it more than I did the first time.
I love Fate of the Jedi so much.
That's how I feel with Dark Nest. I feel like if I go back, I might be a bit more forgiving.
I'm already appreciating it more. Like they mentioned Celestials, I forgot I even did that. So I was like, oh, it mentioned Celestials. Supernatural encounters was not a thing yet.
Yeah, so I love Fate of the Jedi, and that's one of the great things. That's one of the great things about the EU is like it can like give you like even a relatable villain, and I love that.
Yeah.
Maybe Abeloth just needs a best friend. Like me and her can go out together, like go bowling or something. Like
she would have become the new like dark.
You have to let her win,
sister or whatever.
Max. If you don't let her win, she's going to devour you.
Yeah.
She just needs a friend. I just tell her like, girl, you don't need a man. Like
that's like when I got my one friend into Star Wars. She's like, you know what Anakin needs? Forget Padme. He needs a Frosty.
I was going to say mental health. He needs mental health therapy is what he needs.
That too.
Well, yeah, that's also what he needs, but it's primarily a chocolate Frosty from Wendy's. TM.
He needs therapy and a and a Frosty.
So supernatural.
I would love Abeloth.
Yeah.
To round out the end of chapter 68, we go back on pages 718 and 719. We go back to some of those races that we talked about earlier.
Yes.
We find out that the Kodai become the Gendai, and I think isn't Dirge a Gendai?
Yeah.
Or,
Dirge
yeah.
is a Jedi.
That was like awesome. I was like, oh,
Yeah.
that's sick.
The Sith were accordingly disdainful of what they perceived as the Kodai weakness, and with the combined force of the Rakata, they ravaged their world, forcing them into exile in the hidden world of Gendai. Hereupon, they were known no longer as the Kodai, but the Gendai, because they could not be so easily controlled and corralled. Then we're told that the Korkadines kind of... So it says, using the rare Grand Teleporter, which they afterwards destroyed, they spread out into the galaxy after the disappearance of Abeloth. Those who went to Esowin became the Sorton. Those who went to Abanshi became the Anointed People. Those who fled to Davnar 2 became the Davnarian. And those who settled in Chaktil became the Cha'a. And the interesting thing about the Cha'a is that you see a Cha'a in Golden Age of the Sith. I thought it was a Trandoshan, but there's that guy yeah, he's like that lizard guy who
he's the merchant.
The merchant who buys the faulty hyperspace route from Gavin Jory and gets destroyed.
There's that great scene where he's looking for the little mouse thing, and he's talking to his servant. That's a great scene. I love that. I love.
Nazo wants to be Abeloth's servant. He wants to be one of her like little playful things and save her.
It sounds good on paper.
But
then the teeth get involved.
And then those who settle on Erodus become the Rodasar. But anyways, the Cha'a. So I mistakenly referred to them as Trandoshans, but yeah, that guy in
I always wondered what they were. I feel like they looked too different from Trandoshans to be Trandoshans. So I was like, what are these guys?
Sik Kahur, that's right. It actually was Darth Sidious who pointed out to me that it wasn't a Trandoshan, that it was a Cha'a. And I was like, oh, well,
really?
Look at that. Yeah. Originally. And then footnote 179 I thought was interesting. In their tongue, the Rakata referred to this as Nyash Darith, the infinite or eternal empire, a limitless kingdom, temporarily and physically. The true Sith also referred to their pre-Republic empire as the Nyash Dathk, or the Sis Nyash Dathk, which bears obvious resemblance.
God.
Note that the word infinite, immortal, and eternal are interchangeable prefixes in the titulature of the Sith Emperor of Zakul. The full historical and linguistic links between Rakata, Sith, and Zakul have yet to be uncovered. So, there you go. Alex, is your face just frozen as that? Okay. It was like frozen like a look of amusement. Every time I mention Zakul, all I can think about is Alex.
A dragon of Zakul.
When you were saying those names, it sounded like you were just like speaking like the Mordor speak.
Yeah, I've just summoned a demon into my home. So. And then we're told that some of the Korkadine, like their lesser colonies, they become like the Lorcates, the Trogodiles, and pocket dragons, which I thought was funny. And then Rakatan Rites secretly ramped up production of arms on Lihan, so they're gearing up, even though they're ostensibly under Sith dominion. And then we get a lot of lore on the Eshka, right? Those creatures that I showed before.
Oh yeah.
We're told that there's the small contingent of them are good. It says little known is the fact that not all Eshka had given into the ideology of domination, destruction, embodied by the Horde. That's what they're called, the Horde. A remnant under the Patriarch known as Hollow Voice broke off from the rest in order to espouse the way of peace, but these were the exceptions. And then we get more lore on the World Razor, the Destroyer of Worlds. They set it loose on the Rakata and then the Sith, the Eshka.
And become death, destroyer of worlds. So to make an Oppenheimer reference.
I noticed.
He says the destroyer of worlds, and I was just like, I am become death.
The offspring of Orodril himself. Apparently, the World Razor was the offspring of Orodril.
Yeah, that confused me because I was reading that and I was like, wait, what?
The sorcerers of Ran were pleased with all to see one of the great old ones revealed. So the World Razor is also the Destroyer of Worlds is also one of the great old ones. It would have wiped out the entire Rakatan race had not Horus arrived then, in turning the dreaded Destroyer of Worlds on frozen Belsavis, which also destroyed my graphics card, along with 100,000 other surviving Eshka who had been gearing up for the blood fever to finish the job the Eater of Stars had started. I love this. World Razor is called Destroyer of Worlds, Eater of Stars. The sudden appearance of the Avatar of the Hourless was even more terrifying than the World Razor to those who knew he could smite them with but a word. Instead, though, he opened a rift to the sealed worlds in the unknown regions, forcing the proud Rakata back to Lehan and the Sith to their sealed regions.
Horless is like he's like the savior of everything. Like he just comes in and he's just like he notices like some crazy entity has just appeared and he just like comes in, kicks its ass, and then like sends whoever summoned it back to their world.
I know. Good to see you, Nazo. Thanks for joining us and for your funny comments.
Bye.
And then this last paragraph, millennia later, the Eshka would be released by the Sith of Vitiat's empire. Several would try to free the World Razor while the rest embarked on a killing spree against Sith and Republic forces. But this time the Eshka would lose all. And that's of course SWTOR, yeah.
Cool.
The Eshka not only destroyed anyways, I'm gonna say they also destroyed my graphics card. Fine. And then yes, that's why we share the reading around too much black speech on your own, and you start to look like the mouth of Sauron. So now we get to chapter 69.
Before you do that,
yeah,
I got work at 6 a.m., so I'm gonna go to bed. But
are you sure you don't want to stick around for this and sacrifice sleep?
You know,
It's up to you.
Do it.
Peer pressure.
I'll stay till 9 exactly. Because if I don't get there on time,
minutes from now, okay.
Yeah.
Well, that's actually midnight here. And when the clock strikes midnight, I turn back into a pumpkin. But no worries. I love how we're gonna make these streams shorter, and we're gonna stream for less, and then we're probably gonna go for another hour at least.
I mean, hey, at least it's not 5 hours, right?
We got to give it its due, right? So
exactly.
that's exactly.
This is better. This is better for the analysis, at least.
Think about it this way. The future young reader of Supernatural Encounters is going to want a wise group of people to walk this person through.
But until that time, there's us.
Exactly.
Yes.
So,
Till that time, we're going to learn about Rick
on.
O'Lee and go, wow, really?
They're going to need us. We have to think about the future generation.
We're the early encyclopedia before Brennan reveals the truth.
Yeah, that's right. We're like the heralds. We just announced is coming. That was supposed to be a trumpet, okay? Not like anyways, so the Tho-Yor and the creation of the Jedi is what we get into on page 720. But even before then, chapter 69, Dark Kingdoms Divided, section 1, Awaken the Guardians. I love that. Awaken the Guardians.
Based.
Yeah.
We're gonna read fewer chapters and for shorter streams. The chapters, pretty much.
Al, this is some Tho lore for you.
It's just so dense.
Oh, yeah.
It's
just so dense.
Now I realize the problem. I may have brought this on the last stream. What I want is a diagram of what's inside the Tho.
Yeah,
I keep calling them the Tho lore now. That's it. That's what I want.
I think it's just like living quarters, right? It's like.
Is there a food court though?
Probably. There's probably like a basketball court, a food court.
Your basketball court?
Yeah, I don't know, like whatever.
You were balling on the court.
Blob racing.
Balling
it's
on
the Tho-Yor balling on the court.
There's a whole living quarters.
Balling on the Tho-Yors. Love it.
Anyway, sorry.
So, Yo Thors.
I'm just gonna read this entire part if my voice doesn't give out. In the midst of the Twilight Wars, okay, give me a second. In the midst of the Twilight Wars in 36453 BBY, so 36,453 BBY, the massive pyramidal ships of the Tho-Yor were at last awakened, and we can see this at the beginning of Dawn of the Jedi. 7 had been dormant upon the most promising worlds the Gree and the Qua had earlier decided upon for this very purpose. Ando Prime, Kashyyyk, Dathomir, Ryloth, Manon, Cathar, and Alpharides. An 8th Tho-Yor now left Tython, traveling the galaxy in secret to collect Force sensitives from the hundreds of systems that had been tested by the Cab-El. This vessel also went to Atresia, for there the Kyosutukira The greatest masters of the Kajitari were waiting, as there was much for them to teach. On Tython, the clans gathered around and followed the ninth and largest Thoyor, rejoicing as it came to hover over the stone monolith that became the Temple of Balance, as the other Thoyor came to gather in the atmosphere. I thought there was only 8, but apparently there's 9. On the wake of a powerful force storm, the 8 spread out upon the world, depositing their awestruck students and instructors who would go forth to establish centers of learning, focus on different aspects of the Force. Such academies would later be established on Kamas, Osis, and more, but for now they were focused on Tython. And then I'm going to skip this paragraph and just go, the Tythons, who served as both teachers and students, welcomed the mixed races to their planets, all of whom were now nationally welcomed to the ranks Tythons, but collectively referred to by their spiritual demarcation as Jedi. So the Tythons, of course, would be the Sith that were there already, the Eruthrans, yeah. But now they're all known as Jedi, and they're all Force sensitives, which is crazy and cool. Let me find those Thoyors all gathering.
Yeah, with the Force storm in the background, such a cool image.
I'd like to say for the record that the Thoyors should have just pushed Manon off of its gravitational pull into the sun. It saved everyone the trouble of that horrible level on KOTOR.
You're a monster. It's a beautiful planet. It's a beautiful planet. Beautiful people.
It's a beautiful planet that sucks. It's the worst planet in the history of the game.
Wait, what's the worst planet?
What is Earth? And we don't
Tython? Oh, Manon?
No,
yeah.
Oh, he said Manon.
So it's a little small, but you can kind of see that's the biggest one I could find. But there's 8 Thoyor kind of gathered around this plateau with water streaming down it
and see what's in there. I just want to hang out.
Just hang out in the Thoyor.
They won't tell me what's in there.
What's in the box? What's in the box?
Here, Alex, since you're leaving soon, do you want to read the 2 paragraphs? The one that starts with teachers of these schools, and then the one after it, the Kamasi.
Sure.
It's on page 720.
720. Give me a wee second. All right.
I will.
Thank you. Thank you.
Yeah. While you do that, I think it's very interesting now that we're in like familiar territory. We're in Dawn of the Jedi at this point, right?
Mm-hmm.
Like this is where the fun begins.
Yeah.
720 at the top.
Teachers of these schools.
Okay.
I think it might be at the bottom.
Yes. Okay. Teachers schools included those from the Daibendu, the followers of Palawa, the paladins of the Chatos Academy, the wardens of the gates who served the Temple of the Source, the Circle of Thought, the Academy of the Way, the Priest of the Sacred Way, the Frayers of Aquin, the Grenzer wise priests, and other benevolent traditions that study the Great Mystery. These went on to influence the Guardians of the Wills, the Mystics, the Luminous, the Jedi, and other Force-using traditions.
Keep going.
Okay. The Kamasi focused on ethics and Alagast's teachings of wisdom, balance, and reverence for life embedded in the code of the Guardians. Others taught benevolent technologies that would elevate galactic society, while harming the worlds and those they shared them with. No matter the specialty, central to their philosophy was the trine principles of Ashla, which represented the crucial aspects of the light that they were to walk in. Bogon, which represented the external and internal threat of darkness that was to be guarded against, and Bendu, which dealt with preserving the necessary balance of life that all must strive for.
No, there you go. And of course, the 2 moons of Tython were named Ashla and Bogan, right?
Mm-hmm.
And whenever they were out of balance, sorry, I was going to say whenever they were out of balance, like the Jedi, these early Jedi prototypes would go to one of the moons to regain their balance, like meditate on it. Which is also, I just want to make a new canon reference. It's interesting that like Elzar Mann,
I was just thinking that
when he's like out of balance, and like I was like that's of course Cavan Scott, because he's awesome. It was like he brought it in. He's like Elzar Mann was like on, what was he on, like Ashla, I think, meditating.
Yeah,
or something like that.
The dark side.
Because he abused the dark side, and so he was trying to like put himself back into balance. And I was like, that's a expanded universe deep cut.
Yeah, Captain
That's one of the
Scott's a
few
big
things
fan.
I like about anything in Dawn of the Jedi, the whole era. I have
Is
very,
Ashla and
very-
Bogan?
well, the idea of like this pre-Jedi, like proto-Jedi thing, and this ritual. I really like the idea of this ritual. I think that's really interesting.
You know what's interesting though is I don't know how I feel about this, but you just got me thinking about it, Al, because I used to think that Tython had some kind of almost like reverential significance in the lore, and that's really sort of what Dawn of the Jedi implies, right? Like this is where, like, I thought this was like the world that the Force originated from, or something like that, to a certain extent. But Supernatural Encounters kind of demystifies Tython a bit, and it's a confluence, like a planet where a confluence of events kind of comes together. But at the same time, it's not one of those like sacred worlds, right? It's not like Isoropia, the home of the midi-chlorians or anything like that. It's just like a planet where the guardians of the galaxy, so to speak, come together and are born. But there's nothing inherently special about it from a cosmic perspective.
No, I see
That kind of sucks. I don't know. I think that's kind of sucks.
I get that. No,
I
I think I agree with that pretty much.
I think like much better in Supernatural Encounters. Personally, I think everybody might agree with me here.
Oh yeah,
It just goes way deeper into her psyche, and
I've not read that yet. So
yeah. Well, we're not spoiling anything.
Other than one of these years when I finish Vector Prime.
Yeah, I will say though,
you got it.
I will say that like Abeloth in Fate of the Jedi just comes off as like creepy.
She's just crazy.
She's just she's just like Luke, she's like pretending to be like his wife and stuff like, and then all of his ex-girlfriends. It's like, why?
Yeah.
Anyways,
she wants another Alligast. That's why. And she thinks that she thinks Luke's the only one that matches that criteria for her. So
yeah. I love how Max wasn't here to say like, oh, anyway, sorry, Al, continue.
No, you're good. I agree with that with the Tython thing. I hadn't really thought about that before. To be fair, I try not to think about Dawn of the Jedi too much. I am the hater. I am the king hater of Dawn of the Jedi. I'm willing to
absolutely
accept that
Maxwell.
Yeah, absolutely. We were just talking about how there's an entity that appears in Riptide by Paul S. Kemp that takes on so much more significance now from what we learned about Supernatural Encounters, right? There's so many different examples of that. Like even Dejarik, we were talking about in like an earlier stream, takes on so much more significance now. And it's a game that's played in A New Hope, right? A New Hope itself, like the Marvel comics, so many things are just made so much better in retrospect. But this Tython thing that we're talking about right now, for me, is kind of made a bit, I wouldn't say worse. That's not the word that I'm going for, but
not as interesting.
Yeah, not as interesting. It demystified in a way that I didn't care for.
For me, the go-to example.
Yeah.
Oh yeah. That's I completely understand that. I pretty much agree. For me, the one I keep going to, and I'll keep going to it because I think it's a great example. You know, I don't like the Mortis stuff, but the stuff with the ones, with the Mortis Celestials or whatever in SE, I think is really good and really interesting. And to me, that should tell you something. For a big hater, for a well-known hater.
It really did enhance the story of the ones for me. I'm going to throw this up here because this is page 721. What is that Sith doing there? I'm just kidding. Although, like, seriously, he has, like, the headdress.
Yeah.
That's my good buddy Marcos.
I don't know what this picture is telling me. Because it comes in
They're worshipping the sun?
Oath of the Dedication, but I guess these are the different Force traditions, like gathering on Tython. Is that?
I guess the Sith. I guess the Urethros always had those helmets, and they're like, "I'm not."
We're the good guy. Fair enough. Fair enough. That's why like Marco Ragnos wears it later. He's like, it's like the equivalent of me wearing like a stovepipe hat or something like that in nowadays. It's like, yeah, I'm gonna dress like Abe Lincoln did, 200 years ago. It's so weird for a Canadian to talk about Abraham Lincoln. Anyways, so it says this was codified in the Oath of Dedication first conceived by Hamish Vorn, ancestor of Jedi Master Mordecai Vorn, that Jedi would vow to uphold. I do swear on my honor and on the faith of the Brotherhood of Knights to use the Force only for good, denying temptation to evil, turning always from the dark side, to dedicate my life to the cause of freedom and justice. If I should fail of this vow, my life shall be forfeit here and hereafter. So again, this is confusing to me because don't the Jedi also use the dark side?
Yes.
Yeah.
But they try to keep it in balance. So the way I understand
It's a
Dawn
very
of the Jedi,
literal sense of balance.
It says
Yeah, it's
turning
very-
always
very-
from the dark side. I don't know.
No, well, yeah, but in the Dawn of the Jedi comics, it's very like specifically like the like I don't know what I'm trying to say, like it's very literal in Dawn of the Jedi, and it's like they don't care if you're using like a technique in Dawn of the Jedi, but like it depends on like your view, I guess. Like if your view's out of balance, they make you leave, but they don't care if you like use lightning. You know what I mean? Like it's more
Okay.
about the mindset.
Okay.
Does that make sense?
I'm ready to be sold on this, Alex. So
I mean, I'm not even like the biggest fan of Dawn of the Jedi, so I'm just throwing out something that could help you be more accepting of it. But I don't know.
You and Marcel and I are going to have a big Dawn of the Jedi discussion when I finish it, however many years from now.
I think
Brennan
wanted to say.
Sorry, I was away for so long. I'm gonna have to head out. I was delayed by the Father of Shadows, and now he's dragging me into his domain. So,
oh no!
Hopefully, see you guys on the next one.
Brennan,
great seeing you, pal.
heading off to the charnel worlds.
Yes.
Night, man.
Yeah. Wish me luck.
Good luck.
Don't die.
So on page 721, we start getting into some pretty deep at the bottom of page 721, some pretty deep Rakata lore. But I don't know. Yeah, maybe someone can kind of help justify this whole like, or turning away from the dark. But like, it seems to me that the Dawn of the Jedi, you kind of liberally use the dark side. I don't know. I have to reread it, but doesn't really seem to mesh with what I just read in Supernatural Encounters. So this section's called The Black and the Red, and I think there's like an Iron Maiden song from Book of Souls called The Red and the Black, and that's all I thought about when I read that title. But I don't think it's getting at obviously the different types of Rakata, right? There's the warrior caste, and then the priests and the elders caste, which is the red caste, and the warrior caste, the black
like
caste.
the white and red armies in the Russian Civil War, I guess.
That's a good point.
Yeah, very, very, but much
very
so.
interesting point.
Yeah.
I too am going to be killed by the Father of Shadows, so I won't see you next time. Because
Okay.
I'll be dead. But I hope you all have a good one, and I hope you have a good
Yeah, you as
discussion
well.
for the last hour.
Alex will be back at a later date to receive.
Maybe.
We'll revivify him, and he'll come back.
We will go
Maybe.
through a journey to the Charnel Worlds to bring him back.
Yeah.
Thank you.
So.
I appreciate the dedication.
Thank you
But
for
I'm
joining
about to-
us.
Thank you
Good
for
to
having me.
see.
I'm about
Even
to-
Scott
Great thing.
came out of the shadows to say goodbye.
I'm being dragged by force. I can't. I gotta go. All right. Bye, guys. So that's wish me luck.
Bye.
Bye,
Good seeing
Alex.
See you later. So now we get into again more familiar territory. We're told that the Rakata branch out and smash the Galactic Union in the core worlds, ensuring that they would not easily recover or rise again against them. Their advanced technology was appropriated or destroyed. In this way, the inhabitants of the core worlds were cast into a dark age. And this makes sense because, you know, with the advent of the Republic, the core worlds think that there was really nothing before then, right?
Right. That's interesting. I didn't catch that when I was reading. In KOTOR, they I think it's Karth who points that out. Maybe it's Revan. They find something that's dated, 20,000 years previous. Like, oh my God, that's before the Republic. They make
And,
like a big deal.
To their mind, they think like that the Republic was the first game in town, right? There was like really
Exactly,
nothing before it. And that's because the Rakata just did such a thorough job of destroying what came before. And as the Celestials left the galaxy, just like everything kind of faded into myth, so that nobody remembers the Celestials or the precursor races or the firstborn races or anything like that.
And that actually sets the stage for the Republic better than all of these things coming together. If they all got wiped out and then had to come together. I think it's. I was watching Eckhart's Ladder video this morning with my coffee, and he talked about how in Dark Empire the Republic was wiped out. The New Republic was decimated.
Yeah, they went back to being a rebellion essentially.
Yeah, and then afterwards they had to basically create a proper government. They were forced to because the old one was destroyed.
Actually, it's interesting that you bring that up. But continue. I was going to say something else, but yeah.
Oh no, but I can kind of see that being the same thing here. After the Rakata are destroyed,
even more so.
Unions come back together. Yeah, even more so. The unions come back together and they like, let's do this, but good this time. Anyway.
But there's no institutional knowledge because the Rakata have just done such a thorough job of wiping out everything, right?
Exactly.
Basically reducing these worlds back to sort of near primitivism in a sense, right? Like they're no longer spacefaring races. They have to rediscover hyperdrive technology. That's why we say like the Duros and the humans are some of the earliest spacefarers, but only because there's just no appreciation or knowledge of what came before. And I was thinking about in the context of Dark Empire, because Maxwell was saying on Brennan's server, but also he just I think started reading iJedi, and I started rereading it. And in the very first chapter, Corran just goes on about how significant the Thrawn campaign was, and like there's like one brief mention of the Reborn Emperor, but it's like really like the Thrawn campaign did like nothing compared to what like Reborn Emperor did. Like it basically like he loosened the jar and the Emperor just twisted it right off, right? Like the Emperor, the Thrawn campaign brought the New Republic to its knees, but the Emperor was the one who, when he came back in Dark Empire, like they took Coruscant, right? They smashed the Republic all the way back to a rebellion and almost destroyed them all on like Nespis 8.
Yeah,
or maybe it wasn't Nespis 8. Whatever the planet they were hiding out on.
Nespis 8, I believe.
Okay, was it? Okay.
Thrawn brought them to their knees. The Reborn Emperor kicked them in the face.
Yes.
Yeah. It kind of happened in Legacy as well, where like the Empire like became the dominant faction in the galaxy again.
That's right.
They took down the Alliance, and then they were just a few scattered remnants with Gar Stasi, and then eventually after the war ended and everything, like they formed like a triumvirate of like all the different factions, like Imperial, Jedi, and Alliance. So
the same with the Vong War, although it wasn't the Empire. Vong.
Yeah,
but
like Vong
yeah,
kind
the Empire had to be reorganized into the Galactic Alliance.
Yeah. And so we're told on page 722 that the Infinite Empire didn't stop with the core. They start spreading out to like they essentially expand to 1,500 worlds at this point, right? They bring about the legendary Force Sabers of the Rakatan Force Hounds and the Rakatan Holocrons re-engineered from Qua technology. The Rakatan Hyperdrive that they were most famous for had been re-engineered from the stolen Firstborn vessels such as the Quaz Anang ships and the Akavish Kara crafts, which we talked about in previous streams, which were powered using Force-sensitive energy-charged gems to navigate hyperspace via the Force.
Don't you see those in Dawn of the Jedi in the comics? You can see the Rakata like do the thing on the jewel. Maybe I might be making.
Yeah, probably. Yeah, I think you're right.
That's cool.
We're told about the Terentatex and how they basically genetically engineered them, right? Which is very cool. And then it says, during this period of expansion, the Council of Elders, made up of the Red Rakata, took advantage of the emerging crisis to strike against the Black Rakata. This was known as the First Rakatan Civil War. Partway through it, there came a change in the war's goal and directions, because Daritha Soa, the Infernal One, was the catalyst for this change. And this is a character that was, I think, first featured in SWOTOR, Daritha Soa. Although there he was just called Soa, the Infernal One, right?
Right.
He was a Red Rakatan warlord, the descendant of one of the giant Rafa kings of old, and an outcast during his youth. He emerged at the time with a large force from the Sith worlds that had earlier been brought under Rakatan control. Soa proclaimed that if the Black Rakata would not submit, they would die as betrayers of the gods. So he is a fanatic. He is like he is an adherent of the immortal gods of the Sith, right? He is an adherent of the religion of old. As they would not, so was his rival, the Infernal Empire, established, which at its height took near upon 1,000 worlds that had belonged to the Infinite Empire, leaving them a mere 500. So this is one of the other areas. Hello and welcome.
What's up?
Hey. Great.
I know. Oh, yeah.
Oh, looking fresh. Yeah, exactly. So this is one of the other issues that I had with this part. There's two Rakatan empires. There's the Infernal Empire and the Infinite Empire. And I think the reason why Joe kind of created two is because it's part of SWTOR lore that Soa ruled over 1,000 worlds.
Yeah, I'm looking at it right now.
And
Yeah, this is. Yeah.
And I just feel like I don't know if this necessitates two different empires. I think it made things more complicated than it need to be. Like exactly with like the Tuscans and the Jawas, and this didn't really land as well with me. The fact that there's two empires, but I've since kind of relaxed my view on it a bit.
I've sort of thought
Thank
this
you.
over, and I've kind of argued with myself about
you.
this because I've been on the fence. I've gone back and forth. I brought up in the chat. Maybe it's a Union versus Confederacy thing. However, that still doesn't quite make it with me. I think I lean more towards there was probably a different solution to this problem. However, I will say SWTOR, as usual, always, without fail, causing me problems.
Yeah, it's all of this is to fix SWTOR and the crazy lore that it introduced.
To be fair, this is pretty cool. Like the idea of this like giant Rakatan who's like this hyper competent badass. Oh, that's awesome. He's like this crazy crusader. I like that. But when you start saying, "Oh, he conquered 1,000 worlds," oh, okay.
So I want to read what it says on here
in SWTOR
on Wikipedia. I'm looking at his thing right here.
Sure, go for it.
A massive Rakata male, Soa rose to power as a warlord in the infinite empire of its species well before the empire's collapse. Legends later claim that Soa, leading an army that included his creations, the annihilation droid XRR-3 and the alchemical monster Garge, conquered 1,000 planets in his time, and he earned the title the Infernal One. Among those worlds was the planet Korriban, whose native Sith he ruled. Sometime after the Sith King Adis's uprising against the Rakata, Soa and his infernal council of traitorous Sith were imprisoned with their army in the Eternity Vault on the planet Belsavis. Legend said that it took an army of Rakata and other ancient species to stop him. So there was some sort of like infighting amongst him and other Rakata. And I guess he did have his own like private army in a way. And obviously, like the whole conquering of Korriban and everything definitely makes sense, and like how him having like his own kind of council of Sith makes sense because he's like a believer in like the dark side and like the old gods and everything. So
all good. Yeah, no, you know what? I get that. Like there was infighting, but like he could have just been like a very powerful warlord still operating within the confines of the empire, right? I just don't. It just doesn't sit well with me. The two empires.
I've come to pretty much agree with you, Marcel, on this one. I'm not a fan of this idea. I think it's like 2 or 3 words off from being something that I'd be willing to accept. But I see the problem. I don't see how I would have fixed it, to be fair. So I can't. I have to acknowledge that.
I mean,
however, if it was the way it's framed, it is more of like a Confederacy versus United States thing. Whereas if it was more like a Chinese warlord period in the early 1900s, like 1915 to 1920, where there is no legitimate government.
It does appear to be within the context of a civil war, Al. So you're probably right about that.
Yeah.
So
like the specific context of the Civil Wars is sort of it's a nuance that's hard to describe, but it's very specific. It's I don't know. I can see the problem. It doesn't really bother me so much, but it is.
Yeah, three kingdoms, I think, right? The War of Three Kingdoms. Yeah. Okay.
Perfect.
Okay.
I mean, he had his own like infernal council and stuff, and I feel like maybe like the seeds were there for it, and then like Joe kind of like gave it a name in a way. You know, like kind of
Yeah,
said
that's
like,
fair.
oh, like this kind of like is like a separate faction that they called like the Infernal Empire. You know, like it was just kind of given a name. And like me personally, like I don't. I mean, I think it's pretty cool. I think it could go either way. Like if it didn't have like the Infernal Empire title, it'd be cool too. But
Let me hit you
it,
with this.
but
Let me hit you with this. Would Marcel, would you like it a little bit more if the next paragraph after he was defeated was the Infinite Empire took great care to erase his name to the best of their abilities, something like that. They scorched planets, they destroyed, they wiped out entire bloodlines, something like that.
yeah.
Would that be more to your taste? Because I think you said you didn't like how there are two of them and one's never mentioned, right?
Yeah, it works. I guess it works. It just
It kind of came out of left field.
yeah, I just don't like the idea of there being two Rakatan empires there. I just don't like that idea.
That's
Yeah,
fair.
yeah,
I get it. I'm pretty much I. It doesn't necessarily like. It's not like. It's sort of like the
Esteemed-
Starforge thing.
Esteemed
Except
editor and yeah, Edward Dodds.
Interesting.
Yeah, that's was this on the Jedi Council forums, Darth Sidious? Yeah, I just don't. I don't know. I'm trying to think of like maybe like Warhammer 40K style, like Horus is a great general that kind of goes and carves out swaths of kingdoms for the emperor of mankind, but he has people that are under him that report to him and stuff like that. His own like kind of council. But even then, it's still like the Empire of Man, right? Like he's not
right. All right, my Chinese history is not particularly great.
Yeah,
it's bad even. But in like the 30s, Chiang Kai-shek was basically the leader of China. However,
very cool.
Surrounding him were a bunch of warlords.
Yeah.
So I think maybe if you took that approach, again, it's tough. It's tough. I can acknowledge like this is
no, like conceptually, I think I can make it work. I just don't like the idea.
That's fair. To me, it's like one small change away from being like, okay, I can accept that.
I think for me as well. There's this interesting footnote 182. Soa called his empire Sik-Sadarith, which historians typically translate as Infernal Empire, although the more literal translation might be cacodemoniacal, as Sixa refers to evil spirits. The derivative Sexa was later used by the Black Rakata or Bukasek as a slur against all red Rakata or Ikalik. Note the etymological links to the Sith language, and for that matter, the Arcanian and Mikey. So that's actually, it's just like funny. It's just like, I feel like that's like a C-3PO reference. Like he's just telling me these things as I'm reading this book.
He's telling you these things as you're flying through an asteroid field.
Exactly. and to bring to life the lore that Max just read us on page 723, we're told that Daritha Soa ventures into the Stygian caldera because he wants to conquer the Sith territories there, bring them back under Imperial rule, or so to speak. And what he finds there does not impress him. It says, ever since the Erythros turned to darkness on Droman Rain long ago, the Sith were a morally undeveloped people whose principles were derived from the immortal gods of the Sith, of whom they did not even have a clear conception. It was enough that if their master said it, it was to be done. But with the imprisonment of the outer gods, death and diminishment of the old ones, exile of the Sithir, and captivity of Abeloth, their civilization built around a rigid hierarchy collapsed, leaving the Sith peoples in decline. No longer was there an unquestioned channel, for though laws could be found in whatever black grimoires and accursed codices they managed to hold on to, these were subjects to the approval and interpretations of competing lords and priests. So, Soa comes across this Sith society in decline, essentially. Yep. But they've forgotten the old ways. They've forgotten the ways of the old mortal gods of the Sith.
It's cool that
and we're sorry, just real quickly, it's told for this reason. It is for this reason that we're told that the those in the Nile retreat came to refer to themselves as the true Sith, disdaining those in the Stygian caldera as heretics or egomaniacal fools, because they don't actually keep the faith with the immortal gods, whereas those in the Nile retreat do.
Interesting.
And the true Sith, right? That turns out to be like Vitiate and his friends, right? Like later on, or
yes, I feel like Darth Sidious would have a better answer.
I don't want to spoil anything, but I do know some things about supernatural encounters that will maybe put that on its head.
Okay.
So the true Sith is a concept that was introduced in Knights of the Old Republic 2. Kreia alludes to this true Sith that's out there, basically this darker force. And Chris Avellone, the writer, was going to expand on this in KOTOR 3, but never got around to it. So when SWTOR was made, they reimagined the true Sith as Vitiate's Sith.
Okay.
that had survived the Great Hyperspace War, that were hiding out in Sith space on Droman Kos, essentially, and had reemerged to take over the galaxy by force. Now we'll see if that holds true in supernatural encounters.
Okay.
So I expect there might be a twist.
Cool.
I hope
I remember I watched a video. I'm pretty sure I watched a
that's great.
video.
Yeah, we're getting into more familiar territory, Comfort Eagle. So
yeah.
Not to cut you off, Max, but Comfort Eagle, you asked us, I think 6 streams ago, if we were to the Jedi yet. We just got there.
We're getting here.
We're keeping you up, eh?
But, I remember I watched not Eckhart's letter, Gatesly's video about like the true Sith, and I like when you were like it's talking about the true Sith and like what like Kreia talks about like that, like it like kind of brought the back, and I was like, that's right, like I heard about that, and I thought like that concept was so cool that there was just this contingent of Sith that were just hiding out there, you know, like that were these like really like bad dudes. You know?
And in the game, the way that she describes them, she was like the Sith of old, referring to like Marka Ragnos and all them, were but children playing with toys in comparison. I was like, oh, that's so cool. And then you see them, and it's the same people. It's the exact same people.
Well,
I was like, wow, so adorable.
It would make sense that they would be like these really like powerful and like, you know, like I don't know, like better and like stronger Sith, because like we know that they adhere to the old ways of like the immortal gods. So like they're like untainted by any sort of like, I don't know, like anything that the other Sith society was.
So this is what Chris Avellone said about the true Sith. He says he envisioned them this way. He's like the ancient Sith, like the ancient ones. Some of them just never went away. They just lingered. I wanted them to feel like the shadows in Babylon 5. So these really like primordial entities of evil, just kind of out there, which we see in supernatural encounters, right?
Yeah. Interesting.
All right, Frankie. Yeah, man.
Frankie.
I didn't know if you were like cool with me just saying your name. So
that's well, now it's there for all to see. Revan was a child playing with toys in comparison to Tulak Horde.
The Chad.
That's right.
I love Tulak Horde. He's so cool.
Darth Null. Yeah. I mean, SWTOR lore just keeps evolving.
There's a lot of it. There's a lot of it here right now.
And I also want to make just a quick thing that Belsavis seems to be the place where all the bad things go. The World Razor, it's
the prison planet.
Oh yeah, that makes sense. And then
my former graphics card.
Your former graphics card, and then Soa. So they all get like locked away on Belsavis. Like, damn, they just put everybody there.
Look, it's the prison world, Belsavis. You know, I used to live there.
Doretha So is a red Rakatan, right? But he is also a Sith.
There's a picture. He's not. If you want to look it up.
Yeah,
he's in the game. You fight him, I'm pretty sure.
Yeah, he's like a boss, and then you fight his council, like as like the penultimate boss.
Yeah, we'll see that they've been essentially. Look at this Chad. Here, hold on.
Let's see him.
This is such a funny picture because he's like, put up your dukes.
Oh shoot!
Here, wait. Sorry, that just malfunctioned. Hold on.
Not the graphics card again.
No, yeah. Every time I pull up Belsavis, it's just can't help it. Okay, here, Doretha Soa in all of his glory.
Nah.
I'm just kidding.
It's Tom Selleck all over again.
Yeah, I know. Here he is.
Wow, look at him.
Ooh.
Look at that armor.
Armor, yeah.
It's got his guns on.
Really ancient Sith Lord, even by the time of SWTOR, who invented all these weird Force things that Malgus was trying to find. Wow. Yeah, I don't know
I'm
if
sure we're
Darth
gonna see
Maul
him.
is in. Yeah.
He's got, like, he looks dope. Like, give me a Black Series figure of him.
Yeah.
Wow.
Oh yeah. Speaking of, for the
Oh,
people in the
Starkiller.
audience,
I'm so jealous. I need to get mine. Ugh, that's so cool, though. Wow. I had a coworker who I work with. We were talking about like the Rakata and stuff, and he was like, "A Rakata is basically if you just got a Mon Calamari and grabbed it by its eyes and stretched it a little." I was like, "That's perfect."
so it's a Mon Cala if they got their eye caught in a mouse trap.
Yeah, yes, yes, it's perfect. Wow, he looks cool though. I like him. He's like he's about to throw hands though. Like my God.
You know that picture of that guy who's like standing with his arms like this, and he's like so unimpressed with his sweater vest or whatever. You know that picture?
Oh yeah.
This was like Doretha So is just like giving off that energy right here. He's just like so unimpressed with you.
And that previous picture, it's like that scene from the first Spider-Man where Peter Parker's like, "I don't want to fight you." Yeah, I wouldn't want to fight me either.
neither.
I know.
I don't want to fight
know.
you, Soa. I wouldn't want to fight me neither.
I know. I really would have loved to see Chris Avallone get to write KOTOR 3, but alas, that's not the.
As a SWTOR defender, SWTOR often disappoints me.
And
Yeah.
like the disappointment was like that's him like pulling up to like Sith Society. He's just like,
That's him seeing the game he's in.
I'm not mad. I'm just disappointed, SWTOR. So now we get introduced to a character who's I wouldn't say well established in the lore, but very I think established enough in the lore that he's super interesting.
oh yeah,
This character is, of course,
King Adis.
Adis
Ooh,
or Adis.
He looks so cool.
Yeah, me too, man.
Pull up the picture of him
Spawn.
from Tales of the Jedi because he looks so cool.
Okay, Tales
Dude,
of the
I
Jedi.
love all these old Siths.
I love
Freedon Nad. I love Marka Ragnos. I love Naga Sadao.
They're all so
who
cool.
else? Exarchun. He's
boy.
my favorite. He's always my favorite.
But Marcel,
guy.
how can he have a lightsaber, Marcel, if they weren't created
Nah,
until?
Will,
Oh,
yes.
don't worry.
No.
Supernatural
We'll get
encounters
to
will
that.
tell you how. Yeah.
We'll get
Oh,
that
okay,
one.
thank God.
He's awesome. He's
King
so cool.
Addis. King Chaddis.
Yeah. King
King
Chaddis.
Chaddis, yeah, King
Yeah.
Chaddis.
That's Clarence right there.
Clarence.
Yeah. So we're told that
Some call
young
me-
Addis. He does look like Warb Null, actually. The
A little
armor is very
bit.
similar.
Yeah.
Yeah.
He's so cool.
Young Addis was of the bloodline of the Coruscanti Sith, who had brought the skull of Muan Thul to their world. He had been hailed as the chosen one from birth because of the unusual charcoal pigmentation of his skin. So instead of being a red skin Sith, he's a black Sith. And we knew this from Book of the Sith, right? I think that's what's told to us in Book of Sith, rather. Sorry, by did Abel Pena write Book of Sith, or is it somebody else?
I could have sworn.
It might have been Daniel Wallace, actually.
Yeah, I think it was.
Book of Sith.
Also, we know like we saw Munathul's defeat.
It was written by Daniel Wallace. Sorry. Yeah, we did see Muan Thul's defeat that giant creature.
Yeah, Horlus came in and
for the first time. Oh man!
Oh what?
Come on my channel and talk to me about it. I'll do like a podcast with you. I love
Tales of the Jedi is so good.
Tales of the Jedi is.
I can see cooler.
Cooler and more
cooler
better.
in 'em.
These guys will tell you how like nuts I am about Tales of the Jedi. It's like my thing.
I love
Tales of the Jedi is right beneath the original
Tales of the
trilogy
Jedi
for
is
me in terms of my favorite things in all of Star Wars.
Yeah.
Tales of the
My-
Jedi is number one.
It actually is my favorite.
Hands down, my
of
favorite
all
comic
EU.
in the
Yeah,
EU.
my all EU media.
Easy.
It is
Yeah.
like the Tales of the Jedi is my second favorite comic series after Legacy.
Yeah, it's
So
my
good.
absolute favorite. Yeah,
Tales is
exactly
so
right.
good.
I did a bit of it with Stevie when he was reading it, but shout out to
Marcel,
Stevie.
Didn't you like come across my page like on a stream, and then you like I was talking about Tales of the Jedi or something, and you were like, oh wow, like this is like someone
No,
who likes this
so
stuff.
back in the day, I was scrolling Instagram and I was like, who is this person putting out Tales of the Jedi content? And that's how I came to follow you. Who was you were the very first Star Wars content creator that I started to follow.
Oh, that makes me so happy.
And it was because you were posting Tales of the Jedi stuff.
Yeah.
Abel Pena wrote Evil Never Dies, which is where Ada's story was told for the first time. Actually, yes, so there.
Ooh.
And also I think reflected in Book of Sith, but Evil Never Dies is where I read about the charcoal pigmentation for the first time, I think. Nightwing by Sam Humphries, yeah. So we're told that Adus, there's two rival monarchies, King Sakra Kla and King Nakgru. This is on Korriban.
Yes.
And Adus comes, he basically destroys both of them with his singing light sword that had come down to him from his ancestor who had stolen it from the Synagogue of the Sither following the departure. And where did the Synagogue of the Sither get it? Well, a prized treasure. It had been taken from a defeated Chan in single combat on Kaldar. So, of course, that's back to that Kaldar World of Antares, which is the Edmund Hamilton book where the lightsaber first appears in literature for the first time, right? And there's like Kaldar and the Serpent People is the second book in the series. So it makes sense that the Sither would have gotten a hold of a lightsaber, a light sword, and they would have had it in their synagogue. And when they were expelled, that would have been taken by one of the Sith and later passed down to Adus. So that's how he has a lightsaber thousands of years before they're actually created. It makes sense. This is one of the things that I love about this section, and why probably chapter 69 is my favorite of the three that we read today.
That's fair.
Star Wars Archive. Yeah, he was one of the earlier ones too that I was following, was Archivist and Lance back in the day.
Totally direction, but it's actually the reverse for me. Max was the only page that survived a purge of Star Wars pages that I didn't like. I went through everybody I was following. I was like, I don't want to follow any more Star Wars pages.
Me too.
Missed hers, and I saw her stream, and I became a fan. Roughly.
Thank you.
Whatever.
So
it was great times.
Can we also say that it's cool that Adus was also using twin battle axes? Like that's cool. That's really awesome.
Yeah,
and he just pulls out this lightsaber.
He has a lot of like whatever you kids call it, Riz or whatever.
He does have Riz. Wow.
Absolutely.
Did I use that right? Yeah.
Okay. Riz.
He uses the light sword to behead the two rival monarchs, Sakra Kla and Nakgru. Recognizing the law of might, the people of Korriban exalted Adus as king and gave him the title of Sith Ari, which in the tongue of the ancients meant Supreme Lord. And we see that like Sith Ari prophecy kind of crop up again in the expanded universe.
Oh, yeah.
This Skibbity, Ohio, Riz, Kai, Kenneth, Adin, Ross. I don't even, oh my God. I think I don't even know what half these terms mean, but there was either Raging
we're
Bigger,
counted among the olds.
Yeah. Skibbity, Ohio, Riz, Kai, Sanat, Aiden, Ross, Drip King, Sigma.
So Lord Soa comes to town, comes to Korriban, and this is like the infernal language of the Sith, Comfort Eagle, and he deposes Adus, who is the king of Korriban, right? He basically says that he's like nodding and smiling. It says on page 724, but he knew that the Sith of Korriban had lost their way because Adus basically gave him some speech about like how the old ways weren't working and they're doing things, in the new way. And he's like, so is like, no, I need to take this back for the immortal gods. And so he withdrew to his giant battlecraft only to return a short time later with Garge, the father of the Terentitex, and Silentior, an annihilation droid. So this is what you were reading earlier.
Yeah, this is mentioned in here.
He'd used to help subjugate worlds unwilling to see reason. Before the assembled Sith, he announced, because you have had ignorant, weak, and heathen leaders, you have gone the way of the beast, crawling in the muck while calling it enlightenment. I now reclaim the Sith people for the old gods, who first raised you up out of the dirt. This Adus has deceived you and robbed you of the glorious destiny of your people. But I remember the traditions of the old, and the heights achieved by the Ankath, the victories you were led to by the Ninush Wudzdakut. I will restore you to your rightful place in history, but any who prefers to simper and fawn with the traitor king will never again see the dawn. And so this was the death knell for King Adus. He could not prevail against Doretha Soa.
There's a picture of Garge, and he looks really cool if you want to see him.
Here, Garge? Okay.
Yeah, it's like Gharg, right? Yeah. He's a crazy dude. Garge.
I think I've said a bunch of times I want to see a Marco Ragnos novel. No, throw that out the window now.
King Adus novel.
King Adus novel. King Adus versus Doretha Soa metal album, where every song is just like a recounting one of their battles.
This is Garge. No chill.
Wow. He's vibing.
That's basically like a Chihuahua in Sith terms.
He's vibing though. Look at Garge. He got big hands.
To be fair, I feel like a Chihuahua is probably more vicious than that is.
True.
Yeah.
Do you want to see his annihilation droid too?
I didn't see the droid.
Why not?
It's just like a droid.
It's cool that we can get like visuals on things now, you know?
Yeah, we haven't been able to see anything really.
Oh wow. He looks cool.
That's actually just a picture of my cat. Hilarious.
His body looks like Claptrap from Borderlands.
He does, yeah. The top there looks a little like
it's like Claptrap if he ever went rogue
and
went crazy.
He just bulked up.
Claptrap.
Greetings, I am Claptrap.
Prepare to die.
Prepare to die. So then we so it says that Adus goes into hiding. An abdication hastened by the betrayal of his chamberlain, Ishir Kale, who convinced his fellow nobles and military leaders to follow Soa. The Infernal Empire is too powerful to defeat. Is not the very stature of Doretha Soa proof that he is descended of the gods and therefore our true emperor? And so then we learned that from the Rakatan titles of Darta, Immortal, and Daritha, Emperor or God King, the Korabanian Sith now bestowed on Soa the portmanteau of Dathka, which comes down to us as Darth, the first to be thus called, though some historians consider all who held this progenitive nomenclature to be Darth. So Darth Soa is the first Darth. I mean, we've had other people called Doretha before, but I think Joe in his endnotes uses a very apt example from Roman history, where he talks about how Julius Caesar and people before him were called Imperator, right?
Yeah.
But Augustus, who was Caesar's nephew, formerly known as Octavian, was heralded in history and still is today as the first Roman emperor. So Caesar was never a Roman emperor, even though he had the title Imperator, right? So other people would have the title Daritha before Doretha Soa, but Soa is the first one to be legitimately the first Darth. So now we have the very first Darth. Awesome. It's not Andedu.
That's what I was thinking. Like reading this, I was like really confused. I was like, wasn't Andedu supposed to be like, the first Darth?
This, I think, I want to say this was like my first or second session where we brought up the Darths, the problem of the Darths, because there's conflicting information. There's some information that say it comes from the Rakata. There's some that say it comes from like Darth Andedu.
Yeah,
and this is something that I've been waiting to be resolved.
So Joe takes the stuff from the Rakata because that was already existing in the lore that people had theorized that Doretha or whatever it was. That term was from the Rakata, right? So
it says that he was dubiously thought of as the forebearer of the Darth title. So it's like it's not like confirmed that he's the first Darth, I think.
That's Andedu you're talking about.
Yeah.
So I mean, and we know Andedu lived like thousands of years later.
Yeah. But
he wore that title. So. It's some really important lore that it resolves with the first Darth. Yeah.
Oh, okay. So actually, in the actual EU, it says like some historians suggest that Darth is actually a corruption of the Rakata word Doretha.
Yeah, I told you. Yeah, it's existing lore. I made like an Instagram post about this like a year ago. That's awesome. Yeah, the origins of the title Darth. even back then, like all my Instagram posts were like, it's like Typhagem, the origins of the title Darth. What was the other one? I did King Adus. I was just like gearing up for supernatural encounters this entire time.
They're all that whole like the pre-Tales of the Jedi stuff. Unfortunately, not encompassing Dawn of the Jedi for me. But regardless, even some of Dawn of the Jedi, it's so interesting, and I want to dive headfirst into it like it is Waru. So bad.
Hey, people did dive headfirst into Waru.
Yeah, I know. I finished that book
to save Luke. They all like dived in after him.
So I would
wait. Did you finish that book already?
I finished it on the 31st. I finished it right before I went to the New Year's Eve party.
Are you still reading Survivor's Quest?
No, I finished. I finished a while ago.
Okay. What did you think of Crystal Star overall?
Honestly, it wasn't that bad. Everyone built this up to me. Oh, this is the worst thing ever. It's like Corellian trilogy tier. Maybe
it's a top 20 novel for me, so I won't hear any slander of.
I'm not slandering.
I don't mean like ever. I mean like top 20 in Star Wars.
Oh no.
When you say Corellian trilogy level, I didn't like the Corellian trilogy. So
yeah, Max.
I know. I caused a little bit of. I caused a little bit of controversy in that.
And she never gives up a book. So that.
When there's an entire chapter of this person crashing a ship,
very cool.
But no, I love Crystal Star. I absolutely love Crystal Star. That book.
Yes,
is so good.
I would love to feature you on my channel, Harry, to have a discussion about it and your thoughts. I just love hearing people's initial thoughts. Top 20, yeah, I just love it. It might even be top 15 actually. It's not top 10 though, but it's top 15 at the very least.
For me, it's in here. Let me pull up my thing. I think it's in the B tier for me. So I really enjoyed it. I
told people I read Crystal Star for the first time in 2022, and I finished it in like 3 days. I could not put it down.
It's so good. I love.
Oh no, I had an easier time getting through that than I'm getting through Vector Prime. To be fair, this week has been hell, but still, Vector Prime I've had to like focus on more than
I've read like 40 R.A. Salvatore books over my lifetime. He wrote all those Legend of Driss books.
So I would also want to say like a Crystal Star.
Cool. I love Michael Stackpole.
Those are both great.
Michael Stackpole is like a top 5 author for me.
Just a quick Crystal Star thing.
Again, top 5 Star Wars author.
The Kodru G in Crystal Star, in this book by Hand of Thrawn, there is a Kodru G Sith Lord in the one Sith, and he's got 4 lightsabers.
That's crazy.
Really cool. So
awesome.
Just a quick
to one last thing to round this off, just so I don't get bombarded here. Crystal Star for me is one below Isard's Revenge, and one above I Jedi.
Okay.
I'm excited to see your night.
Pretty solid ranking.
I
like it a lot. Anyway, continue. Sorry about that.
I was going to say Doretha Soa or Darth Soa now reorganized an Infernal Council, so that would be made up of pure-blooded Sith, Rakata, and a smattering of humans. So that's, he had a diverse council.
Yeah.
The first Darth was also a proponent of diversity.
You could say he's the Diversity Alliance.
The Diversity Alliance.
Diversity Alliance had no humans in it, so no, he's even better than them.
I just want to bring back like the Darth thing really quick. I think maybe like Darth Andedi was like the first like recorded Darth, that they knew of. Because like as we know, like a lot of this ancient history gets like erased and just forgotten. So I'm sure like Andedi was like just their first ever Darth that they knew of.
Here, I'm gonna share something. This part. Emperor Jari Che, and how he basically like invades Naboo. This is like this little cutaway here, and I was like, I don't know what to make of this. He was the greatest of all Darth Soa's servants due to his fierce devotion. On Naboo, his despotism led to the reestablishment of the Kijatari, who sought to create a peaceful realm. And so we heard about them before, right? Like the Kijatari, they were like one of the Force schools, right? The timing was fortuitous as Naboo would soon face plunder with the arrival of Sith forces seeking to revive the cultic practices of the old Sethan kingdom, looking for Starcrow stuff, eh?
Yeah.
But the Kijatari willingly gave their lives in protection of the native Gungans and their Zilkan allies, buying them time to secure refuge. And so like this is basically a secure refuge. So the Gungans basically probably at this point at least some of them would have went underwater and built
Yeah.
cities underwater.
It says that. It says which for some was
does it actually say? Okay, yeah, I think it says that. Yeah.
It says which for some was the vast undersea realm where they live to this day. So Otagunga, it's a hidden city, right?
Heritage of the Sith, an article, and very cool. Also kind of unrelated, but they may have addressed the supernatural. The theory basically is just English because of alien exit. Yes, that is absolutely. Oh, that is absolutely addressed in supernatural encounters, and your theory is correct.
Yep.
So then we find out the sort of the end of Darth Soa. I'm gonna move past this Emperor Jari Che here because I just
wait.
Yeah.
Sorry, we find out like that the Gungans did they had their lives saved. Basically, they were
the
the
Gungas.
Gungas, yeah.
The Gungas.
And essentially, like the humans of Griswold who came millennia later to Naboo would off shake their heads and laugh at the quaint customs of the primitives. And then later on, we know that there is a war between Gungans and the Naboo. So
that's right.
Always those humans being devious.
Brain so big, right? Isn't that what Boss Nass says?
Well, Boss Nass brain so big.
So Daritha Soa meets his end on page 725, or at least his end for now, because he comes back in SWOTOR. But
somehow Daritha Soa returned.
Yeah, with somehow Darth Soa returned. With massive Sith armies at his back, a sizable fleet of warships, and the aid of the dark side infused hyperdrives, Darth Soa forged a hazardous and impermanent trail out of the Stygian caldera, allowing the Infernal Empire to proceed towards the heart of the Infinite Empire. But it was here that his Infernal Empire failed, for even they could not prevail against the eldritch powers of the Starforge. Defeated, Darth Soa and his Infernal Council were placed in a deathless sleep in the Eternity Vault on Belsavis, with literally everything bad.
Yeah, he went out with the World Razor there. Oh.
And so now we get into even more familiar territory because the year is 27,700 BBY. Yes. And King Adis takes back Korriban. He and as a gesture of goodwill, the Rakatans, this is the Infinite Empire Rakatans, not the Infernal Empire. They gift him with the lost secrets of holocron technology looted from the defeated Infernal Council. And so he plays his part for a bit, but then he takes back Korriban by force and repels the Infinite Empire out of Rakata. Says, though King Adis lost his life in that battle, his spirit endured, bound to his grimoire and passed down to his loyal Jens Azgul, Shadowhand, Bilious Torment, who brought it to Onderon by way of Arcania. Though his light sword was lost, his teachings would influence the Sith in the era to come. And of course, King Adis also appears, I believe, in a short story from the Tales of the Jedi Companion. It might be what was that one called?
Is that the one where she activates the thing and then she gets pulled into the dark side or whatever? I did a terrible job.
I read it. I narrated it on my channel, and I will tell you what it's called in a minute.
That's not the most dangerous game. That's something else. That's Deadly. No, not Deadliest Foe. I
think it's called Secrets of the Dark Side or something like that. It's called A Tale from the Dark Side. Yes. I narrated on my channel a year ago, and actually the Sith incantation that she reads, I believe, pops up in Star Wars Rebels as well. That's where he's first mentioned in the companion. Yeah, okay.
Oh.
That's a wild amount of Naboo world building, episode 180. I know. It's cool. It's also one of the most beautiful planets in Star Wars, in my opinion.
Not to go off on too wild a tangent, I'll make this quick. But Harry brings up a really good point, and I think it's something that is one of the reasons why I love the EU so much. The media surrounding the movies is so important for expanding the lore on all of those planets featured within that now, going back, a lot of the prequel planets kind of feel a little bit empty, especially episode 1 without in the new canon. At least to me, I feel without the support of oh, there's a movie out. We need to make all this media. We need to have all this attention on it. Without that,
Mm.
the planets are left kind of barren.
I
Anyway,
know.
sorry.
Yeah.
No, I agree with you. 10 years with that property, they got to be doing more.
True. Absolutely.
Yeah, I agree with AI
This-
as well.
This the next section we're gonna get into is we've been kind of waiting for the return of this fellow.
Okay.
ready
So
for-
before we get to Eminem,
yeah.
so we're told that now we're veering into the downfall of the Rakatan Infinite Empire, right? Which is even more familiar territory for us. We're told very quickly off the bat that the victory of the Stygian Sith was a blow to them, right? It was it triggered a second Rakatan civil war, and as they turned more frequently to the use of the Starforge to impose their will, they were overtaken by a psychosis brought on by the vile engines hungrily draining them. As sub-praetors turned on each other and infighting took its toll, allowing the Rakatan slave revolt to succeed, the Rakata brought about the beginning of the end of the dynasty. And though they might have recovered from even this, the events that followed finished their civilization for good.
Yep.
And page 727. Do you guys want to just read that from? It was in 25,200 BBY all the way to with the psychosis to where footnote 185 is. Maybe take some turns. Yeah, go for it. I'll be back in a second.
All right. Wait, I don't know where I'm stopping, but it was in 25,200 BBY that Nal arrived to find the force sensitive Rakatans a regal. Wait, where'd it go? Arrived to find the force sensitive Rakatans a regal banquet for a gourmand, glutting himself on the wondrous delicacies, be they overlords or slaves, whether in the form of bulging, bloating corpses that ran amok or in his own misshapen mass of eyes, entrails, and limbs. Upon their flesh, he feasted and expanding, causing no small panic in those attempting to flee. So essentially, Nal returns, or somehow Nal returns, you know. So
he's a little bit like Batman. He's returning.
Yeah. It says on page 726, infused with the dark side, Rakatan praetors had begun receiving visions of the coming of Horus to destroy their star forges and keep them locked away in the lonely wastes of the Forbidden Zone. So they dread that fate, and they remember the old religion of Soa that had so vehemently preached and stretched out their senses to the void with their technomantic powers to see if indeed anything might answer. Something reached back and spoke to them. And it says, go to Mort. Actually, Ken, do you want to read that? It says, go to Mortigan. And yeah. On page 720, page 726, it says, go to Mortigan.
I thought we were reading 727.
Go to.
Well, I want to backtrack a bit so we can get some context on
Go
what
to
happened.
Mortigan.
Sorry.
Seek out the gray swallow. Bring back the hollower of beings. For this.
What?
You guys are cutting out. Oh, my internet cut out for a minute. What?
Where are we right now?
Well, 726. I was just giving context as to what Nal is up to.
Oh yeah, sorry, I must have missed that part.
Yeah.
But essentially, okay, what happened was the praetors had a vision of Horus destroying their star forges, and they feared their star forge rather, and they feared such a fate. And so what happens was they sent scouts to Mortigan, which we'll remember is the planet that Mungal has been imprisoned on, or at least an aspect of him has,
And,
right? No, I think to find the gray swallowing, which they think they can use to destroy Horus.
And it says the Killiks were kind of watching over Mortigan and watching over Nal.
Right.
But the hyperdrives of the Rakatan allowed them to kind of slip
through.
there.
Yeah. So, what did you read up to, Max? You read page 727.
Yeah, but there's some other stuff. Like on 726, it's really cool. Like as the scouting party, like that part, and then onward.
Let me see. I will. Oh, as the scouting party disembarked on the sickly, withered world to find and convince the mysterious Old One to aid them in the deicide of the Celestials, Mungal Mungal began to ooze out of the deep fissures and hollowed trees. It had been some time since last he fed, and he took his time stalking and absorbing the Rakatan team. Only the final member of their party, Sether Rail, managed to survive long enough to return to his ship. This almost seems like it's like from The Thing. An engineer, an engineer and the brightest member of the group, he fought valiantly if vainly until the end, when in the midst of pre-flight checks, he saw it burbling there behind his seat. This is like out of a horror novel, yeah. The corruption that had stalked him across Mortigan. The Devourer animated him, and the other bodies of the task force, which flew back to Lehan, laughing and gibbering like madmen, of how they'd accomplished their mission of bringing the Grey Swallowing. And then we get into the part that Maxine read earlier.
Yeah.
And the year is 25,200 BBY at this point, right?
Yeah.
So Mungal basically starts eating or absorbing people in the Rakatan Empire. And we're told this is kind of cool, is that Celestials could not be harmed by the Devourer, but the Firstborn could. Which is interesting because I thought the Firstborn were, unless they broke the pact, they were immortal. But
yeah,
it is. And then there's this interesting footnote, page 184. It has been theorized that Mungal Mungal acted as a kind of maxichlorian virus.
That's so interesting because Tenebrous experimented with the maxichlorians. Maxichlorian, get it?
Maxichlorians.
Wow.
Maxine chlorine.
But
yeah, it does.
Oh yeah.
Ooh yeah.
I have a whole
Frank,
thing
about how
I have a whole thing about Yeoman Car's thing is literally just Among Us in Star Wars.
That's accurate.
It literally is. This guy is in disguise among the crew members, doing tasks to look normal and then killing them when they're not looking. It's literally Among Us in Star Wars.
Nobody invented.
Well, Death Troopers is just Dawn of the Dead in Star Wars, which I finished that too. I need.
Did you guys talk about this part at the I think close to the bottom of page 727 where it says the psychosis of the Starforge, the psychosis that allowed him to gobble up Rakatans easier or more easily. But then it was when he reached Dathomir, he came across the Dread Mother and they fought for dominance and she repelled him essentially.
Yeah.
It says that however the surviving fragments of Mungal Mungal contained within these unfortunate souls were brought together, expelled, and in a rare example of dominion over the Cancer God, bent to the Dread Mother's will. She entrusted the resultant ichor to her Night Sisters, who interred their dead in pods containing but a single precious drop, transforming them into zombies ready to be awoken in their hour of greatest need. So that's from the Clone Wars cartoon, right?
Cool.
Yeah.
Oh, I love it. That's so cool.
I know. It's so funny.
Wait. Franklin.
Zoomer pilled and correct core. I don't know what any of these terms mean. Please
but no,
speak English.
This is so cool. Okay. Like I know it's TCW and it's controversial, but like Night Sister zombies is like a cool concept. But like the fact that they are animated by now and just kept in these pods is insane. And we see General Grievous literally rip them apart, and it's like, oh, it's so cool. I love it. And then
don't they bring those back in that show I haven't watched yet?
Yeah.
So
kind of.
Well, maybe. Oh shoot, I didn't even think about that. Maybe, but no, this is so cool. I remember reading this and I was like, what?
Have any of you read Red Harvest?
Oh yeah, they reference Darth Scabrous.
You have, Max, or have not?
No, I haven't, not yet.
Okay, so this highlighted part is a complete reference to Red Harvest. When they thought Mungal Mungal had been wiped out, he'd slide off into the shadows, manifesting again on various occasions, unleashed by Sith sorcery on Odasser Foston in the Outer Rim, an event otherwise known as Darth Dreer's Folly, and again when the tiniest viral quantity of him was called up by the black magic of Darth Scabrous, who's a character in Red Harvest.
Oh, wow.
Bringing him percolating forth as the loathsome sickness. Unlike his siblings, Mungal Mungal was an unnaturally patient and invariably would the Cancer God rise up as a force of chaos, as the bane of worlds, knowing the time of the great pestilence was certain to come. So the disease in Red Harvest and Death Troopers is literally an
No.
Mungal's
So
essence.
cool.
Bro, it's
Yeah.
awesome.
Okay, so that knocked Death
Which-
Troopers up a couple books on the
Which
tier
yeah,
list.
makes sense. And this
I
is
love
I
it.
know Maxwell's probably not here anymore, but this is an example of enhancing the lore in a way that
that's so badass.
I can't wait to go back and reread.
it.
I actually really like Red Harvest and Death Troopers. They're really
fucking
short reads.
dope.
Yeah.
That's
Red Harvest.
Didn't you say was Red Harvest the one that had the Taken reference that you're like?
specific.
Yes. That Taken
Okay,
reference is
just making-
obnoxious.
Death
But,
Troopers rocks. That's such a good
I
movie.
just finished
The
that.
movie
the
book.
other day.
No.
I actually I like Death Troopers until the two surprise characters showed up, and I was like,
Yeah.
this novel could have stood on its
Yeah.
own two legs. Why did
Yeah.
it need this?
Yeah.
You didn't need them. In it.
It's
Yeah.
so
They
funny
didn't
though
need them.
because you can
But-
just think that like Chewie and Han went through this and then they just never talk about it ever again.
I wouldn't. Would you?
That's true.
You see, kid, I've been
To be
around
fair,
this
if
galaxy.
that
I've
happened
seen
to
a lot
me-
of strange stuff.
To be
Yeah.
fair,
I have a
happened to me.
family
I would
member
just go
who's
into,
like,
like, a
I have a
forest.
family member who's like convinced that he saw like something in the middle of the night while he was driving in like forest
Oh,
area,
God.
and like he just like
Cool.
refuses to talk about it to anyone.
Oh wow. Okay.
dude, this
We
is
saw the
so-
Father of Shadows.
And I was like, dude,
I
you were
don't
just
wanna-
tired and maybe like slightly, hallucinating because it was dark.
So this is an ongoing bit between my friends. I was driving down a dirt road at night and I saw the ring woman on the
No
side of
way.
the road. I saw
There's no way.
No,
No way.
Thanks, thanks,
no,
Al.
wait,
Now
I'm
I'm now I'm not going to be able to go to sleep tonight.
Listen,
you really?
listen. No,
You
100%. I don't believe in ghosts. I don't believe in any of that stuff.
Do you know it's actually a
almost
fairly common
certainly
phenomenon to
hallucinating.
see a woman in white on the side of a highway.
No
It's
way.
like a, yeah,
That's
No
so
way.
weird.
Fairly-
That's so
Oh
freaky.
my god, you're gonna make me look. I'm looking at
Yeah,
my shoulder when I go.
fairly common
I-
common reported
Oh.
phenomenon actually.
I went 100 miles an hour afterwards. If I hit a child, I'd be like, I'm not staying.
All right,
Oh my god!
don't do that.
Wow.
Don't hit a
That's
child with your car.
freaky.
No,
Ooh.
Scariest thing that's ever happened. to me.
that's terrible.
Well, probably not, but that's up there. That was the
You
scariest thing that's ever
ran her
happened to me
over.
on that road.
You should have
You should have hit the ring
Okay.
girl. With your
Let's not run people over because what if she's not a phantasm and then you've probably just committed
Well, yeah, what
vehicular
if it was like
homicide.
a prank or something and you just ran over
Then
someone?
don't stand on the side of the road being weird, being creepy.
Well, yeah,
Okay, I
yeah,
rescind
sure.
my statement. Don't hit people with your car. That's bad.
Cannot
Don't do
cause
that.
harm.
Yes. Let's not hit anyone
Anyway,
with any
Don't,
cars.
don't do that.
On page 728 and 729, we get this section called Warlords and Despots. So now we know how the Rakatan Empire came to its end before we even get to the Warlords and Despots part. Like they were basically their empire was dismantled by the Force Psychosis and then later by Mungal who devoured their empire essentially.
Wow.
Devoured their empire. And that's why they were reduced to barbarism on what Lehan
Mm-hmm.
was
Yes.
it that was later what Rakata Prime.
So they said like usually like the common like consensus is that like they just died from like some sort of disease.
Cancer.
Yeah. So now it like makes sense because they call him like a disease and like the cancer god and everything. And I think that's so much cooler than like, oh, they just had some random force disease and
Well, how do you even describe
Force cancer.
Mungal if you've like it's not like he manifests really. Like I guess he does, it's like an ooze or whatever, but like he it very much like to the untrained eye and to the people who aren't really paying attention, it looks like everybody's just dying from a disease.
Yeah.
Right?
Like these gray spores like growing on them and stuff like they just die.
We would have had zombie Rakata and we just weren't even around to that would make a great for like Left 4 Dead game. It's just like shooting up a
yes.
bunch of
It's
zombie
so
Rakata.
dope.
The Grey Swallowing, also known as the Hauler of Beings, was one of the plagues said to be unleashed by the Rakata in Warfare's author's cut. Yeah, there's so much good stuff that was cut from the Essential Guide to Warfare, including Despotica,
Yo,
which we're actually about to kind of get into because we're talking about Warlords and Despots in the next session.
Dr.
Yo.
Royce Prater, is that like unreleased thing, is that in one of the collections? Because I have
no, it's in a blog. A lot of
because
it's like
I have the collections. I don't know if it was in one of them. I
yes,
can't remember.
it is. It is.
Pepperidge Farm remembers.
Well,
It's my go-to snack when we're on stream.
we're almost coming to the end of the stream. We only have maybe 4 or 5 pages left to talk about. But yeah. So this next section, warlords and despots, we're told that basically in this power vacuum that the Rakata have left behind, all these other conquerors, come to the fore to try and take over, but the galaxy's so large that none of them really make much headway. We're told of the Transgalactic Council of Corporations, the Cygnus Star Empire, the Star Wolves of Varna, the Interstellar Paw Patrol of Federation of Stars. Interstellar Patrol of the Federation of Stars, the Gorak Ascendancy, which came near to the level of the Rakata before infighting revolution, their subjects wiped them out. And then we see Warhammer 40k reference, the tyrannical Belisarius and his Imperium, and the Arakacian Empire, who after several centuries-long rule... Okay, I'm going to talk about this a bit, actually, but the Belisarius and his Imperium, I knew that was a Warhammer reference, but then I'm like, it wasn't the bad guy in Rebel Moon called Belisarius as well? So thought, maybe it could work for both. I don't know. Belisarius call... Yeah, there you go. Yeah, there's a reference to Belisarius.
I gotta see that.
Yeah,
I gotta see if anyone has that.
He answered your question. Is released on the Star Wars blog.
Yeah. I gotta see if I can find that. And if someone has it on the Discord, please send it in there.
Talk to. Actually, I'll tell you to talk to afterwards. I don't want to call them out on stream in case they want.
Okay.
But okay. So this next part, it says, and the Arakacian Empire. This is on page, I believe, 729. The Arakacian Empire, who after a centuries-long rule, following the discovery of the Water of Immortality, were smashed by the six-eyed Holy Landers. Does anyone know what this is a reference to?
No.
Heavy Metal 2000.
That's why I didn't get it.
The sequel to Heavy Metal. It's not really much of a sequel. Thematically, I suppose it's a sequel, in spirit. But the Water of Immortality and the Arakacian Empire is a reference to Heavy Metal 2000. Doesn't excite me as much as Heavy Metal references because I love Heavy Metal. Heavy Metal 2000 is kind of like a much weirder movie and it has a single plot line. But I'm so happy that there's a Heavy Metal 2000 reference in this book because that's crazy.
Al, I was just checking in the Discord and I saw your name and I was like, who the hell is Captain Oli?
Oh, yeah. Well.
I just saw it. I was like, oh my God.
And then... Ken, can you read us this last paragraph? Although a great, it's on page 729, I believe.
Although a great and vertiginous number of the armies of the Old Ones had been killed, conquered, or held at bay by the heroes of the galaxy, client races of the enemy continued to fight for dominance, but devoid of these terrible powers to lead them. The Twilight Wars were finally end.
So we have the end to the Twilight Wars. If 40k happened in our galaxy, the supernatural encounters canon, or maybe even Mass Effect. Oh, there was a Mass Effect reference earlier that we found. Yeah. So the Twilight Wars have come to an end.
Mm-hmm.
It's finally over.
And then we get to the Battle of Ten on page 729. Despite the many faults of Zim the Despot, of whom much has been written, I love that part, of whom much has been written, there was considerable good that he'd accomplished that none before him had been able to do. Most significantly, the fact that he brought an end to the slave empires that until then held dominion. And Joe mentions in the endnotes how some of these slave empires, I believe, were referenced by Michael Kogi when he wrote the Despotica, but Joe fleshed out the rest of them, and he actually spoke to Mike Kogi about them to ensure that he wasn't really going to do anything with them. So that's really cool. It's like an example of authors collaborating to build on the lore of the expanded universe, which you don't see as much anymore, but was par for the course back in the good old days, as I'll say. And then so that I'm just going to briefly name the 10 slaver empires that Zim busted up. The Cadell, a green SWAT amphibious race. So there's your Croak lore. The Urmi, a mountain race of bipedal stoats. The Easy, a horned hawk-like matriarchal race of predators who lived on Onderon, of all places, actually. The Visa, a spacefaring remnant of the Vis Empire, which we spoke about some streams ago. The Gorfodi, strong blue and green-skinned rulers of the caste formerly known as the Agorhefian and renowned for their greed and violence. The blue-furred Mail, the reptilian Thalassians of Meram, the Sith allies, the Malagarians or Malagarians, a hostile mushroom-like humanoid race that eventually were wiped out completely, and the Zoamon, known as the Worm Men. And it says, before Zim was corrupted by the warlocks of Ikwa and took on the title of Daritha Zim, which is interesting, he is noted for having climbed the 10 stories of the Pelgrin Oracle. And I think that was where they called the Celestials before, was the Pelgrin Oracle. Is that true? They called like Luxos. Was that the same place?
It was something of, I just remembered the word Pelgrin in there.
Where they called him and they're like, please help us out. Where he witnessed the suffering that went on under the cruel coalitions of the slavers. By the end of the Battle of 10, the hold of darkness was broken and the slaves were free. Their domination ended. There would emerge one of the greatest galactic governments the galaxy had ever seen. So a lot of these slaver races kind of went underground or continued their slaving practices. But here, because Zim broke up the slaving empires, it allowed a government to emerge in 25,000 BBY, which we know as the
really interesting because in
Galactic
like the
Empire.
in the Despotica, like, you know, there's like different like retellings of Zim's story, and some of them like are like him as more of a heroic figure, and some are more of him as like this tyrant that was evil,
or a pirate king,
or the pirate. Yeah, and so I mean, at least from what we're reading here, he doesn't seem like such a bad guy. I mean, he freed all these slaves. I mean, he did a lot more than Qui-Gon did for the slaves. So, I mean,
when I finally put it on my channel, hopefully in the next couple of weeks, listen to the Despotica Part 1, because it talks about the various. Well, you've already read it, Max, but it talks about the various interpretations of Zim and how he's like sort of something for everyone, right? And it's just been over the thousands of years. Yeah, okay, no, fair enough. Yeah, over the thousands of years, has just been completely used over and over and over. And I'm trying to think of like a historical analog to him. Perhaps like Alexander the Great or something like that, who's
maybe,
or even Julius Caesar, who's seen as like or Napoleon Bonaparte, who's a liberator to some and a villain to others, right?
Yeah,
child of the revolution. He's a womanizer or like a tyrant, right? Or an enlightened dictator, and all this kind of things that you see with Zim, right? So,
very enigmatic figure.
So part 4, so we did do part 2 and 3, and part 4 it's a bit longer, but I want to get Titus back to do his role of Zim, because I thought he did it so well. And so eventually we will do part 4, because the goal is to narrate everything, right? So eventually we'll get there.
I can't wait till I get to NJO.
I mean,
eventually we'll get there.
I would, but I don't know what the rules are. Someone have all the Despotica parts saved somewhere? How? I do. I have them all. I can send them to you, Scott. I'll send them to you on Discord later after the stream. I have all the, I think, hyperspace stories saved somewhere. Although Despotica is not hyperspace stories, I don't think. But I have them all. I can send them to you.
Hold on.
Yes, Max is going to flex.
Yeah, I gotta. But if you know, you know. But the Despotica is collected in the Tales from the Primal Age collection, along with Alien Exodus and a bunch of other really cool stories. So
yeah. So what I really like about the Despotica is also, I was talking about it earlier, I think, is that how Michael Kogi uses these like plays, these ancient plays, and they're done in the style of like Greek tragedies. But he has like Pechislok or Lycosus, and those are Tuckerizations of Aeschylus and Sophocles, the great Greek tragedians. So that's I think that's really, really neat, and it's amazing to have a Tuckerization of a Greek tragedian in Star Wars.
base.
Yes. Okay. So then I will get them to you imminently. And then we have the end of the Cosmic Wars, and we might as well like read the entire thing because it's really, really interesting.
Yeah.
I'll read the first paragraph, and then Max, you can take the second. Ken, why don't you take the third, and then Al, why don't you round us out with the last paragraph? Actually, you know what? Ken, why don't you take the first one because it's the longest, and I'll take the last paragraph.
Okay, the start of the end of the Cosmic Wars, yeah?
Yes.
Okay. Give me a second. Gotta sit up. With the fall of the Rakata and the final end of the Cosmic Wars, the formerly enslaved races were again free to explore. The stars ever called to the inhabitants of the core, who watched with eyes of ignorance, blissfully unaware of the strange events yet shaping the galaxy. During the imposed Dark Age of the Rakata, it invented sleeper ships, sometimes called hibernation ships. These were a great improvement on the ancient generation ships, as they put their passengers into a state of suspended animation until some crucial event woke them on their voyage neared its end. Towards the waning days of the Infinite Empire, they were abandoned, as the technology of Rakatan ships was re-engineered without the use of dark side powering devices, allowing those on the core to finally have hyperdrive engines of their own and burst beyond the inner rim to span the void between stars, giving rise to a new generation of travelers, humans, Duros, Bagarowin, Verpine, Deveronians, Zabrix, Twi'leks, and many others, a period some consider to be the fourth breath.
Did you want me to read the amongst?
Oh, yeah.
Okay. Amongst the many far-spanning governments that came about in the expansionist era, that ran 25 to 20,000 years before the Battle of Yavin, the Kingdom of Kron became Zim's empire. The Federation of Stars became the mighty Mid-Galactic Empire. And following the ratification of the Galactic Constitution during the Unification Wars, many of the worlds of the former Galactic Union, previously the Galactic Federation, that had collapsed at the height of the Infinite Empire, coalesced into the far larger Galactic Republic, along with other relatively newer coalitions, such as the Azure Imperium.
And Al.
From the Expansionist era to the Great Manifest period, the Parliament of the Precursors slowly faded and dissolved altogether, for their time had come to its end. Forthcoming generations forgot the promises and warnings of the Celestials, dismissing the supernatural events of the past as myths. Slower to forget were the elder races, for whom uncounted ages of vanished splendor were as bittersweet reverie.
Though the triumphs and terrors of the Cosmic Wars were lost or relegated to legends, sometimes in the small, whisper-haunted hours of the night, or on dusky, gloom-shrouded days, the long shadow of its outstretched eons might be felt. And then some might wonder, and some might dream strange dreams, but most would only shiver in the unquiet stirrings of the heart. And so I think that's a really powerful ending to the Cosmic Wars. Narratively speaking, I thought the prose was really wonderful there.
Oh, yeah.
I actually looked up the Expansionist era. I think it ran from like 25,000 to 20,000 BBY. And then the Great Manifest period is like until 17,000 BBY or something like that. So these are like the really, really early days of the Republic. But what struck me as very interesting is that the Parliament of the Precursors is still around during the early centuries and millennia of the Republic. Yet we know nothing about them. They're never referenced.
Yeah.
And so it's like, I don't think that there's any reference to the Parliament of the Precursors in existing lore. I will look that up now just to make sure.
It doesn't ring any bells for me.
No, actually, I looked up the first thing that comes is like Parliament of Canada, probably because of. But anyways, so like there, it's interesting. Who was left on the Parliament of the Precursors? Like, what firstborn races are left at this point?
I wonder.
The Astogians?
Well, actually, no. Didn't they were stripped of their immortality because they were like corrupted by like those dark powers, remember? and then they just said that they would age slower, but they would eventually like die.
Right.
Yeah. So I
Right.
know Alex brought up the Ang-T earlier, so maybe I would say maybe the Ang-T were probably one of the few that like remained with the Parliament of the Precursors.
Yeah.
Because they kind of just stay out of the way, and they teach flow walking and stuff, and they're not really like a violent people. And when we meet them in Fate of the Jedi, so the Killiks definitely aren't. They are definitely not on that. Yeah, I don't know who would be left.
I don't know.
The only guess that I would have is just the Ang-T. That's my guess.
What about the Proto-Sogians?
Well, we talked about that.
Oh.
We were just saying.
Hey, I've been on this stream for 4 hours.
Yeah.
Minutes, okay?
If we could go back and find the list of the elder races,
I think there was only like 60 out of 80 or something like that were listed, but
yes, it was better than none.
It would be probably.
Wait, where the hell was it? I feel like we've been like this. I don't know. I feel like
it was probably at the beginning of chapter 3.
It's something needle haystack.
Yeah. Wow, back to the formation of the
by chapter 3, I mean book 3. See how tired I am.
Okay, here. The Kakaiback were one of them. The Zazaks.
Yeah, they're gone. They're gone.
Yeah, the Muwabin, the Sephi.
Rip.
The moon are definitely not. The Kamumga, no. The Sumrians,
well, maybe the Neti are still keeping the faith. Maybe actually, maybe not, because there's an evil Neti. Yeah.
Yeah.
That was with
one.
Prince Yggdrasil, who tried
to
throw me off my own show.
Yeah, that's right.
Ooh, the Oswaft, they're still around.
The Urskeks, the Chukkai, that's like Thon. So maybe him. He's really only like fought with the light side and like just kind of pushed it back, like on Ambria. So it's like maybe there.
And the Sikmu become the Bith, right?
Yes.
But they definitely went. They fought.
Yeah, they're out of there. There's a Bith
What's his name?
Lord, so.
Yeah.
The Kamumga are no more.
Yeah, no.
Interesting.
I'm thinking the Chuktai, the Thon's race. I think they could be. The Zephonians were here. They could be, because they just kind of dipped from the galaxy. They just kind of left.
Right.
So they didn't do anything bad.
Right.
The Selegians. It could be the Selegians.
Wow.
I just wonder, like, did the parliaments of the precursors, were they like some kind of like shadow parliament, or do they have any type of interactions whatsoever with the Republic? I need to know this. I know it's not really.
It could be like an Articles of Confederation thing.
Hey, we might get the answer later on. Who knows?
That's also cool.
Maybe. Well, we are coming to an end. Did we talk about the Proto-Sogi? I'm just kidding. I'm kidding.
Oh, yeah, we talked about them.
We're coming to an end. Any final thoughts before we end this one?
Who wants to go first?
You want to go first?
I'll go first.
Sure, go for it.
Okay. So these 3 chapters, and mind you, 3 chapters for 4 hours.
And 22 minutes.
There's so much fun to read, and the Sith stuff with King Adis is so fascinating. And like, now that we're in familiar territory, we kind of have an outline of some things, but it's so great to like fill in that outline and learn more about these eras. Like, I think one of the things, like one of the highlights for me, like with this, was learning that now is essentially the cause of the Rakatans' downfall. And I think that's so cool, because like, it's always just like, oh yes, a random virus came along and they're gone. Bye, Franklin.
Good to see you.
But no, there's so many amazing things in here. And I love the stuff with Abeloth. Like, I always gotta be with her. So I love that stuff. Even the Willow stuff is really cool. Like, I've never seen that stuff. Oh, yeah. And even then, it's just like such a good read.
It was a good story.
Oh yeah. Story. Yeah. And then like
I want to track it down now.
Yeah. and then intertwining it with like Wutk and stuff is really, really cool.
Really clever. Yeah, very clever.
But there's so many cool things, and I love the Sith stuff with King Adus, and the conversation we were having about Darth Soho was really cool. So overall, just amazing chapters, and I'm sure like next week's streams is going to be just as awesome.
Yeah.
Dark partings.
Well, I hope so.
I'm sure it will be.
Ken, how about you? Any final thoughts?
Thought this stuff was interesting. The whole Rakatan stuff I had was like, oh, there's like 3 Star Forges, but now that someone in the comments was saying that, oh, that was true, so that problem's been rectified. But otherwise,
Horless is predicted to destroy them.
That's true.
Always saving the galaxy, that guy. But yeah, we're finally getting into the familiar territory in this one. So from here on out, it's going to be easy street.
Yeah.
I don't
know about that one.
Al.
So I really enjoyed these chapters. I actually gained a much greater appreciation for the first one, as I said earlier, talking to Ian's folks. So thank you for that.
Mm-hmm.
I didn't get really a chance to comment on it too much. I was a little bit distracted, but I know the stuff with the Rakata I thought was a little bit messy. However, I think that to me is all made up for by ironing out what happened to them, because that I'm a lot more interested in is why did they lose the ability to touch the Force, because that's a big sticking point for a lot of people, myself included even. I think that using Nal to be the disease from Death Troopers, that's awesome. Great book. I just finished it. I think that's the 3rd time I've said that. It's getting late.
Al, can I add on to this? Like how
Al.
Go for it.
Al.
Go for it.
So the Rakatan was losing that connection to the Force, and then we saw the footnote where it said that Nal was theorized to be a Maxicorian thing, and and Tenebris was using it to basically, he wanted to sever the Force from the Jedi using Maxichlorians. Bro,
yes,
it's all coming together.
That to me, that makes that you know,
she's doing the hand thing.
It's all coming together.
That to me is like, that's awesome. That's great. That's what I came here for. The Star Forger stuff, obviously, that got ironed out. SWOTOR, my worst enemy, confirmed. Great stuff. Can't wait for next week. Anyway, sorry. Keep going.
Yeah, I concur with everything that was said. There were some things in this section that didn't work for me. And I think I tried to highlight that when we came across it. And then there were some things that really worked for me really, really well that I thought were clever. And I suspect that's probably going to be the case as we go forward into more familiar territory, because I have my preconceived notions of how things should go or how things should look. And there might be a few things that chafe, but I also might have things that are a pleasant surprise, like how the Rakata finally met their end. I thought was really clever, and how the virus, the zombie virus, and Red Harvest and Death Troopers was linked to Mgal. So overall, really enjoyed these chapters. I would say chapter 69 was the standout for me.
Yeah.
As much as I do love the Abeloth stuff, it's chapter 69 with the Sith and the Rakata is just stuff that I've loved for so long, and now to see it all come together is just truly rewarding. So with that, I'm going to thank everybody for coming, as well as Brennan and Alex who joined us earlier. I'm going to thank everybody in the comment section. Was popping tonight. It was hard to keep up. Yeah, it's hard to keep up. Thank you all for people who stuck around, and for those of us who tuned in for even just a little bit. We always appreciate. And for those of you who subscribed to me during this, I got a couple of subs, so that's very nice. With all that said, we're gonna say good night and or good morning in my case, and get our chewbies out of here. Until next time.
Bye.
Peace.
Yeah.